Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Did you consider my feelings? The race was over, and the victor had appeared. On the motorboat, the faces of Goatee and his men were each uglier than the next. Currently, they still hadn't accepted the reality of their loss because no one could believe that a metal pedal boat could run at a faster speed than a gas-burning motorboat. I don't believe it, so I won't jump into the lake. After being quiet for a while, Goatee suddenly acted shamelessly. Because this scene attracted a large group of visitors who surrounded them and weighed, Goatee and his men would rather die than take off all their clothes and jump into the river in front of so many people. What don't you believe? Chin Fong laughed lightly. In the face of Goatee's refusal to accept the results, Chin Feng's expression didn't change much. It was clear that Chin Fong guessed Goatee would be like this right from the beginning. I don't believe that your pedal boat can be faster than my motorboat. I think you cheated, brat. Goatee glared at Chin Fong with a huff. However, his excuse was so bad that even the audience that came to see the excitement sighed. Then how do you think I cheated? Chin Fong looked at Goatee in rumination. Goatee couldn't help himself. His pair of fish eyes spun a good number of times before he suddenly stood. I suspect that you put a motor in your pedal boat and that you didn't use your feet to pedal. It was the motor that propelled the boat forward. TSK. Once Goatee said those words, cries of disdain arose all around them. Because Chin Fong and Yun Xiao sat in an ordinary pedal boat, there wasn't very much space on it. When Chin Fong and Yun Xiao sat inside, they occupied the empty spaces. How was there space to hide a motor? Then how would you believe that I didn't cheat? Chin Fong looked at Goatee with a smile. In reality, Chin Fong guessed what this rascal was doing. In the end, once Chin Fong finished speaking, Goatee faked an angry expression and said, I want to get on your boat and examine it. If I find that you really haven't cheated after examining it, then I'll admit that I've lost and jump into the lake. Your elder isn't trying to act shamelessly with you. Your elder can lose, but he can't lose without understanding the situation. Goatee exhibited a condescending expression and put on a very convincing act. In reality, he already had a plan. He was going to use the excuse of examining the boat to get onto Chin Feng's boat. Then, when Chin Fong and Yun Xiao weren't paying attention, he would personally push the two of them into the lake. Chin Fong, don't trust his bullshit. A scoundrel like this is entertaining some sort of errant thoughts for sure. Who knows what he's scheming? Yun Xiao could see that Goatee's gaze wasn't quite right. She covertly tugged at Chin Feng's arm and quietly cautioned him. Chin Feng's face was filled with a careless smile. He looked at Goatee and said, Old goat, then hurry and get on the boat to examine it. I can assure you that I haven't any cheating devices on my boat. After you're done examining it, then jump into the lake with the other three of you. After seeing that Chin Fong agreed, Goatee gave the three lackeys a look, then smiled and stepped onto Chin Feng's boat. At this time, Chin Fong had already moved to make room for him and shifted to Yun Xiao's seat. Since there was very little space and Chin Fong occupied the seat, Yun Xiao could only sit in Chin Feng's embrace. Teacher Yun Xiao, your body is so soft and fragrant. Hugging you is really comfortable. Chin Fong had just hugged Yun Xiao, and then he blew a hot breath into her ear. Yun Xiao was so shocked that she almost yelped. She rolled her eyes at Chin Fong unhappily. Chin Fong, what time is it? Can't you be more proper? You have to be careful of that Reed man. I'm certain he has ulterior motives for getting on the boat. Chin Fong laughed, but said nothing. He hugged Yun Xiao more tightly. How could Chin Fong miss such a great chance to take liberties with teacher Yun Xiao? Thump! At this time, Goatee hopped onto Chin Feng's pedal boat. Seeing Yun Xiao up close, Goatee's eyes almost popped out of his skull. Not only was this woman's face beautiful, her figure was fiery and sexy. Goatee began to be jealous of and hate Qin Feng. He really wanted to swee identities with Qin Feng so he could enjoy and hug the beauty. Old Goat, examine well. After you're done, you can lead your other 3 brothers in removing your clothes and jumping into the lake together. After Goatee got on the boat, Qin Feng only glanced at him with disinterest. Then his gaze fell on Yun Zhao's body, which was in his embrace. He looked at the billowing chest just inches from him. Qin Feng harshly gulped quite a number of times. Goatee pretended to examine Qin Feng's spot after boarding the boat. He kept monitoring Qin Feng and Yun Zhao, who were beside him. When he saw that the 2 of them didn't care about his movements, a sinister smile suddenly flashed through his face. "Stinking brat, get into the water for your elder!" Goatee suddenly pounced and pushed Qin Feng's body. He used all his strength, wanting to push Qin Feng into the water with one shove. Thunk! However, when his hands fell on Qin Feng, it felt like he was pushing a large mountain. Other than a dull sound, nothing else happened. Qin Feng continued to sit there unmoved. He hugged Yun Zhao and was now secretly touching her beautiful and fair thighs beneath her skirt. "Brother Old Goat, were you pushing me at first?" Qin Feng looked at Goatee with a laugh. In the eyes of Goatee, this smile seemed a bit strange and sinister. It made the hairs on his back rise and goosebumps appear. "Fuck, this elder can't believe it. I was born as strong as an ox. Why wasn't I able to push over a pretty boy like you?" Goatee saw that his intentions had already been discovered, so he was no longer cautious and used both his arms and legs to push Qin Feng. At the time, Yun Zhao hadn't paid attention to Goatee. Now, she saw Goatee pushing Qin Feng with violent vigor. She yelled in shock. However, she only yelled a couple of times when her voice disappeared, leaving only a shocked expression. She sat quietly in Qin Feng's embrace and weighed the strange scene before her. "Shit, have you tied your feet to the boat? Why else would your elder be unable to push you? Fuck, your elder is going to try again. Damn, what did you do, brat? How are you like a mountain, and why can't you be moved?" Under the audience's stares, he kept using his strength to push Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng sat on the boat without moving. This scene was indeed strange to awe. Based solely on physique, the stalwart Goatee was clearly much more built than Qin Feng. He looked strong, but he couldn't even move a pretty boy like Qin Feng. Even though Yun Zhao sat on Qin Feng and added some weight to him, Goatee should still at least be able to push Qin Feng into tipping over or somersaulting. But from beginning to end, Qin Feng didn't move at all. He didn't even tremble. The surrounding visitors that weighed them suspected Goatee was acting and that he wasn't exerting any strength. However, thinking about how Goatee and Qin Feng had just made a bet, the 2 of them were hostile enemies. Why would they purposely act here? After hearing these people's questioning and deliberations, Goatee wanted to kill himself. How was he acting? He used all his strength, yet Qin Feng was like a towering mountain. He couldn't move him. "Hey, I say, Old Goat, you're unrestrainedly pushing me again and again under the countless gazes of all these people. Are you treating me like air? You're touching my shoulder, chest, waist, and even my ass without my consent. Did you ever consider my feelings? Do you not see this beauty in my arms? Don't you know this young master is in the middle of picking up a girl? By teasing and flirting with me, you want my beauty to question my sexual orientation? At night, if she doesn't get a room with me, can you bear that grave responsibility?" Qin Feng got mad. He earnestly and seriously criticized Goatee. The 2 sentences made Goatee freeze. His hands were still, suspended midair, and he made the motions of wanting to grasp, but not grasping Qin Feng's chest. He was doing exactly what Qin Feng said earlier. In the eyes of the audience, Goatee's image instantly changed. They went through all that, and it turned out that this bearded man who was acting cool was homosexual. He wasn't pushing that man at first, he was taking advantage of him. Tut tut, it was too disgusting. The surrounding visitors looked at Goatee with different expressions. However, Goatee didn't care about this whatsoever. After all, he knew that he wasn't homosexual and really wasn't trying to take advantage of Chin Feng. He was actually trying to use all his strength to shove Chin Feng into the water. At that instant, Goatee realized the truth. This Chin Feng was an expert. He had startling strength that was at the stage where it couldn't be guessed. Goatee was so shocked that his legs turned to jelly and his heart beat the drums of retreat. He already wanted to back out. Old goat, after taking advantage of me, you want to leave without saying anything? What are you treating this young master as? Chin Feng grabbed Goatee's arm and smiled coldly. In Goatee's eyes, this smile was like that of the devil in hell. He now completely understood that Chin Feng had been toying him the whole time. Rip! Chin Feng exerted some strength with a single hand and tugged downward, tearing Goatee's t-shirt in two. Rip! He exerted his strength again, and Goatee's pants were also torn off along with his belt. He was so powerful that Goatee's underwear fell as well. At that instant, Goatee stood above the lake, completely naked. Chin Feng was too quick and too strong, scaring Goatee so much that he still hadn't regained his senses. He stood stupidly on the boat in the nude, and even forgot to cover his vital areas. Gasp! This scene elicited a wave of gasps from all around. In particular, female visitors shyly covered their eyes and were embarrassed to look. However, they couldn't help but peek curiously through their fingers. After seeing, they couldn't help but think, why is it so small? The instant Chin Feng tore off Goatee's pants, he used his other hand to cover the eyes of Yun Xiao, who was in his arms. Thus, Yun Xiao only heard everyone's startled exclamations, but she didn't see the scene. Chin Feng, what happened? Are you all right? Asked Yun Xiao with a bit of nervousness. Teacher Yun Xiao, nothing really happened. It's just that the old goat suddenly went crazy and took off his clothes in broad daylight. Quite a few girls saw his body and couldn't help but yell, because his thing is too small, said Chin Feng with a laugh. Yun Xiao's charming face blushed. However, even she was a bit curious about what it looked like, because Yun Xiao had never had a boyfriend, so she naturally never saw it. Teacher Yun Xiao, it seems that a lot of women cover their eyes but peek through their fingers. Don't tell me you also want to see, said Chin Feng with a laugh. Go die. I don't want to see. Chin Feng mentioned exactly what Yun Xiao was thinking. She was so angry that she stamped her foot. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be anxious. I'll show you at your house after we're done walking around. Mine is much better looking than that old goat's. Most importantly, it's big enough. Chin Feng intentionally teased Yun Xiao, making her so angry that she pinched Chin Feng's thigh like her life depended on it. Shut up, shut up. You're talking nonsense with Big Sister again, aren't you? If you say these types of things again, I'll really get mad. Chin Feng stopped teasing her when he saw how flushed she was. Chapter 247. Chapter 247, Homicide Case. At this time, Goatee regained his senses. Once he realized he was standing completely naked in front of an audience, he was so angry that he almost clenched his teeth hard enough to swallow them. Plop! Goatee didn't need Chin Feng to force him into the water. He bravely jumped into the lake of his own accord. He couldn't keep exposing his body for the world to see. Fuck! What's wrong with Big Brother? Did he get possessed by a water ghost? At this time, Goatee's 3 underlings came to. From beginning to end, they didn't understand their big brother's actions at all. Fuck! How could there be a water ghost in broad daylight? There's an 80% chance it's something to do with that brat. How dare he make a move on our big brother? Let's go strip him bare and throw him into the lake. The 3 quickly fell into agreement. They didn't believe that the little pretty boy, Chin Feng, could be that great. Thus, they still couldn't understand what their big brother was doing when he pushed Chin Feng over 10 times. Stinking brat, you actually had the guts to push our big brother into the water? Then you go down as well, brat, The three men arrived on Qin Feng's metal boat in succession. This boat was small to begin with, and now that 5 people were on it at the same time, it began to sway. Qin Feng was afraid that the 3 of them would flip the metal boat over. He was too lazy to waste time on them. He was about to toss each of them into the lotus pond when he suddenly felt 3 gusts of evil wind from behind him. The evil wind carried a thick, murderous air with it. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Feng's expression instantly changed drastically. He hugged Yun Xiao, bent over, and quickly dodged the 3 attacks that came with the 3 gusts of evil wind. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 3 crunches were heard beside him, and each of the 3 throwing knives that flew over stabbed one of the 3 lackeys in the middle of the forehead. The throwing knives were very powerful. They passed through the heads of the 3 men and flew out behind them, falling into the large lotus pond. And the 3 lackeys that swaggered over to clean up Qin Feng now fell rigidly into the lotus pond. Fresh blood immediately dyed the surrounding pond water red. This scene looked like that of a movie. Ah, murder! That brat is killing people. A scream suddenly came from the crowd. Once everyone heard that there was a murder, they were all so frightened that they blanched. Qin Feng, what happened? Who's killing people? Yun Xiao was quite startled, and she looked extremely nervous. Qin Feng had suddenly embraced and covered her, so she didn't see the flying blades pass through the 3 lackeys' heads. Now that the 3 men already plunged into the lotus pond, Yun Xiao didn't know what had happened. Qin Feng didn't respond to Yun Xiao's question. He furrowed his straight eyebrows and looked in the direction the blades came from. There was a vast crowd of people at that side of the lake, and it was in a frenzy because of the murder. There was no way of identifying the murder hidden in the masses. Teacher Yun Xiao, it's really dangerous here. We have to hurry and leave. Qin Feng carried Yun Xiao onto Goatee's motorboat. Though the 3 knives sliced through the heads of the 3 lackeys, Qin Feng wasn't certain of the assassin's true target. Thus, his first course of action was to leave the premises. Mr. and Lady on the motorboat, please stop your motorboat immediately and submit. We have the right to arrest you and even fire upon you. Qin Feng had boarded the motorboat and was about to leave when over 10 motorboats suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. The men on these motorboats all wore uniforms. Half of them were Lotus Lake's security guards, while the other half were policemen who'd rushed over upon hearing the news. Qin Feng, are the man and woman they're talking about us? Yun Xiao was frightened by the large and powerful scene. She looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Why do they want to arrest us?" Yun Xiao had just finished asking her question when her gaze happened to fall to the surface of the lake, where she suddenly saw the 3 corpses floating. They looked like the 3 bad men that had boarded their boat to take revenge on them. When Yun Xiao saw the 3 men were already dead and in the lake, Yun Xiao was so scared that her eyes bugged out. A vast sheet of white suddenly exploded in her mind as if she instantly understood. Qin Feng, why you killed people again? Yun Xiao didn't know how to face Qin Feng. Last time, Qin Feng killed Mada, whose lackeys in the abandoned factory in the northern district. This time he killed in broad daylight in front of an audience. Had he already gone crazy? Teacher Yun Xiao, I didn't kill those 3 people. Do you believe me? Qin Feng grabbed Yun Xiao's arm and pulled her into an embrace. Yun Xiao looked frightened out of her mind, and Qin Feng was worried she'd fall into the water. Yun Xiao's brain whirred. She felt as though she was unable to think or judge. This was an important matter concerning human lives. Yun Xiao didn't immediately say that she believed Qin Feng, and she even looked a bit afraid as she leaned in Qin Feng's embrace. When Qin Feng saw the change in Yun Xiao, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Yun Xiao's social anxiety was originally about to be completely cured. Now, because of this sudden event, Yun Xiao's expression returned to that fear and alarm from before. There were only 4 hours until Yun Xiao's plane took off, and Qin Feng felt that results of the quest were uncertain. Teacher Yun Xiao, what can I do to make you believe me? I really didn't kill anyone. Qin Feng hugged Yun Xiao tightly. He did all he could to express gentleness as he looked at her. Yun Xiao gazed into Qin Feng's eyes. A while later, she said, Qin Feng, stop the motorboat and let the police see us. After all, I didn't kill anyone, so I'm not afraid of getting arrested. If you didn't kill anyone either, you definitely have nothing to fear. Okay, I agree. Qin Feng hesitated, then stopped the motorboat. His main goal in driving the motorboat away was to hide from the assassin's attacks. However, for the sake of Yun Zhao's trust and to complete Yun Zhao's quest, Qin Feng couldn't care too much. At worst, he would fight with the murderer. Qin Feng stopped the motorboat. When Yun Xiao looked at Qin Feng again, her expression changed a little. That sliver of guardedness and iciness was already slowly dissipating. People on the motorboat, you've been surrounded. Please put your hands up and don't resist. Not long after, over 10 motorboats flanked Qin Feng's boat. Qin Feng and Yun Xiao followed the instructions and raised their hands. At the same time, Qin Feng continued to monitor the surrounding situation. However, even after looking for so long, he still didn't find the assassin from before. Clang! Guns held at ready. 2 policemen boarded Qin Feng's boat and pressed Qin Feng and Yun Xiao down. Don't move and don't resist. There were 2 policemen, one fat and one thin. The fat one detained Qin Feng, and the thin man was prepared to restrain Yun Xiao. I stopped the boat for you all to see us, so I'm already giving you all a lot of face. It would be best if you didn't touch that woman. She can walk herself. Qin Feng's voice was icy, and he spoke before the thin policeman could make a move. He couldn't allow other strange men to touch Yun Zhao's body. At the same time, he was afraid the contact would make Yun Zhao's social anxiety worse. Qin Feng's arrogance immediately made the thin policeman unhappy. He pointed his gun at Qin Feng and was about to open his mouth to yell at him when the fat policeman blocked him. The fat one stared at Qin Feng and considered him in detail. He kept feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't figure out who Qin Feng was right then. What's your name? The fat one asked severely while looking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng added indifferently, the people of Acropolis call me Young Master Qin. Crash. After the name Young Master Qin came out, the hands of the skinny policeman, who pointed a gun at Qin Feng, trembled. He was so shocked that he dropped the gun he held into the boat. The fat one's expression also shifted dramatically because he remembered that this person was indeed Acropolis City's #1 young master, Qin Feng. He'd even seen Qin Feng in the North District Sub-Bureau a month ago. At the time, even the new, fiery bureau chief, Lu Bingbing, had been powerless against him. How could a little team leader dare provoke Qin Feng so easily? We already have them under control. You all put away your weapons and disperse. Our North District Sub-Bureau will follow up and take care of this. After confirming Qin Feng's identity, the fat policeman immediately waved at the other policemen. After they received his command, they put away their weapons and drove their motorboats to take care of the 3 lackeys' corpses. At the same time, some dispersed to placate the frightened crowds. After these people left, the fatty's expression changed. A smile filled his face as he looked at Qin Feng and said, Young Master Qin, if I offended you earlier, please forgive me. However, this situation has become a homicide case, so I still have to inconvenience young Master Qin to come back to the station with me to record a statement and go through procedure. Qin Feng thought about Yun Zhao's quest. He had no time to go to the police station. He waved his hand and said, I'll go to the police station in a couple of days. I didn't kill those 3 men. I'm sure that, as a scenic area, Lotus Lake has a lot of surveillance cameras. You policemen just have to get the recordings and examine them to know if I did it. Since Qin Feng decided not to go to the police station, no one could stop him. He held Yun Zhao's hand, was about to drive away in the motorboat when he suddenly turned his head to look at the fat policeman and add, "That's right. If you find the murderer in this homicide, remember to let me know." Qin Feng finished explaining the situation and took Yun Zhao away on the motorboat. At this time, among the people at the lakeside, an icy woman's gaze was pinned on Qin Feng's motorboat. The woman was in the crowd the whole time. She had a head of neat, short hair dyed purple, bright eyes, white teeth, and looked extremely beautiful. However, she exuded a light, icy aura, giving one an oppressive, unapproachable feeling. In this scorching weather, the woman wore tight, black leather clothes and black moccasins. This strange outfit was like that of a cosplayer. "Qin Feng, looks like I've underestimated you. But this was just a small test of mine. The games have just begun. Get ready." As the beauty with the purple hair waved Qin Feng's motorboat reached shore, the cold smile on her face was swept away. It was replaced by a charming and mesmerizing smile. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Yun Zhao's Thoughts. "Qin Feng, we really aren't going to the police station to give a statement?" asked Yun Zhao worriedly once the two of them arrived on shore. "Teacher Yun Zhao, for your 10 p.m. flight, I'm going to take you home at 8 to pack, then take you to the airport at 9. It's already 6, so I'm afraid we won't have enough time," said Qin Feng as he looked solemnly at Yun Zhao. "Don't worry. Those two policemen know I'm young Master Qin. If I really killed someone, they'll come look for me for sure. I wouldn't be able to escape even if I wanted to. I just feel that Teacher Yun Zhao doesn't have much time in Acropolis, so I wanted to walk around with you some more and leave better memories. I don't want this matter to affect all of our beautiful memories today." Qin Feng weighed Yun Zhao passionately, and Yun Zhao mustered up the courage to look at Qin Feng gently. She saw sincerity and seriousness in Qin Feng's eyes. A surge of warmth rose in her heart, and she hugged Qin Feng tightly. "Qin Feng, thank you. Even if I leave Acropolis City, I'll never forget you. Teacher Yun Zhao, you must feel really down right now, don't you?" Qin Feng only had 2 hours left to complete his quest. He suddenly thought of another way to complete his quest. He would have to see whether or not it would work. After experiencing the homicide earlier, normal people would feel down and depressed, and Yun Zhao was no exception. She nodded lightly at Qin Feng. "Have you been to a bar?" asked Qin Feng. Yun Zhao released Qin Feng and looked at him with a bit of doubt as she said, "No. I've heard it's really chaotic there. I wouldn't dare go." As a girl from the capital's wealthy Yun family, Yun Zhao grew up with a more conservative ideology. She placed great value on chastity and never went to those chaotic places. "Teacher Yun Zhao, I'll take you to a bar. This is your first time going to a bar and will probably be your last." Qin Feng began to entice Yun Zhao. "Though bars are a bit messy with me, young Master Qin, with you, no one will dare mistreat you. Also, that's the best place to relieve your stress. I'm sure that if Teacher Yun Zhao goes to the bar, your unhappiness and depression will get better. Okay, then we'll go visit the bar. If it's too noisy and chaotic, then take me out." Yun Zhao had hesitated for a while, but in the end she agreed. Time was pressing. Qin Feng immediately tugged Yun Zhao into a taxi and sped to the Fei Tian bar in the Northern District. It was already 7 when they got to the Fei Tian bar. This was the time where the nightlife was just heating up. Groups of 3 or 4 young men and women continuously surged into the bar. Qin Feng couldn't be more familiar with the place. He pulled Yun Zhao into a private room and ordered 10 cases of black beers. "Teacher Yun Zhao, let's drink 2 bottles of beer first. Once the alcohol gets into your system, all of your worries will disappear." Qin Feng picked 2 bottles of black beer and extended one to Yun Zhao. Even at her age, Yun Zhao had only drank alcohol a couple of times. However, she felt bad rejecting Qin Feng's kind intentions, so she accepted the beer. "Teacher Yun Zhao, drink it like me, it's really satisfying." Qin Feng tossed his head back and guzzled the beer. Yun Xiao was speechless. She asked foolishly, "Do I really have to drink it like that?" "Drinking it this way will make the alcohol take effect quicker, so you can forget your worries quicker as well," Qin Feng encouraged Yun Xiao. Once Yun Xiao thought about how her family was forcing her to marry, how people suddenly died at Lotus Lake. Her heart was extremely depressed. In the end, she tossed her head back and copied Qin Feng in drinking fiercely. Her small, alluring red lips wrapped around the opening of the bottle, and the beer flowed down. However, Yun Xiao couldn't drink. After taking 2 gulps, she sputtered and began to cough. A majority of the beer gushed out of her mouth and down her fair, jade-like neck. Bang! She drank half of the beer and spilled half of it. Yun Xiao immediately smashed the empty bottle on the ground, shattering it. This violent and rough behavior wasn't something Yun Xiao would even imagine in the past. However, now that she fiercely drank half a beer, the alcohol quickly surged into her brain, making her lose her head. She was extremely unhappy that her family was forcing her to marry and treating her like a commodity to exchange. However, she usually had no way of resisting. The depression and indignance she suppressed within her for over 10 years now burst out. "Qin Feng, your mother still wants to drink. You're going to drink with her, and we're not going home until we're drunk." After ingesting half a bottle of beer, Yun Xiao was a completely different person. She was usually calm and composed, but now she was wild and headstrong. "Cheers!" Yun Xiao picked up another bottle of beer and drank with Qin Feng. Again, she drank half a bottle and spilled the other half. The entire top half of her body was drenched in beer, and the light yellow chiffon shirt stuck to her body, providing beauty from being partially hidden and partially exposed. "I don't want to be forced into marriage. I don't even know who the other person is. I feel like a commodity raised by the family clan as a sacrificial offering. I'd rather be the child of a normal family. I wish I hadn't been born into a large family clan." After drinking the bottle of beer, Yun Xiao began to make a scene in the private room. Every family has their own problems, and Yun Xiao was this way as well. When other people were jealous that Yun Xiao had been born from a large family clan and jealous of her lavish life and powerful background, they didn't see her hidden pain and helplessness. Qin Feng saw that Yun Xiao had enough alcohol and pulled her out of the private room and onto the dance floor. The dance floor was filled with people. They were all young men and women twisting their bodies to the energetic music. Qin Feng leaned over and yelled into Yun Xiao's ear, "Teacher Yun Xiao, let go of your preconceptions, let go of your body, and sway to the music to your heart's desire." He'd taken Yun Xiao to the bar to make a last-day attempt at this quest. He wanted to first get Yun Xiao half drunk and take her to the dance floor to dance. There were all types of people on the dance floor, so if Yun Xiao could withstand this loud and chaotic environment and not be resistant, then her social anxiety would be completely cured. "Qin Feng, there are a lot of people here. It's really noisy. Let's go back into the private room." Once Yun Xiao got to the dance floor, she was clearly a bit uncomfortable. "Let's not be in a hurry to drink right now. Dance with me for a bit. Let's go back and drink after we're tired from dancing." Qin Feng held Yun Xiao and didn't let her leave. Since social anxiety is a psychological ailment, sometimes it has to be cured by forceful stimulation. "Teacher Yun Xiao, don't be nervous. Look at how happy everyone is dancing. Move like me. When you start dancing, you'll enjoy the feeling." Qin Feng was the prince of nightclubs. At this time, he intentionally twisted his body to bump into Yun Xiao's, making her blush. "No, I still can't dance, and I don't really like this environment." Yun Xiao began to struggle in Qin Feng's embrace. She already expressed bits of her social anxiety. "Yun Xiao, just finish dancing this one song with me. After this song is over, we'll go." Qin Feng held Yun Xiao tightly and refused to let go. He couldn't let Yun Xiao do as she wished this time. He hugged Yun Xiao firmly, and the two of them began to dance. They were pressed closely together, so Qin Feng could smell Yun Xiao's fragrance as he breathed. Yun Xiao was so startled by Qin Feng's actions that she was speechless. Her body became stiff, and she was so nervous that her heart was about to burst out of her chest. When Qin Feng saw that Yun Xiao wasn't resisting, he used more strength and began to touch her dishonestly. Yun Xiao immediately looked as if she had been shocked by lightning. Her mesmerizing eyes stared at Qin Feng, and an iciness passed through her. Whack! Yun Xiao suddenly extended a slender jade hand and slapped Qin Feng in the face. After hitting Qin Feng, she shoved him away, turned, and ran. As a conservative woman, she absolutely couldn't accept this kind of behavior. Slapping Qin Feng wasn't considered much. If it were another man, Yun Xiao would have kicked his. Qin Feng sighed deeply as he weighed Yun Xiao's retreating body. He didn't care that Yun Xiao slapped him. He only felt an unnamed melancholy. He knew that his plan failed, and it seemed that there was no way he could complete the quest regarding Yun Xiao's social anxiety. However, Qin Feng couldn't accept that if he failed the quest, Yun Xiao would be unable to interact with people for the rest of her life. Qin Feng would rather the system punish him than have Yun Xiao suffer this punishment. He stood on the dance floor in a daze for a moment. Then he returned to the private room and saw another 3 empty beer bottles on the table. It was clear that Yun Xiao drank them. However, Yun Xiao wasn't in the lounge of the private room. She was probably in the bathroom because Qin Feng heard running water coming from it. Qin Feng sat limply on the sofa and drank while minding his own business. After drinking for who knew how long, Qin Feng finished all of the beer on the table, yet he didn't see Yun Xiao come out. Qin Feng felt that enough time had passed, so he stood, walked to the restroom, tugged on the unlocked door, pushed it open, and walked in. "Teacher Yun Xiao, it's time to go. I'll take you back. Rest a bit at home. Then it'll be time to board the plane." The restroom was very large. It was a total of 30 square meters. Once Qin Feng went in, he began to shout into it. Qin Feng didn't hear a response from Yun Xiao, only crying. Yun Xiao sat on the window sill of the restroom. Her mussed hair covered her charming face. Her yellow chiffon shirt was completely drenched and smelled of beer, and her sky-blue jean skirt was also a bit wet. She sat sobbing loudly on the window sill. "Teacher Yun Xiao, what's wrong?" Qin Feng quickly strode up to Yun Xiao's side and helped straighten out her hair. "I only touched your body because I was just trying to help cure your social anxiety. I really wasn't thinking of anything else." When Qin Feng saw Yun Xiao's look of despair, he felt a stab in his heart. He thought Yun Xiao was like this because he touched her. However, Yun Xiao wasn't crying because of this. After slapping Qin Feng and returning to the room, she was slightly regretful of her actions because she knew Qin Feng wasn't that kind of person. She knew Qin Feng wanted to help cure her ailment. However, the instant she felt someone touch her body, she reacted to Qin Feng with a conditioned reflex. She couldn't control her own actions, and they weren't intentional. Yun Xiao felt guilty of her actions. She drank a couple more bottles of beer, and when the alcohol hit her system, she thought of her family forcing her into marriage again. Under the weight of these two sources of pain and suppression, Yun Xiao fell apart. Thus, she sat wailing on the windowsill. After crying for a while, Yun Xiao's mood slowly stabilized. She lifted her head to see Qin Feng's resolutely handsome face and the 5 light red finger marks that lingered on the left side of his face. "Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I really lost it a bit at first." Yun Xiao extended her slender jade hand and placed it lightly on Qin Feng's cheek as she looked at him with guilt. She cried like rain on a pear blossom and was lovely and charming. The current Yun Xiao gave Qin Feng that kind of feeling. Qin Feng couldn't peel his gaze from Yun Xiao's face. This fiery expression made Yun Xiao blush and her heart race. She could smell Qin Feng's scent and see the solid and powerful muscle beneath his white dress shirt. There was also that row of sexy abs. Each was a temptation that women can't resist. Yun Xiao had so much beer that she really couldn't resist him. An idea suddenly popped into her mind. Since she was her family's sacrificial offering on the marriage altar and would have to marry a man she didn't know or have feelings for, why didn't she give her precious body to someone else first? To someone she liked or someone she trusted? She looked at the extremely handsome Qin Feng before her, and the idea persisted in her mind. Though she hadn't reached the stage where she liked Qin Feng romantically, Qin Feng was someone worthy of her trust and was someone who couldn't be replaced. Yun Xiao would rather give her body to Qin Feng than some rich son that she didn't know. After all, the first time was very important to a woman, and Yun Xiao hoped she'd think back upon it with happiness in the future. If she gave it to Qin Feng, she would think about this time of passion. But if she gave it to a rich son when she got married, Yun Xiao felt that it would just be a nightmare. Qin Feng, kiss me. Hurry up and kiss me. After thinking it through, Yun Xiao became a completely different person. She went from being a conservative and dignified daughter of a wealthy family to a wild, sexy, and seductive woman. She tugged Qin Feng into her embrace and stuck her sexy lips to Qin Feng's. She wanted to give her first kiss to a man worthy of her trust. Yun Xiao's actions briefly startled Qin Feng, but he quickly came to. Though Yun Xiao initiated the kiss, Qin Feng quickly discovered that Yun Xiao didn't know how to kiss. Her technique was very inexperienced, and she made their teeth clash a couple of times. Qin Feng, hurry and teach me to kiss. After kissing heatedly for a while, Yun Xiao's entire delicate body fell limp. Under the stimulation of alcohol, she already reacted and was even more forward than Qin Feng. In the face of teacher Yun Xiao's aggressive stimulation and allure, Qin Feng let go as well. At the same time, a new thought popped into his head. Maybe after being passionate with Yun Xiao for a while, her social anxiety will be thoroughly cured? Chapter 249. Chapter 249. The moon was like a silver plate. The cool breeze rustled in the air. Qin Feng kissed with the stimulation of hope and allure. Both of their hearts continued to speed up and seemed as though they would leap out of their throats. Teacher Yun Xiao, if this goes on, it'll go too far. Yun Xiao was fragrant and soft. Qin Feng's steady heart began to waver. Qin Feng, let me go too far tonight. I'm willing to do it. Yun Xiao's captivating voice rang in Qin Feng's ear. Since the beautiful teacher requested it, the last shred of uncertainty in Qin Feng's heart was shattered. He hugged her tightly. A beautiful view of Acropolis City's northern district was outside the window. The rows of streetlights wound about like a long coiling dragon. Tonight, the moon was like a silver plate, and a light breeze rustled in the air. On this mesmerizingly beautiful night, Qin Feng wildly demanded Yun Xiao's body, and Yun Xiao produced waves of cries like a yellow oriole. Half an hour later, the passionate battle calmed, and Yun Xiao was spent. She was so tired that she was panting, and she clung tightly in Qin Feng's embrace. Half an hour ago, she was a complete woman. Now, she was still a complete woman, but she was a woman who belonged solely to Qin Feng. A conservative woman from a large family clan. She'd handed out the chastity that she'd preserved for 25 years. She raised her head to look at Qin Feng's handsome and steadfast profile, and warmth surged into her heart. Before they began, she didn't regret it. When it ended, she was even more gratified. Because in the past half hour, Yun Xiao felt that she was floating the whole time. That stimulating and great feeling was something she was sure she could reminisce about for the rest of her life. Qin Feng, why, you're really amazing. Yun Xiao rested in Qin Feng's embrace for a good while, then glanced shyly at him. Qin Feng hugged Yun Xiao tightly. If she didn't have a flight at 10, Qin Feng wouldn't have ended their battle so quickly. Teacher Yun Xiao, I just finished warming up. If you weren't leaving tonight, I could battle with you until tomorrow." Qin Feng smiled evilly, making Yun Xiao blush enchantingly like a lotus. "Qin Feng, I have to go. Though I don't want to leave here, and I'll miss you all. Maybe this is my fate." Once Yun Xiao thought about how she was going to be leaving this place soon. An ineffable disappointment swept through her, especially after doing it with Qin Feng. Yun Xiao's feelings toward him completely changed. She hadn't even left and already suddenly missed him. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. The system awards you 1,000 hedonist points. The system's cold announcement suddenly rang, causing Qin Feng to jump in shock. He hadn't had much hope for Yun Xiao's quest. He hadn't thought that after doing it with her, he'd smoothly complete the quest. As Qin Feng considered how he'd completed his quest, disregarding the 1,000 hedonist points, he was extremely happy that Yun Xiao could live like a normal person for the rest of her life. He looked at the beautiful and alluring teacher Yun Xiao in his embrace, used some strength in his arms, and embraced her once again. Another half an hour. Another war was completed. Qin Feng already wore his clothes. Because Yun Xiao's shirt was drenched in beer, Qin Feng called Longhair to bring a new dress shirt over as soon as possible. At this time, Yun Xiao was still naked. She stood in the bathroom in front of the mirror, combing her mussed hair. Qin Feng stood quietly to the side, admiring her captivating back. If time wasn't of the essence, he would have definitely pounced on her a third time. "Qin Feng, what time is it now?" Yun Xiao washed her face. The flush in her face receded, and looking at her, it didn't seem like anything had happened. "It's already 8:30. Teacher Yun Xiao, don't want to go back yet?" Qin Feng came up and hugged her from behind. He suddenly felt it would be best if Yun Xiao could stay and be his lover. "Qin Feng, hurry and let go." Yun Xiao's manner changed completely. After wildly battling twice, she regained her senses and her conservative and composed manner from before. She struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace and said a bit shyly, "I have to go back to the capital's Yun residence. Take me to the airport in a bit, okay?" On the outside, Yun Xiao looked like she wanted to keep some distance between her and Qin Feng, but inside, she wanted to be with Qin Feng longer. After all, she knew that after she left, it would probably be their last time seeing one another. She wanted to look at Qin Feng a couple more times and hear him say some more things. That way, later in life, she'd have more memories to cherish. "Okay, I'll take you home to pack first, and then we'll go to the airport," Qin Feng responded with a nod. The two people waited awkwardly in the bathroom for a while. Then someone walked into the private room outside, and Longhair's gruff voice reached them. "Young Master Qin, are you here?" "Wait in the private room. I'll be right out." Longhair had arrived. Qin Feng exited the bathroom and entered the private room's lounge. Longhair held 3 white shirts of different sizes and smiled at Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, I don't know what size big sister-in-law wears, so I brought 3 shirts. Let big sister-in-law try them on. If they don't fit, I'll immediately buy new ones." Qin Feng took the 3 shirts from Longhair and returned to the bathroom. He was quite satisfied with Longhair's efficiency and method of doing things. "Teacher Yun Xiao, hurry and wear the clothes. After you've dressed, we'll go." Qin Feng handed Yun Xiao the clothes. When Yun Xiao saw that Qin Feng brought over 3 shirts, her heart warmed up a little. Women are always easily moved by little things. Yun Xiao wore the medium-sized white dress shirt. Qin Feng placed his blazer over her shoulders, and the two of them walked out. "Longhair, give me your car keys." "Young Master Qin, do you need me to be your driver to take you and big sister-in-law back?" When Longhair saw Yun Xiao walk out, his eyes instantly brightened. He admired young Master Qin more and more. No wonder young Master Qin was Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. He had so many women by his side that one couldn't even count them. Longhair had already seen 5 or 6 of them himself, and all of these women were as beautiful as fairies. They could cause the downfall of cities and states, and they were all different. Each of them had their own characteristics and fresh personalities. When Yun Xiao heard Longhair call her big sister-in-law, the face that had just returned to normal turned red again. She held Qin Feng's arm tightly and buried her face into his embrace without saying anything. "It's fine. You go take care of your own business." Qin Feng sent Longhair away. He knew that Yun Xiao would be uncomfortable with Longhair there. Longhair's car was an Audi A6. He'd bought the car using the money made after forming the Feng Group. Originally, the 3 brothers got the car for Qin Feng, but Qin Feng always rode his 28 bicycle, so the car became a car that all 3 brothers used for business matters. After leaving the Fei Tian bar, Qin Feng sped along in the Audi A6. They arrived at Li Shui Jia Gardens 10 minutes later. Yun Zhao's luggage was packed long ago, so Qin Feng helped load her 2 suitcases into the trunk and rushed to the international airport. Qin Feng's driving skills didn't need to be doubted. His driving speed only increased and never decreased. He raced fiercely to the international airport and arrived at 9:10. There were still 20 minutes until boarding. The 2 of them sat in the waiting area lounge. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere became a bit heavy. "Qin Feng, I left in too much of a hurry this time. There are still quite a few people who don't know I'm leaving. If you see them, help me pass along the message that I was really glad to have known them all." They weighed the minutes and seconds quietly tick by, and their parting was right before their eyes. The disappointment within Yun Xiao intensified. She suddenly turned to Qin Feng and really wanted to hold him tight. "I will." Qin Feng nodded, and he looked like he wasn't willing to part with her. "Qin Feng, I have to go soon. Can you hug me?" Yun Zhao's beautiful eyes became a bit moist. Farewells were always sad. And this time, this was quite possibly an eternal farewell. Yun Xiao had just finished speaking when she felt soft, moist lips on hers. Not only did Qin Feng hug Yun Xiao tightly, he even gave her a passionate kiss in the waiting area. A handsome man and beautiful woman kissing, passionately. The 2's actions immediately caused the people around them to circle around and wah. They all thought that the scene was extremely romantic. Flight 007 from Acropolis City to the capital has begun checking tickets. Passengers of this flight, please get your tickets checked in order and prepare for boarding. The boarding announcement was broadcast. Qin Feng and Yun Xiao were so wrapped up in their kiss that they'd forgotten all else. "Qin Feng, I have to go." Yun Xiao pushed him away lightly. "Have a pleasant journey." Qin Feng stood and weighed the beautiful and moving Yun Xiao. He forgot what he was going to say. He thought that the usual elegant but insincere words, the lavish rhetoric used to pick up girls, could not be used because he didn't want to sully Yun Xiao with these false words. Yun Xiao said nothing more. She took her luggage and walked into the crowd. She followed the line and slowly moved forward. Then she passed through the ticketing area and disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. Yun Xiao left and didn't look back even once. Qin Feng felt that his story with Yun Xiao also ended here. After the 2 lines crossed, they went farther and farther apart. A feeling of despair spread through his heart. At this time, the system's announcement resounded in his head. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Help Yun Zhao's younger brother, Yun Lei, successfully take the head young master position in the capital's Yun family. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successful completion reward, 5,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, Yun Xiao will become a sacrificial item for marriage alliances and be married into another rich family. Yun Xiao suddenly left. Zhao Lingxian agreed to the capital's Liang family's proposal, and Lu Wenjing couldn't be found. These couple of days, Qin Feng was extremely gloomy. For 3 days, he had no energy at work. He wasn't even in the mood to play games or sleep in the office. When it became time to get off work, Qin Feng was still splayed on his desk in a daze. He didn't even notice Su Ruo come in or go out. Su Ruo could tell Qin Feng's spirits were down the past couple of days. She asked him several questions, yet he didn't respond, making Su Ruo a bit unhappy. She was originally elated to get off work and go home with Qin Feng, but when she saw him splayed on the desk in a daze, she didn't want to call on him. She sighed softly and tiptoed out of Qin Feng's office. She arrived at the entrance of Royal Group and waited for Qin Huang's car to go home with Qin Huang and Han Ying. At this time, Su Ruo's cell phone rang. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, Brother Chang's Scheme. Hello, who is this? Su Ruo asked politely after seeing an unfamiliar phone number. Is this Su Ruo? I'm Li Dong, your previous landlord. Do you still remember me? A chuckling man's voice could be heard from the phone. Su Ruo thought for a while and finally recognized who Li Dong was. This man was the landlord of the apartment she'd previously rented in the slums in the suburbs, before she moved into Qin's mansion. At that time, Li Dong tried to violate Su Ruo when Qin Feng accompanied Su Ruo in relocating. However, he was beaten up savagely by Qin Feng afterward. So now Su Ruo's face showed loathing at receiving a call from this kind of person. Is there anything I can help you with? If not, then I'll hang up the phone, Su Ruo asked angrily. Do not be in such a hurry to hang up. Li Dong then added in an anxious tone, Su Ruo, I called you because I have something important to tell you. Didn't you stay in my housing compound for a period of time? Actually, I hadn't bothered with it that much since you left. But now a new tenant moved into your apartment a few days ago, and when he was cleaning it, he found a big bag full of women's clothes. I thought for a while and guessed this bag was yours. If it is yours, then please come and take it. Otherwise, I'm going to throw it away. Su Ruo pondered for a while after she heard what Li Dong said. I should have left nothing there. But since girls normally have more clothes, maybe I did leave a bag of clothes there, Su Ruo thought to herself. Su Ruo had always been a thrifty girl. It was impossible for her to throw away a bag of clothes if it was hers. After she shilly-shallied for a while, she decided to go and have a look. Then, are you at home right now? Su Ruo asked after she saw the time was still early. She believed that the landlord wouldn't do anything reckless if she took extra precautions. Yes, I'm at home right now. You better come early since I'm going out with my friends for a meal and might not be back until late, Li Dong said earnestly. Okay, I'll come over now. Please wait for a bit. Su Ruo hung up the phone afterward. Inside her heart, she actually wanted Qin Feng to go along with her. But when she thought of Qin Feng's listless look, she finally gave up on the idea and decided to go by herself. She flagged down a taxi and rushed to the Old Town area alone. After half an hour, Su Ruo arrived at her destination. This apartment was the first place she rented after she graduated and entered society. Until now, she still had some feelings for it. After all, she'd lived and survived in this remote and harsh environment for 2 months. Moreover, she had a lot of sad and precious memories left over here. Landlord, are you home? I'm here. Su Ruo passed through one alley after another with familiarity, and finally walked into the big courtyard of Li Dong's house. Yes, I'm coming. I've been waiting for you since the phone call. I was going out soon for a meal if you still hadn't arrived yet. A tall and thin man ran out the unit in the front of courtyard right away. Indeed, the man was the landlord of this compound. He smiled while running to Su Ruo's side and brought her into his apartment. He said, "Come here." I moved the big bag into my room. I took a glance into the bag and saw a lot of clothes inside it. There are a few that I saw you wear before. That's why I asked you to come and retrieve it." Li Dong was very enthusiastic. His eyes were no longer filled with the gleam of deviltry like they used to have when he looked at Su Ruoro. However, Su Ruoro did not drop her caution and was still wary of him. When Li Dong brought her to his room, she then stopped in front of the door. "Landlord, can you please go in and bring the big bag out? I'll wait for you here." A hint of malice shone in Li Dong's eyes when he saw Su Ruoro suddenly stop outside the door. But soon he reverted to his smiling face. "Hey, what are you afraid of in broad daylight? The bag is just behind this door. It'd be better if you followed me inside and had a look at it. Also, you should be thirsty since you came such a long way here. Let me get you a cup of water to quench your thirst before you go back, okay? Su Ruoro, you stayed in my place for some time, right? Even if you've moved out of here, we're still friends. Why are you being so nervous?" Li Dong talked while exhibiting a harmless expression to Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro was a little bit nervous and held the hem of her white shirt tightly. When she remembered the last time she was shut in a room with Li Dong and was almost violated by him, she clenched her teeth and stood firmly by what she said. "I'm not thirsty. It's better that you bring the clothes out and let me have a look. If they're really mine, I'll take them straight away." Li Dong's expression became slightly colder. He realized that after not seeing Su Ruoro for a month, this little girl had changed. This lass was used to be a shy and soft-spoken lady who would basically never say no to anyone. But now Li Dong had invited Su Ruoro twice, and she still stood firmly by her own opinions and didn't want to enter the room. All of this was the result of Qin Feng's guidance. "Su Ruoro, what do you mean by this nonsense? Can't I invite you as a friend to play in my room? Shouldn't you show me some face?" Li Dong pulled a long face, stared at Su Ruoro coldly, and attempted to threaten her harshly. Su Ruoro became extremely nervous when she saw the sudden changes in Li Dong. She quickly stepped back a few steps to keep her distance from him. "Landlord, I think I don't want the clothes anymore. I'm going back now." As soon as Su Ruoro realized the situation wasn't right, she hastily turned around to leave the compound. However, after she took a couple of steps, Li Dong had already caught up with her. Much to Su Ruoro's horror, for other men besides Li Dong rushed out of the building. They surrounded Su Ruoro and blocked her escape route in the blink of an eye. "Haha, since you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave, little girl? You, what do you guys want? Let me out of here." Su Ruoro was extremely frightened. Her body trembled like a leaf when she saw so many men suddenly come out of nowhere. Each of the 4 men who suddenly appeared looked at Su Ruoro with a lascivious and nasty expression. No one was going to answer her question. Li Dong ran to one of them and respectfully asked with a smile on his face, "Brother Chang, this is the woman you want to see, right?" This guy had yellow-dyed hair and a shiny ear stud piercing visible on his ear. If Qin Feng was here, he would have been able to recognize him. This was because this group of people was the one that tried to kidnap Lu Xiaojia that night. Qin Feng even forced the guy to eat a pebble. Brother Chang remained silent. However, 3 of his underlings beside him yelled out in excitement, "Brother Chang, yes! It's her. This is the chick. TSK. I'd already known this chick was fine since I saw her from a distance last time. But now, she is really the best when seen from this close. She looks beautiful, has a great body, and has a soft and frail aura. TSK. She is the best of the best." The underlings leered at Su Ruoro's body with drooling smiles while rubbing their hands. After the night when their attempt to kidnap Lu Xiaojia was interrupted by Qin Feng, they'd always wanted to get revenge on him. Then somebody discovered Qin Feng was the rich young master who drove a Mercedes-Benz to help Su Ruoro relocate last time. So 4 of them came to this slum area. After some prying, they finally found Su Ruoro's old landlord. So they made up a fraud scheme. They lied to her, saying that she'd left clothes here and tricked her into coming to retrieve it. Hey, rein in all your filthy thoughts. The main actor of the night still isn't here yet. Wait until the little brat is here, tie him up, and we'll fuck his woman in front of him. With a disapproving look, Brother Chong scolded his underlings with a stern tone. If he didn't speak out now, those hooligans might probably have jumped Su Ruo Ro's body already. He was amazed by the beauty of Su Ruo Ro as well, and would like to fuck her right now. However, once he thought of being humiliated by Qin Feng into swallowing a pebble that night, he couldn't stop his anger from rising quickly. So he decided, tonight, Qin Feng had to pay a huge price for that humiliation. Brother Chong, what should we do now? The four subordinates had grown impatient when they realized they could touch that woman only after Qin Feng's arrival. Call the little brat using her phone, lie to him, and get him over here, Brother Chong ordered with a cold voice. Brother Chong, that little brat has some skills and is quite a formidable opponent. We only have 5 people here. Can we really do it? The 4 underlings were really scared after being beaten to a pulp by Qin Feng on that night they tried to kidnap Lu Xiaojia. Brother Chong put his hand in his pocket, as he always did, touching the cold and lethal pistol, while saying with a smirk on his face, I'd like to see which one is faster, my bullets or his fist. Call him now, and we'll CA both of them tonight. Then the mission for this month will be completed. Brother Chong gave his order. The 4 hooligans snatched Su Ruo Ro's mobile phone and started to call Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was still lying lifelessly at his office's desk. All of a sudden, his phone rang and he was roused by it. Seeing the call was from Su Ruo Ro, Qin Feng put away his wandering thoughts and asked softly, Ruo Ro, where are you now? My dear, I'm now at the apartment I previously rented, completely naked, and waiting for other men to invade me. Come quickly, and while the show. An unfamiliar male voice could be heard over the phone. The man deliberately tried to imitate a coquettish girl with a sharp and cheap tone. Qin Feng's expression became cold in a blink of an eye. His big hand tightly glued the corner of the solid wood table, crushing it to pieces. Who are you? Is Ruo Ro in your hands right now? I'm warning you. Don't you dare lay a finger on her. I'll demolish your whole family if you do. Qin Feng's frosty voice came through the phone, piercing the underling and stunning him for a brief moment. Originally, he'd planned to threaten Qin Feng with this phone call. However, Qin Feng's words were too domineering and fierce. Also, when he remembered the intrepid skills that Qin Feng displayed at that night, the underling who made the call was so frightened that he almost threw the phone away. After a short while, the subordinate recovered from his fright. Filled with anger, he shouted loudly into the phone. Fuck you. Your woman is now in my hands. And you have the guts to be arrogant with me? I'll give you half an hour to get to the apartment Su Ruo Ro previously rented. Don't even try calling the police or anybody else. If you, little brat, dare to disobey me, be prepared for your woman to be played with by my brothers. Ha ha ha. After the caller hung up, Qin Feng's anger reached a critical point. His eyes were bloodshot. After a couple of strides, Qin Feng rushed downstairs to the car park. Chapter 251. An icy woman's voice called to Qin Feng as soon as he ran from the Royal Group building toward the parking lot and his 28-inch bicycle. Qin Feng, get in the car now. The voice came from a police car. Qin Feng looked at the police car and realized that the speaker was the valiant police queen Lu Bingbing. Director Lu, I don't have time to play with you today. I've something important to do now. Qin Feng shouted at Lu Bingbing, then ran away. Qin Feng might have been in the mood to train her if he met this hot-tempered chick under normal circumstances, because he had a quest about Lu Bingbing. But now that Su Ruo Ro had been kidnapped, Qin Feng didn't have all the time in the world to entertain Lu Bingbing. He ran all the way to the VIP parking lot. There was a private parking space of 2 adjacent slots, especially for his 28-inch bicycle. Chin Fong got on his 28-inch bicycle and immediately rushed to the exit. Once he got there, he saw a police car driving at an extremely fast speed toward him. If Chin Feng's reaction had been the slightest bit slower, and he didn't turn his 28-inch bicycle's front at the right moment, he might have flown to the skies with his 28 bicycle already. Screech! After an ear-piercing squeal of car brakes, Lu Bingbing's police car drifted beautifully on the ground. Then she turned her car and sped toward Chin Fong once again. Shit! Are you fucking crazy, woman? Chin Fong cursed angrily. He was angered by Lu Bingbing's craziness. At the same time in the car, Lu Bingbing's heart was filled with pent-up anger. Her eyes were gushing with fire. She'd asked Chin Fong to get in the car just now, and this little brat dared to ignore her and run away without looking back. This made Lu Bingbing think of the night when she attempted to capture human traffickers at South Bay Pier. She'd paid heavily by complying with 3 conditions from Chin Fong in order to get his assistance in demolishing the group of human traffickers. She even fulfilled 1 condition on that night by letting Chin Fong lash her buttocks 3 times with a belt. Lu Bingbing still kept this disgrace in mind. Originally, she'd thought if she followed Chin Feng's instructions and kept him satisfied, Chin Fong would at least comply with her orders proactively and cooperate with her to arrest the human traffickers. However, when she called him just now, Chin Fong didn't give a damn about her. How could Lu Bingbing not get angry with his attitude? Chin Fong, I'm so gonna fucking kill you, you heartless bastard. Lu Bingbing was furious with Chin Feng's disregard. So, she stomped on the accelerator with her high heels. The police car roared like a mighty beast preparing to take down its prey. A shroom echoed in the car park as the car sped up and dashed toward Chin Fong. Bye, you're digging your own grave. Seeing the police car race toward him again, Chin Fong single-handedly lifted his 28-inch bicycle and hurled it at the police car. Shocked, Lu Bingbing hadn't expected an enraged Chin Fong would be more violent than she was. She hastily swerved. After a sideways drift, she narrowly dodged the bicycle thrown by Chin Fong. Screech! This time, Lu Bingbing's police car finally stopped, leaving a trail of black tire tracks on the ground. Seeing his chance, Chin Fong quickly dashed to the police car. After a couple of strides, he sat in the passenger seat and stared fiercely at Lu Bingbing. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you need my help in caught the human traffickers? The situation had taken a sharp turn when Chin Fong mentioned caught the human traffickers. Now Lu Bingbing was even angrier after listening to what Chin Fong had said. In her rage, she stepped on Chin Feng's shin mercilessly using her high heels. Arg! Chin Fong suddenly screamed in agony. Lu Bingbing's high heels were thin and sharp. Plus, she was a Stage 2 external expert. Not everyone could withstand her leg strike. A person's shin bone would have been crushed to pieces if he was an ordinary person. Knock it off, you buy. I gave you an inch, and you still want a mile. Don't think that I won't fight back just because you're a woman, Chin Fong said while looking at Lu Bingbing with an annoyed expression. You little scumbag. How dare you threaten me? I'll step on you and trample you to death. Lu Bingbing wasn't afraid of Chin Fong since she knew he would never fight back. So, she continued to step on Chin Feng's leg 3 times. It was so painful that Chin Feng's mouth became an O shape. Don't ever try pushing my limits, you buy. Even a beast would run away if I'm enraged, Chin Fong shouted while staring at Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing did stop her assault after Chin Feng's threat. However, she started to punch his chest with her fists. This woman's punches weren't the same as Su Ruoro or Han Ying's punches when they flirted with Chin Fong. Their punches were like a massage to Chin Fong, and he enjoyed them very much. But this Lu Bingbing, with her stage 2 external strength, would really cause some serious damage to a person. If Qin Feng didn't have the flying dragon armor, Lu Bingbing might have given him internal injuries already. Director Lu, no man will dare marry you if you still don't mind your temper. Qin Feng cried with pain. Mind your own business, you little brat. For now, I just want to beat you to death, you heartless bastard. Saying a woman was left on the shelf was a taboo, and now Lu Bingbing was choked with rage, and she rained her little fists down on Qin Feng relentlessly. Even with his flying dragon armor, Qin Feng couldn't endure her attacks anymore. He was enraged by then. You crazy little bai. Had fun beating me, right? Your young master is going to teach you the art of manners today. Qin Feng was really angry, so angry that he caught Lu Bingbing's wrists in a flash and followed with a slight force. He pulled Lu Bingbing from the driver's seat into his arms. Wah! Their lips were stuck together tightly as soon as Lu Bingbing landed on Qin Feng's body. Lu Bingbing's and Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Qin Feng could have sworn that was just an accident. All he'd wanted to do was just pull her toward him, not kiss her. However, Lu Bingbing blew her top, thinking Qin Feng did it intentionally. You pervert! Let go of me now! Lu Bingbing's pretty eyes were freezing cold, emitting an aura of murderous intent. I can't let go of your hand right now. You might beat me up if I do, unless you promise that you won't once I let you go. Lu Bingbing was choked with rage. Since Qin Feng refused to let her go, she struggled for all she was worth, hoping to break free of Qin Feng's clues. However, Lu Bingbing realized her attempts were futile. Qin Feng's hands were like a pair of large vices clamped tightly on her, impeding her floundering. She was now sitting in Qin Feng's arms with her legs spread wide. Her kicks couldn't reach Qin Feng, and her hands were kept at her back by him. Suddenly, she realized the only way she could attack Qin Feng was with her head. You pervert! I'm going to bite your ear off. Lu Bingbing was a hot-tempered and stubborn woman. She'd never admit defeat. So she rammed her head at Qin Feng and tried to bite his ear. She had no intention of begging for his mercy. Arg, are you a dog? How can you bite me? The thought of Lu Bingbing biting him never crossed his mind. At a moment of inattention, his ear was bitten. This action enraged Qin Feng greatly. The provoked Qin Feng used a little bit of force, gripped Lu Bingbing's arms that were at her back, and pulled her away from him. Seeing Lu Bingbing gnashing her teeth in anger, unable to do anything, Qin Feng then smiled with a reed expression. His gaze was then attracted by Lu Bingbing's sexy lips, and he thought to himself, not sure whether this hot-tempered chick likes to eat icicle pop, since she loves to bite people so much. Qin Feng, let go of me now. Lu Bingbing shouted and gazed coldly at Qin Feng after seeing she was completely held captive by Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been stomped by her in the shin 4 times and punched by her in the chest 18 times. Moreover, his ear was bitten by her. How could he spare her so easily right now? He showed a snickering smile on his ungodly handsome face and pouted his lips toward Lu Bingbing's face. Director Lu, since we're spending our time alone here in the car and you're sitting on my lap, shouldn't I do something to appreciate your willingness? I'd be a monster if I didn't do something. Qin Feng's face moved gradually closer until it almost touched Lu Bingbing's lips. Both of them felt the heat from their noses, tickling their faces like a feather. Qin Feng, get your foul mouth away from my face. If you don't believe it or not, I'll... Lu Bingbing's eyes were as big as saucers. She was truly mad and emitted a freezingly cold aura that would suffocate anyone nearby. However, Qin Feng wasn't affected by her strong aura. Without letting Lu Bingbing finish her words, Qin Feng's lips now rained down on hers gently. Mwah! The kiss was soft and moist. Qin Feng enjoyed it very much. In contrast with Qin Feng's enjoyment, Lu Bingbing was enraged. Originally, she planned to bite Qin Feng's lips off when he kissed her. However, she missed due to Qin Feng's fast speed. Hey, our Acropolis City's North Sub-Bureau Director. Director Liu is really born in the year of the dog. Luckily, I'd gotten some protection. If not, I might have been bitten by you once again. I understand. Your young master is born with alluringly fleshy lips, full of fragrance and sweetness like a soft jelly. However, not everyone has the chance to taste it, you know? Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing with a smirk on his face. Geez, I don't give a shit about biting your lips. Please don't disgust me any further, okay? Lu Bingbing stated coldly, giving him a disdainful look. Women, they never follow their heart. Director, Liu wished to bite me just now, and now you don't want to admit it. You shameless scumbag. Lu Bingbing was infuriated by Qin Feng's impudence. Her breasts were bouncing vigorously up and down, as if the buttons on her white shirt would pop off at any moment. Mwah. As soon as Lu Bingbing finished speaking, Qin Feng kissed her sexy lips gently once again and withdrew after a brief second. Yes, I'm obscene and shameless. Then, what could you do to me? Qin Feng had a smug, cheap expression on his face. Even he wanted to punch himself as well. However, he felt that action was a must once he considered the mission of getting Lu Bingbing compliant to him. Qin Feng, release me right now. I'm so gonna fucking kill you. Lu Bingbing was as mad as a wet hen. Director Liu, would you release a person who wished to take your life away? Qin Feng was unaffected by Lu Bingbing's rage. This was because Lu Bingbing was always angry when he saw her. Qin Feng had already gotten used to it. Whoosh! Qin Feng leveled up his training this time. He no longer kissed Lu Bingbing's sexy little lips gently but licked them with his tongue. Aw, Qin Feng, I'll cut off your tongue myself. You jerk. Fucking get off me right now. Lu Bingbing started to resist desperately in Qin Feng's arms. However, it was all fruitless. The more she resisted, the happier Qin Feng was. He didn't listen to her and licked her once again. Whoosh! The tip of Lu Bingbing's beautiful aquiline nose was anointed by Qin Feng's tongue. Whoosh! Lu Bingbing was so frightened that she closed her eyes. By the time she opened her eyes, her eyelashes had already been moistened by Qin Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within a minute, Qin Feng had already licked Lu Bingbing's stunningly pretty and icy delicate face thoroughly with his tongue. He licked it like a child eating a delicious ice cream. Lu Bingbing was so flabbergasted by Qin Feng that she even forgot to resist and get angry at this guy. Qin Feng's shameless action was an eye-opener to Lu Bingbing. She'd never known he was such a badass, unparalleled by anyone in this universe. Director Liu, I've finished licking your delicate face. It's as clean as a whistle. Now, let's start with your upper torso first and get you a full body bath, shall we? Qin Feng smiled wickedly. Chapter 252. Chapter 252. Return the favor. Qin Feng, you better not mess around. Lu Bingbing quickly regained her senses and looked at Qin Feng in alarm. After getting kissed by Qin Feng, she was slightly afraid of his behavior because just a minute ago, she was confident that Qin Feng wouldn't dare take anything too far. However, she completely rid herself of this notion. If you want me to stop, that's fine. But you have to fulfill one of my requests, said Qin Feng as he grinned at Lu Bingbing. After seeing Qin Feng's vulgar gaze, Lu Bingbing felt a chill run down her spine and a bad premonition. However, she had no other choice. Tell me first, what do you want me to do? Don't be so nervous, Director Liu. Qin Feng, am a kind and reasonable person. I stand by the idea of not doing to others what you would not want done to yourself. So I won't force Director Liu to do anything I'm not willing to do. said Qin Feng earnestly. Disdain flashed in Lu Bingbing's eyes. Her stomach was filled with doubt with regard to Qin Feng calling himself a kind and reasonable person. However, after hearing the phrase, not doing to others what you would not want done to yourself, Lu Bingbing's worry was somewhat alleviated. Surely Qin Feng wouldn't force her to do anything too ridiculous. How about this? Since I licked your face at first, you return the favor and lick my face. Then we'll call it even, said Qin Feng casually. Lu Bingbing's expression had just returned to normal, but it now became cold again. Qin Feng, you pervert, is this called not doing to others what you would not want done to yourself? Don't be delusional. I won't do something disgusting like that. Lu Bingbing looked like she'd rather die. She turned with a huff and didn't look at Qin Feng again. Not doing to others what you would not want done to yourself means not to force people to do things you aren't willing to do. But I already kissed you first, so how is this considered forcing you? Qin Feng looked like he was being clear and logical. He said seriously, since Director Lu can't even demonstrate this bit of good faith, then I should just help you take a full body bath. As Qin Feng spoke, he lowered his head. He held Lu Bingbing's hands behind her, forcing her to push out her chest. The billowing waves wrapped by her white dress shirt were spectacular and incomparable, making Qin Feng rather dizzy and his vision blur. His mouth got closer and closer to Lu Bingbing's chest, and as he was about to kiss it, a bone-chilling voice filled with intense resentment came out. Wait, I'll kiss you. During the critical moment, Lu Bingbing lost to Qin Feng again. She was born with a violent personality, and her family raised her to be a good fighter. She was always the one who bullied other people. When was there ever a time where she was bullied, and humiliated and bullied like this? Lu Bingbing was so angry that her eyes turned red. She was finally clear on one thing. This vulgar and shameless hedonistic young master before her was the bane of her existence. Lu Bingbing felt that it would be better if she saw less of this brat in the future. Director Lu, this situation of returning the favor has arisen out of mutual consent. I, young Master Qin, never force people. You're doing this out of your own free will, right? Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing while smiling. Lu Bingbing rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and yelled angrily, If you want a kiss, then bring your face over here. If you don't, then get the hell out of my car. Qin Feng moved his face in front of Lu Bingbing's, and the two were a centimeter apart. Lu Bingbing bit the bullet. She fought with herself, but in the end, she just threw caution to the wind. It was better to just get it over with. Being diffident and indecisive wasn't in Lu Bingbing's personality. Swish! Lu Bingbing extended her soft pink tongue and licked Qin Feng's chin. Qin Feng's stubble pricked her tongue. It hurt a bit and felt both numbing and eye. Your beard pricked me. You're such a pervert. Swish! Since she did it once, Lu Bingbing let go completely. She placed the second lick on Qin Feng's lips, and Qin Feng stuck his tongue out at the same time, making their tongues touch. You're so shameless. You did a sneak attack. Lu Bingbing was taken advantage of by Qin Feng again. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. In order to escape this situation that made her go crazy as soon as possible, the third lick wasn't a small kiss. She extended her tongue and went in a circle on Qin Feng's face. Swish! Qin Feng's face felt like he just came out of a sauna, wet and fragrant. Pervert! Pervert! You beastly pervert! Lu Bingbing kissed Qin Feng while cursing him continuously. Qin Feng looked like he didn't care at all. Instead, he had an expression of contentment. It appeared that this would linger in his memory. I'm done kissing, so you should let go now. Lu Bingbing finished kissing Qin Feng and felt that her entire body was about to collapse. She reached her limit in penting up her anger. It was even more tiring than 10 laps of intense training. Qin Feng released Lu Bingbing. In order to prevent this girl from suddenly exploding and attacking him, Qin Feng directly hugged her and delivered her back to the driver's seat. The atmosphere in the car immediately fell. After taking advantage of her so much, Qin Feng was a little embarrassed to speak, and Lu Bingbing was so angry that she didn't want to speak. Who? A while later, Lu Bingbing sighed and reinstated her original cold and arrogant demeanor. The prior scene, along with the scene of getting whipped by Qin Feng at the South Bay Pier that night, were branded into Lu Bingbing's memory. Lu Bingbing believed that she wouldn't forget these two things for the rest of her life, nor would she forget to hate Qin Feng. To prevent herself from getting angered to death, she gave her all to stabilize her emotions and stop thinking about what just happened. She changed the topic and talked about the reason she came looking for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I am here to take you back to the police station. I suspect that you are strongly related to the murder at Lotus Lake 3 days ago. You have to cooperate with the police investigation. Lu Bingbing's aura was bone-chilling, and it dropped the temperature inside the car. Director Lu, I'm not related to the murder case this time, and I didn't kill those 3 people. I have something urgent to take care of right now, so I can't go back with you, Qin Feng asserted resolutely. He was originally going to save Su Ruoro, but along the way, Lu Bingbing showed up and wasted some of his time. How could he go back to the police station with Lu Bingbing now? Qin Feng, don't expect me to just accept your answer and overlook this. The police will investigate and find out whether or not you killed anyone. At the moment, you're the primary suspect, so it's not up to you whether or not you're going to the police station. In reality, the results of the Lotus Lake murder case were already in. Through the video surveillance, Qin Feng had already been eliminated as a murder suspect. The murderer had hidden in the crowd, and they still hadn't found her whereabouts. Continuing to suppress an inferno in her, Lu Bingbing hid the truth because she wanted to take Qin Feng back to the station. She wanted to cause deliberate harm to Qin Feng and make him miserable. Director Lu, I can't do that now. How about this? I'll personally rush over to find you and cooperate with your investigation first thing tomorrow morning. Qin Feng's tone suddenly turned soft. He knew Lu Bingbing was a woman who yielded to soft approaches while rejecting the strong forces. One had to use different methods depending on the person they met. No, you must be searching for excuses. I certainly don't believe that you'll take the initiative to go to the police station to look for me early tomorrow morning. When Lu Bingbing saw that Qin Feng's attitude had suddenly become soft, she was quite satisfied. However, she maintained her icy expression. Director Lu, I want to consult you on something, said Qin Feng suddenly. What? Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng unhappily. I currently have an urgent matter to attend to, and I need to borrow your police car. Do you, Director Lu, want to come with me, or will you get out right now and call a cab back to the station? Qin Feng looked earnestly at Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing was stunned. She'd thought Qin Feng was really going to admit defeat. She was just wondering what Qin Feng was going to ask for a favor for, but that was what he said. Not only was this brat not going back to the station with her, he even had the gall to ask her to lend him a police car and seemed to want to rush her out of the car. Was this person crazy? Police cars can't be used so casually. Don't be delusional. Come back to the station with me right now and see how I take care of you, you stinking brat. Lu Bingbing's expression had eased a little, but now it instantly fell. She really wanted to lock Qin Feng up in a cell and beat him with an electric club. After yelling at Qin Feng, Lu Bingbing directly stomped on the gas, preparing to take Qin Feng back to the police station. Director Lu, you don't agree? Qin Feng's expression became slightly cold. Your mother doesn't agree. What can you do about it? Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng. Right after she finished speaking, she felt a set of hands suddenly control the steering wheel and a foot stomp on the brakes, abruptly stopping the police car. Qin Feng, let go. Lu Bingbing angrily stomped on Qin Feng's foot with her high heel when Qin Feng stopped the car. Qin Feng pulled Lu Bingbing into his embrace and moved his other hand to his pants. He tugged and pulled his belt off. Then, with a couple of motions, he used it to tie Lu Bingbing's hands behind her back. Then, with another tug, he pulled Lu Bingbing's belt off and bound her ankles. Qin Feng, this is an assault on a police officer, do you know that? You're abducting a policewoman. Hurry and let me go. You're going to die today. Lu Bingbing only regained her senses after getting tied up by Qin Feng. She didn't think Qin Feng would be so unbridled today to use belts to restrain her. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have died over 10,000 times. Director Lu, I'm really sorry. After I'm done taking care of what I need to, you can deal with me as you wish. After Qin Feng tied up Lu Bingbing, he ignored her complaints and curses. He lifted her and placed her in the empty back seat, then shifted to the driver's seat. He placed the police lights on top of the police car and started the siren. He sped toward the house Su Ruoro used to rent. Using a police car made the drive smooth and unobstructed. Qin Feng drove wildly the whole way. He only sped up and didn't slow down. He passed all intersections as though they were all green lights. All the cars that saw Qin Feng's police car moved out of the way. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng stopped the police car in the slums in the suburban district. He got out of the car, locked the door, and strode toward the large compound where Su Ruoro had rented. Bang! Qin Feng kicked open the door and walked into the large courtyard. The courtyard was empty and was clearly a bit cold and cheerless. Your grandfather is here. Come out and receive your death. Qin Feng yelled angrily. Not long later, for people leapt out of 4 different apartments around the courtyard. They were Big Brother Chang's 3 lackeys and the landlord of the compound. The 4 people leaped out. Among them, Li Dong immediately ran to lock the entrance to the compound. The 4 of them slowly approached Qin Feng from 4 directions with smiles of contempt. They looked as though Qin Feng was a little lamb that fell into the wolf den. Haha, that's right. It's this stinking brat. Right. I can also confirm that this piece of trash messed up our kidnapping that night. Big Brother Chang's 3 lackeys were sizing up Qin Feng in detail, and they quickly recognized him. He was the stinking brat that ruined their kidnapping of Lu Xiaojia a couple of days ago. Big Brother Chang, hurry and come out. It really is that brat, and we've surrounded him. After recognizing Qin Feng, one of the 3 lackeys strained his throat and yelled. The onlookers' gazes shifted to the central building of the compound. They only saw a man with bleached blonde hair and a shiny earring walk out looking like a fiend. He held a weak and charming little beauty. It was Su Ruoro. Chapter 253. Chapter 253. Yes, I do. Qin Feng was relieved when he saw Su Ruoro. He then called to her gently. Ruoro, are you all right? They didn't do anything to you, right? Qin Feng, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Please take care of yourself. Su Ruoro's 2 bright eyes were filled with tears when she saw Qin Feng. Suddenly, she realized that Qin Feng was always by her side at the 11th hour when she was in trouble. After making sure of Su Ruoro's safety, Qin Feng glanced at the men. Immediately, he recognized 4 out of the 5. Weren't those for the ones who attempted to kidnap Lu Xiaojia on that night? During that time, Qin Feng had been busy comforting Lu Xiaojia and had no time to bother with the 4. In the end, they escaped, and now they tried to kidnap Su Ruoro. Humph! Both of you are at death's door. Do you think you guys still have the time to play Romeo and Juliet? A fatso among Big Brother Chang's group shouted at them with a fiendish look and jiggling cheeks. The situation took a harsh turn, and the atmosphere became cold all of a sudden. Surrounded by the men, Qin Feng stood firmly with his hands clasped at his back and looked calmly at them. On the other hand, the 4 underlings of Big Brother Chang glared menacingly at Qin Feng, prepared to pounce on him at any time. All of a sudden, Big Brother Chang's stern voice was heard, shattering the awkward situation. "Baldy, find me a rock. Remember, I want it big." The four's mouths chewed non-stop. They were unable to maintain their composure at Big Brother Chang's irrelevant order at this tense moment. This was especially true for the plump Baldy. He went to a corner of the courtyard reluctantly and started to search for a stone. After a while, he finally found a fist-sized rock. Baldy grabbed the rock and returned to Big Brother Chang's side. He then asked the bad manner, Big Brother Chang, "Why are you looking for a rock at this moment?" "Baldy, throw the stone at that little brat and tell him not to ever try dodging it. If he does, I'll snap this little girl's neck." The incident on that night had cast an unfading shadow on Big Brother Chang's heart. He could never forget the humiliation of being forced to swallow a rock. Every night in his dreams, he'd always shred Qin Feng to pieces. Those three underlings would never understand Big Brother Chang, as they'd never experienced the disgrace before. The Baldy's mouth chewed so hard after he heard Big Brother Chang's reason. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and do what I said." Big Brother Chang yelled at Baldy, snapping him out of his astonishment. Baldy raised the rock and hurried toward Qin Feng. He then stopped 2 meters away from him. "Little brat, can you see the rock in my hand? I'm going to smash you with this rock later on. You, little brat, can't dodge it nor fight back. Dare to disobey us, and Big Brother Chang will snap the girl's neck." The other 3 underlings staggered for a while and almost fell down after hearing what Baldy said. Originally, they'd planned to kick Qin Feng's ass with the power of numbers. Even if they couldn't imitate the domineering Su when Chang from the Bund, they could at least portray the ruffian aura of Dingley. However, they were dumbfounded by Big Brother Chang's attempt to fight Qin Feng with such a childish approach. A rock? How silly was that? Growing impatient, Big Brother Chang roared, "Fucking throw the rock now!" On that night, he had been the one who threw a cigarette at Qin Feng first, but Qin Feng avoided it. Qin Feng then countered with a stone, calling him an idiot. At last, Qin Feng even forced him to swallow the stone. So today, Big Brother Chang reenacted the incident of that night to wash away the humiliation rooted deeply within his heart. "Fuck you. Today, I want you, little brat, to pay for everything you've done to us." Baldy gathered all his strength and threw the rock, even though he was reluctant to do it. The rock flew through the skies in an arc, dropping toward Qin Feng's body. Su Ruaro's eyes were gushing with tears, and she cried loudly no, as soon as she saw Baldy throw the stone at Qin Feng. That was a big rock. It would really break a person's bones if it smashed into a person's body. Su Ruaro was dying to replace Qin Feng. She couldn't stand to see Qin Feng injured. Thud! A muffled sound drifted over. Qin Feng didn't dodge the rock because Su Ruaro was still held captive by Big Brother Chang. The impact of a fist-sized rock, when thrown with great force, cannot be taken lightly. A normal person would have been badly injured. However, since Qin Feng had the flying dragon armor, and he utilized his inner qi to protect his chest at the same time, he didn't feel any pain when the rock struck his body. Qin Feng's legs went limp. He dropped to the ground after being hit by the rock and said, "Oh my gosh, you scumbag, really do want to kill me?" With a pained look on his face, Qin Feng covered his chest with his hand and coughed violently and incessantly. Wow, such remarkable acting. Even Qin Feng was impressed with himself. "Qin Feng, are you all right? Qin Feng, please don't scare me." Su Ruaro had gone mad when she saw Qin Feng was badly injured by the rock. She struggled for all she was worth to escape from Big Brother Chang's grip. "Ruaro, please don't cry. You wouldn't be pretty if you cried." Qin Feng pressed tightly on his chest, stretched out a hand, and talked to Su Ruaro as if he was on his last breath. "It's my bad that I don't have enough strength to protect you. Ruaro, I've always cherished you like the most precious jewels. When I keep you in my hands, I fear you'll be cold. When I keep you in my mouth, I'm afraid you'll melt. Ruoro, I don't want anybody to hurt you. I hoped that you'd always grow up happily by my side. Ruoro, I think I'm gonna die. It's my pleasure to have met you in this life. It's just, I've one last wish before I die, and I still have some regrets. Su Ruoro's chin quivered. Chin Fong, please stop. Please don't die. Please don't leave me alone, she moaned loudly. Her heart was pained as if pierced by a hail of arrows. Only now did she understand that she couldn't lose Chin Fong. Suddenly, Chin Fong asked Su Ruoro solemnly, Ruoro, why aren't you asking about my dying, unfulfilled wish? Su Ruoro clenched her teeth while nodding her head determinedly and replied, Chin Fong, tell me your wish. I promise I'll help you to achieve it with my best effort. Ruoro, my biggest regret is I never slept with you before. I want you. I really want you badly. Chin Fong clued his chest and said in anguish, Sorry, I've put my request in an absurd, almost insolent form under this situation. Looks like I'm out of luck for this life. I can only hope that we can meet each other earlier in the next life. Wah. Su Ruoro was choked with sobs. She thought Chin Fong was really dying and said, Chin Fong, as long as you promise me you'll live, I'm willing to give you everything of mine, including my body. Yes, I do. Dang. Chin Fong stood up and kicked the rock away once Su Ruoro finished talking. Holy shit. Which stinky brat threw a rock at me just now? How old are you guys? Have some finesse, please. Is it you, Baldy? Come out now. Women change quicker than the flip of a page, and Chin Fong changed even quicker. Big Brother Chong and his 4 underlings were dumbfounded and stunned by Chin Feng's brilliantly sentimental one-man drama. They were unresponsive when Chin Fong questioned them. In their hearts, they'd have liked to ask Chin Fong, when is the release date for next season, especially the steamy scene? Big Brother Chong returned to his senses first and shouted at Baldy, Holy fuck, why were y'all standing there blankly? Baldy, pick up that rock and fucking smash him until he's down. At this moment, Baldy had the urge to withdraw himself from this group and stop being Big Brother Chong's lackey. He quickly ran to the corner, picked up the rock, and returned to his position once again. Baldy this time aimed the rock at his head. I don't believe he'll still be able to survive that strike. Big Brother Chong stared at Chin Fong with a black look and added, If you dare dodge it, little brat, I'll choke her to death. Same scenario, same threats, and same Baldy. With grudge on his face, Baldy threw the rock with full force at Chin Feng's head. Shroom! Chin Fong moved suddenly. He didn't want to play along with them this time. Chin Feng's willingness to be a target just now was because he wanted to trick Su Ruoro into giving her body to him. Since Su Ruoro had agreed, Chin Fong didn't have all the time in the world to mess around with these people anymore. He liked acting, but he had to be the main actor. Plus, he shouldn't be controlled by anybody. After Chin Fong started to move, he dropped his 250 kilograms flying dragon armor and circulated his inner chi in his body at the same time, and then stormed at the group at a speed 7x faster than an ordinary person. He moved with leopard-like grace, leaving nothing but shadow in everybody's gaze. Thump! Chin Fong arrived in front of Baldy in a blink of an eye. He swung his arm and gave Baldy a big slap in the face. His strength was 5x stronger than a normal person. The fat Baldy was sent flying to the skies. After the assault, Chin Fong moved his body again and went in front of the other 3. After he delivered a few punches and kicks at them, those 3 were blown away, one after another like flying kites. Thump, 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 followed by a couple of thumping sounds. The 4 fell at the corner of courtyard in a stack. 1 slap, 2 punches, and a kick. Chin Fong defeated all 4 of them within a minute. Shock, anguish, fear, and despair welled in Big Brother Chong's heart. He was so stunned by Qin Feng's incredible feat that he couldn't speak. He'd known that Qin Feng was a proficient martial artist, but he hadn't expected him to be this good. You'd also pee in your pants if you saw a person fight like a Superman. He'd yelled ferociously and threatened to snap Su Ruo's neck earlier on. But now he was so frightened that his legs trembled and the hand gripping Su Ruo's neck shivered continuously. He couldn't even perform a hand job now, let alone wring a person's neck. After putting down the four underlings, Qin Feng gazed coldly at Big Brother Chang and said, "You're Big Brother Chang? I guess you're addicted to eating stones, right? So, you'd come to me wishing for another scrumptious meal of stones again." He'd never taken these hooligans seriously. In his eyes, Big Brother Chang was already a dead man. "Don't come over. I'll strangle her to death if you didn't stop right now." Seeing Qin Feng move gradually closer to him, Big Brother Chang was terrified and backed away. Big Brother Chang retreated to the door where there was no escape route anymore. His back was damp with cold sweat. He knew the plan for today had failed and might even cost his own life. At this moment, Big Brother Chang's eyes shone brightly. He remembered that he still had a trick up his sleeve. He immediately thrust his hand into his pocket, withdrew a gleaming handgun, and held it to the back of Su Ruo's head. Chapter 254. Chapter 254. This punishment is light. Haha. Stinking brat, if you have the guts, move again and see if your elder doesn't blast this girl's brains out. Big Brother Chang's cold laughter drifted over. Earlier, he'd been so frightened by Qin Feng that his legs trembled and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Now that he had a gun, he suddenly became arrogant. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could dodge bullets. Qin Feng's steps halted abruptly. He'd already seen the ice-cold handgun held at the back of Su Ruo's head. When he saw Su Ruo held at gunpoint, he was so shocked that all color drained from his face. His explosive, angry tendencies surged forth like wild winds and showers. We're all just playing around. Why are we using guns and knives? Qin Feng suddenly laughed. "Shut up! Who the hell is playing with you? Your elder wants you to die today." Big Brother Chang was very cautious with Qin Feng. Now, he wouldn't be so easily tricked by Qin Feng. "Since you want me to die, then let go of Su Ruo. I'll swee with her and become your hostage." In your dreams, brat. You just want to attack your elder during the swee. Your elder isn't that stupid. Go pick up that rock over there and swallow it in front of me. Otherwise, your elder will shoot and kill this woman right now. Big Brother Chang's face was red. Compared to his currently ferocious expression, Qin Feng felt that his heart was probably even more abnormal. Qin Feng currently possessed Stage 3 external and Stage 2 inner abilities. His speed and reactions greatly surpassed those of normal people. He could just barely dodge bullets. However, Su Ruo was still in Big Brother Chang's clues, so Qin Feng didn't dare take that kind of risk. He went to pick up the rock that was as big as a fist. He held it and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know how to swallow it. "Waha! You reckless, stinking brat. When you forced your elder to swallow that rock that night, you should have known that this day would come. Hurry and fucking eat it. Otherwise, your elder will shoot." With a ka-cha, Big Brother Chang released the safety. Su Ruo was a weak girl, and it was the first time she saw a gun. And this gun was pointed at her head. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. However, Su Ruo would rather die with a gunshot than while Big Brother Chang humiliate Qin Feng into swallowing that fist-sized rock. Qin Feng belonged to Acropolis City's Qin family. He was the #1 hedonistic young master Qin's personal attendant. How could he be shamed by someone in this manner? He could not. "Qin Feng, hurry and leave. Leave. You horrible man, if you have the ability, shoot and kill me. I don't think you'll be able to escape the punishment of the law," yelled Su Ruo indignantly, holding in her tears. Smack! With a crisp sound, Big Brother Chang slapped Su Ruo's charming face, leaving 5 fresh, red finger marks. Fuck! Shut up, you stinking woman. After this elder is done dealing with this brat, I'll satisfy your body well. Boom! Qin Feng, who was really about to try swallowing the rock, suddenly dropped it to the ground, where it gave a dull thud. His heart hurt incomparably as he looked at Su Ruo's slightly red and swollen face and weighed her bite back her tears. Stinking brat, hurry and fucking pick up the rock and eat it. Do you want this girl to live? Big Brother Chang yelled again. He was insufferably arrogant and despotic previously, but was a lot softer now because he noticed that Qin Feng's gaze changed. Qin Feng's eyes became incomparably cold and even a bit empty. Other than the boundless murderous gaze that surged forth, there was no shade of feeling. Right now, the person standing before him didn't seem like a person. He seemed like a devil who crawled out of hell. Ha ha ha, what an extremely dumb dude. Qin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was icy and terrifying. It was extremely piercing to Big Brother Chang's ears. It was the mocking laughter of the devil from hell. Shut the fuck up. Shut up now. Qin Feng's laughter suddenly sounded unfamiliar, scaring Big Brother Chang and turning his legs to jelly. Even though he held a gun, he couldn't feel even a sliver of safety. Bang! Big Brother Chang's hand was sent into an uncontrollable tremble. Qin Feng's laughter continued. He shot once at Qin Feng. After the shot, the bullet didn't hit Qin Feng, and Qin Feng disappeared in the empty compound. No one knew where he hid. A handsome and cool youth leaped over Big Brother Chang's head. His hair was blown wildly, and he held a long, gleaming orange whip. The youth held the long whip, and his hand moved slightly. The long spirit snake whip was released, drawing an elegant orange arc in the air. It was like a sudden strike of wild lightning. Crackle! After the long whip fell, it sounded like the air was being torn apart. It fell extremely accurately on the wrist of Big Brother Chang's hand that held the gun. With a thunk, the gun flew out of Big Brother Chang's hand. Crackle! The long whip danced again and drew orange lightning in the air. It was extremely quick, powerful, and fierce. It fell powerfully on Big Brother Chang's chest, instantly shredding his clothes and leaving over 10 fresh red lacerations on his chest. Ah. It hurts. It's hurting your elder to death. Why you could have killed your elder. Ah. The entire compound was filled with Big Brother Chang's aggrieved and pitiful cries. Qin Feng, who was in the air, landed on the ground after the 2 lashes. However, the spirit snake whip in his hands didn't stop, as if he didn't hear Big Brother Chang's ghostly wailing and wolf-like howls. It fell on Big Brother Chang's body, back, thighs, and even his head again and again without rest. With Qin Feng's current strength and the spirit snake whip's power, 1 lash could split Big Brother Chang in 2. However, he didn't use all his power on purpose. He deliberately preserved Big Brother Chang's life to make him feel that it would be better to die than live. If someone dared to bully Qin Feng's women and family members, Qin Feng definitely wouldn't spare them. Qin Feng, don't hit him anymore. Don't hit him. Su Ruo suddenly threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and cried like rain on a pear blossom. She really hated Big Brother Chang and his men, but she saw that Qin Feng was about to kill Big Brother Chang, so she was worried Qin Feng would get into trouble if he murdered someone. The fragrant body entered his embrace, and Su Ruo's cries passed unceasingly into his ears. Qin Feng had lost himself a bit, but he now slowly calmed down. He quickly stowed the spirit snake whip away and hugged Su Ruo tightly. He lightly brushed Su Ruo's charming face with his hands. Ruo, does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. Qin Feng, I don't want anything to happen to you. The finger marks on Su Ro's charming face were clear, and they still hurt. However, to prevent Qin Feng from getting angry, she clenched her teeth and withstood the pain. She hugged Qin Feng with a death grip to prevent him from making a move. Ruo, come with me. Qin Feng hugged Su Ruo for a while, then took her hand and led her up to Big Brother Chang's side. Big Brother Chang had been angrily whipped over 10 times. Now he was badly lacerated and half dead. Qin Feng. No. Su Ruo thought Qin Feng still wanted to clean up Big Brother Chang. She immediately grabbed his arm, looked at him pitifully, and shook her head. Ruo, I'm not hitting him. This brat has a unique rock-eating skill. I'll have him perform for you right now. Qin Feng picked up the fist-sized rock and walked up to Big Brother Chang. Though Big Brother Chang's entire body was injured, they were mostly superficial wounds. His will was still clear. At this time, when he saw Qin Feng come over with the big rock, he didn't feel so good. How dare you kidnap young Master Qin's woman? You're lucky I didn't kill you. Qin Feng lifted Big Brother Chang. One hand seized his shirt collar, while the other hand held the rock and placed it in front of Big Brother Chang. Open your mouth. Qin Feng glared coldly at Big Brother Chang. Big Brother Chang was so afraid that he couldn't speak. He clamped his mouth shut. He didn't want to eat this large rock. Since you're not cooperating, then I can only go hard. The hand Qin Feng used to hold Big Brother Chang's shirt collar now grabbed his chin. He used a bit of strength, and Big Brother Chang felt that his chin was about to get squeezed to death. His mouth could not be controlled, and it was open wide. Qin Feng stuffed the rock he held in his right hand directly into Big Brother Chang's mouth. However, this rock was fist-sized and couldn't be stuffed in one go. Qin Feng clenched his fist and prepared to punch the rock into Big Brother Chang's mouth when an angry yell came from behind him. Qin Feng, stop right there. Are you crazy? The voice was very familiar. Qin Feng turned and was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. He saw Lu Bingbing, and who knew when she got into the compound. However, her arms and legs were both tied by belts. This valiant woman had crawled into the compound from outside. Her clothes were completely covered in dust and dirt, and some parts were worn down and holed. Bang! A dull sound drifted over. Even with Lu Bingbing's demands for him to stop, Qin Feng still punched without hesitation once he regained his senses. The large rock was immediately smashed into Big Brother Chang's mouth, shattering all of his teeth and causing large mouthfuls of fresh blood to gush out. Ow! Big Brother Chang cried heartbreakingly. However, since the large rock was tightly stuffed into his mouth, the sound produced was very strange. One could tell how much pain he was in by his expression, which said he was in so much pain he would rather die. Remember, this punch wasn't only for Su Ruo. It was also for that little girl you kidnapped that night. This kind of punishment is considered light for scum like you all. After the punch and Qin Feng's cold words, Big Brother Chang howled, then fainted from the pain. Qin Feng, you freak, do you know what you're doing? Hurry and untie me. Lu Bingbing saw this scene with her own eyes. Even a fiery gal like her was stunned by Qin Feng's ruthlessness. In her eyes, Qin Feng usually smiled and was never proper. This was her first time seeing Qin Feng mad. So when Qin Feng gets mad, he's this scary. After cleaning up Big Brother Chang and his men and saving Su Ruo, Qin Feng calmed down completely. His gaze fell on Lu Bingbing lying on the ground, and his expression changed drastically. He ran over with an expression of alarm and began undoing the belts on Lu Bingbing. Damn, isn't this Director Lu of Acropolis City's North District Subbureau? What kind of person was so gutsy to tie you up? If I CA this person, I'll... Qin Feng couldn't continue speaking. He turned to Su Ruo and asked, Roro, did you see who abducted Director Lu earlier? Su Ruo still hadn't regained her senses. Qin Feng changed too quickly, and she couldn't keep up. I don't know. Su Ruo shook her head, foolishly. Damn, we actually let that hoodlum escape. Ruo, and I didn't even see what he looked like. I'm afraid we won't be able to see that hoodlum this time. Ah. Qin Feng sighed and looked downcast. Lu Bingbing was angered by Qin Feng's one-man performance. Qin Feng untied her, and she stood holding 2 belts while glaring coldly at Qin Feng. Young Master Qin, how could you not wear a belt before walking out the door? I just so happened to have the hoodlum's belt that he used to assault me. I wonder why it looks so similar to a belt for your pants? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Without Lu Bingbing noticing, he had grabbed his own belt back, quickly retreated to Su Ruoro's side, then gave Lu Bingbing an alarmed look. Director Lu, last time at the station you exhibited your intentions to show me the unwritten rules. At the time I vehemently refused. Now you're here to undo my belt. I'm telling you, no matter how much power you have as a little citizen, I will not yield you. This is my bottom line as a person. Qin Feng had a somewhat angry expression. He added to Su Ruoro, you're the number 1 eyewitness. If Director Lu wants to threaten and frame me, you have to testify for me. Chapter 255. Chapter 255. I'd like to be spoiled by someone as well. Lu Bingbing was rendered totally speechless by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was an evildoer, and only the Almighty could have subdued him. She ignored Qin Feng, put on her belt, and walked briskly to Big Brother Chang's side. She frowned, seeing the bloodied and battered Big Brother Chang. Monster. This guy must be psychotic. Lu Bingbing cursed Qin Feng. At the same time, she kneeled down to try to get the rock out of Big Brother Chang's mouth. However, she couldn't get it out, and it sank even deeper into his mouth. The unconscious Big Brother Chang was awakened painfully by Lu Bingbing's actions. Horrified, he stared at Lu Bingbing and thought to himself, what the hell? Did this woman come to rescue me or kill me? Lu Bingbing was filled with anger. She gave up the attempt and yelled at top of her lungs, Qin Feng, you're fucking insane. You'll be in for it when we get back to the station. She walked to the side, called the bureau, and asked for some assistance. After the call, Lu Bingbing sat on one side angrily. Both she and Qin Feng ignored each other. The situation was awkward. Su Ruo walked up to Lu Bingbing nervously, grabbed her arm gently and said, Police sister, can you let Qin Feng go this time? Lu Bingbing sent a furious glare at Su Ruo. Release that monster? Are you kidding me? Do I look like an idiot to you? Lu Bingbing knew who Su Ruo was. She'd met Su Ruo a couple of times. The first time was before the fall of the Hao family. Su Ruo had tagged along with Qin Feng when Hao Nan attempted to run down Qin Feng in front of a Western restaurant. Another time was during a street race at Coiled Snake Mountain. When Lu Bingbing rushed over there, everyone else had gone, and only Qin Feng and Su Ruo remained. And now was the 3rd time. So, she had a deep impression on her. According to Lu Bingbing's investigation of Qin Feng, he was a playboy, flamboyant, and a narcissist. Women came and went around him. They'd never stayed more than 3 days. However, Su Ruo had stayed by him for more than a month, which amazed Lu Bingbing greatly. Police sister, actually, Qin Feng is here because he came to rescue me. Su Ruo was intimidated by Lu Bingbing's sheer intensity. However, in order to help get Qin Feng off the hook, she clenched her teeth and confronted Lu Bingbing determinedly. Lu Bingbing eased up a little bit and talked to Su Ruo gently. Save you? What happened to you? Lu Bingbing recalled that a few hours ago, Qin Feng mentioned he had something urgent to do. From what she was seeing right now, he might have spoken the truth and was hiding something. These guys are bad guys. They tricked me and attempted to kidnap me. They even tried to violate me. Qin Feng rushed over once he discovered about the abduction. He was furious and beat them up badly because he saw I was injured. He did this all because of me. Can you please not arrest him? Su Ruo sobbed while talking. She'd feel aggrieved if Qin Feng get caught because of her. After listening to Su Ruo's reasoning, Lu Bingbing's gaze on Su Ruo changed completely. Her heart melted after seeing a couple of dazzling red fingerprints on Su Ruo's face. Lu Bingbing then snuck a peek at Qin Feng. He was currently relaxing on a stone stool, gazing blankly at the skies as cool as a cucumber. His profile was visible to Lu Bingbing. His face was sculpted and pared to perfection. His mountain peak cheekbones were chiseled by a master craftsman. Manly and attractive, one might feel weak in their knees when looking at him. He didn't talk about Su Ruo's case or defend himself. As a police herself, Lu Bingbing was clear that Qin Feng's intention was to avoid causing Su Ruo any mental pressure or casting a shadow on her heart. This was a selfless act. He was protecting Su Ruo with his own way. A mature man is like a mountain. He'll always stand by your side, inconspicuously protecting you. He doesn't need to speak much. He'll prove his worth with action. Lu Bingbing had thought Qin Feng was childish and flirtatious at first. However, she now envied Su Ruo after seeing a sedate Qin Feng with unswerving determination. She was covetous. She was jealous of Su Ruo for receiving Qin Feng's protection. At this moment, Lu Bingbing thought she'd been taken advantage of by Qin Feng so many times. She'd even given her first kiss to Qin Feng. She also wanted to become his woman and get pampered by a dominant and unreasonable man like Qin Feng. Su Ruo shook Lu Bingbing's arm and asked, "Sis, are you listening to me?" Lu Bingbing regained her senses and was terrified that she'd been captivated by Qin Feng's allure just now. She soon reinstated her usual strong demeanor and said apathetically, "I think I already have a good grasp of the situation. If the situation is, as you say, he might be able to receive less punishment." Su Ruo replied sadly, "Sis, so you'll still arrest Qin Feng?" Qin Feng suddenly walked to Su Ruo, hugged her with a smile on his face, and added, "Ruo, don't beg her anymore. Director Lu is the impartial and incorruptible dark-skinned Justice Bao in Acropolis City. She'll not let me go easily." Lu Bingbing clenched her teeth with rage. She glared at Qin Feng. "Who are you saying is dark-skinned?" "You're dark-skinned. The whole family of yours is. Are you blind? My skin is fairer and better than most celebrities." She and Qin Feng were a pair of happy foes. They never stopped quarreling. "I think Director Lu has misunderstood me. What I want to emphasize is, just like the Justice Bao, Director Lu handles tasks efficiently and effectively, and is impartial and incorruptible. No criminal can escape your clues." Qin Feng then rebutted with a laugh. His gaze stopped at Lu Bingbing's flawless face. Her skin texture was fine, as soft as a baby's skin. Indeed, it was really better than that of most celebrities. "Humph, this is the truth." Lu Bingbing grunted smugly. She was happy inside out. However, she wouldn't show it to Qin Feng. Seeing Lu Bingbing was delighted, Qin Feng quickly asked for her help. "Director Lu, Ruo was almost abducted and she needs to rest now. Can you send her back to Qin Mansion first? After that, I'll follow you to the police station." Lu Bingbing looked at Qin Feng. He was currently holding Su Ruo in his arms, gazing at her affectionately as if she was his world. She then thought to herself, "This arrogant man, he doesn't have his usual mischievous demeanor. He even swallowed his pride and sincerely asked for my help." This was the first time Lu Bingbing saw Qin Feng behaved like this. Suddenly, her heart dropped, and a gush of bitterness welled up in it. Anyway, Lu Bingbing was a reasonable person. Eventually, she consented to Qin Feng's suggestion. "Please wait a while. I'll bring both of you back after my men arrive, and we straighten out things at the scene." While waiting for Lu Bingbing's men, Qin Feng cuddled and flirted with Su Ruo on a stone stool, casting Lu Bingbing to one side. Lu Bingbing's eyes were about to fall out from glaring so angrily at the sweet, public display of affection in front of her. After 5 or 6 minutes, 3 police cars arrived. Lu Bingbing spoke to a few of them for a while, then left with Qin Feng and Su Ruo. Lu Bingbing was the driver, and Qin Feng embraced Su Ruo in the back seat. This incident had cast an unfading shadow on Su Ruo's heart. Although she never complained, Qin Feng could feel her trembling in his arms. Qin Feng locked Su Ruo tightly in his arms and kissed her forehead occasionally along the journey. Slowly, he discovered that whenever he was kissing or cuddling with Su Ruo, Lu Bingbing would stare at him through the rearview mirror. He'd also realized that her face was becoming colder and colder. Qin Feng smirked. He showed a pained expression all of a sudden and said to Su Ruo, "Ruo, my chest hurts so much." "Ah, what's the matter, Qin Feng? What's hurting you? Qin Feng, please don't scare me." "I knew it. Was it the rock just now?" Seeing Qin Feng in pain and pressing hard on his chest, tears immediately streamed down Su Ruo's face. They all say women are made of water. Qin Feng strongly agreed with this point of view after getting to know Su Ruo. "Sis, can you please go to the hospital now? Qin Feng was hit by a big rock in the chest just now. I'm afraid that something is going to happen to him," Su Ruo told Lu Bingbing anxiously. "Ruo, I don't want to go to the hospital. Let's go home." Qin Feng grabbed her little hand, shoved it into his shirt, and pressed it on his chest. "Just help me massage it. I promise I'll be fine." Lu Bingbing's heart thumped nervously when she saw Qin Feng's expression. However, she'd seen through his trick now. This little jackass was putting on a show, just to flirt. Lu Bingbing saw through Qin Feng's trick, but not Su Ruo. This was because Su Ruo had seen that Baldy throw a fist-sized rock at Qin Feng with her own eyes a little while ago. She believed Qin Feng was indeed injured and asked worriedly, "Qin Feng, are you feeling any better now?" Heedless of timidity and embarrassment, she put her small hand on Qin Feng's chest and started rubbing it. "It seems just a little bit better, but I still feel the pain. Maybe the effect isn't significant if it's rubbed only by hand if—" Qin Feng stopped abruptly before finishing his sentence. Su Ruo asked him desperately, "If? What is it? Hurry! Qin Feng, tell me, what should I do to relieve your pain?" Qin Feng smirked slightly after he saw a nervous Su Ruo. Lu Bingbing ground her teeth in anger when she saw Qin Feng smirk. She'd almost rammed the car into a tree a couple of times. In her heart, Lu Bingbing knew that Qin Feng was going to be a beast again. It's the best if Ruo could use a much softer approach like your mouth or breasts to rub my chest, but never mind, just forget about it. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Qin Feng gave Su Ruo a pained expression. Su Ruo's face was blushing. She bit her red lips with her bright white teeth, pondered for a while, and then nodded at last. "Qin Feng, you're injured because of me. How can I forget that?" After she finished talking, Su Ruo extended her slim, lily-white hands and started unbuttoning Qin Feng's white shirt. This was her first time undressing a man, so her small hands trembled nervously. She took a long time to completely undo the row of buttons on Qin Feng's shirt. Qin Feng's shirt was opened down to the last button, revealing his powerful chest muscles and a pack of 8 symmetrical and perfectly situated abs to Su Ruo. Su Ruo blushed and her heartbeat increased. "Ruo, why don't we stop now?" "Yeah, right. This is the spot that hurts so much," Qin Feng moaned out of excitement. He rejected Su Ruo as he placed her slender hand on his chest and rubbed continuously. "Chump." Su Ruo's cherry lips kissed Qin Feng's chest right after he finished his words. "Qin Feng, do you feel better now?" Su Ruo was embarrassed by her action. She couldn't gaze into Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng gave a pompous laugh and said, "Ah, it does feel a lot better. I was pained to death just now." But the pain was alleviated after receiving a kiss from Lil's sister Ruo. Concurrently, Lu Bingbing was mad as hell. So mad that she'd snapped the heel of her high heels. Chapter 256. Chapter 256. What gives you the right to treat me this way? Is it really better? That's really great. Su Ruo shouted exuberantly. When she discovered that kissing Qin Feng's injury made it feel much better, she stuck her little face to Qin Feng's chest and continued to kiss it without apprehension. Swish! This time, not only did Su Ruo kiss Qin Feng's injury, she naughtily stuck out her tongue and licked it. Qin Feng's entire body was made of muscle. He didn't have even a sliver of extra fat. The muscle at the injured area was even frighteningly larger. When Su Ruo licked it, it felt very firm. Su Ruo's sudden action surprised even Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body fell limp, and he couldn't help but shout. What? Qin Feng, did I hurt you? Su Ruo jumped in shock. She thought she hurt Qin Feng. Qin Feng, that's enough. If you keep at it, then fuck off. Lu Bingbing couldn't continue weighing. She finally understood why Qin Feng played with Su Ruo for so long and still hadn't thrown her away. Su Ruo had some issues with her IQ. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Su Ruo's intelligence. She was actually innately talented and intelligent. However, when a woman is in love, her IQ falls into the negative range when she's in front of her lover. When Su Ruo saw that Qin Feng was hurt to this extent, her intellect completely disappeared. Oh, Ruo, you're really too amazing. You kissed my injury a couple of times, and it doesn't hurt that much anymore. Now it just hurts a wee bit. The pain keeps shifting upwards, so I think you just have to help massage me with a softer area, and I'll be able to get better completely. Qin Feng didn't care about Lu Bingbing's frustration at all because he'd been deliberately trying to get her angry right from the beginning. At this time, the system had quests regarding both women in the car. One had to be made strong and domineering, and the other made docile and obedient. Qin Feng was in the middle of trying to complete Lu Bingbing's quest right now. He wanted to act in a lovey-dovey manner with Su Ruo in the police car in order to make Lu Bingbing accept things she usually couldn't tolerate. Qin Feng, what area is softer? Asked Su Ruo as she blushed and pouted playfully. There. This time, even Qin Feng was embarrassed. He felt that he was a bit shameless. He looked toward Su Ruo's collar and indicated at the area with his eyes. Su Ruo reflexively shouted with surprise. After getting instructed by Qin Feng all this time, Su Ruo's personality had become much stronger. If another man dared to say such shameless words, Su Ruo would harshly chew them out for sure. Qin Feng, why, you're intentionally toying with me, right? Su Ruo detected something and looked at Qin Feng with alarm. Ayo, my wound is hurting badly. Ruo, why would I toy with you? Forget it. I would never force you to do something you're not willing to do. We're almost at the Qin Manor. When we get back, let the Qin Manor's doctor, Zhang, look at it for me. Has my heart been shattered by the rock? Otherwise, why would it hurt so much? After hearing Qin Feng say his heart might be shattered, Lu Bingbing was elated. This person was unrivaled under the heavens at lying without batting an eyelash. However, Su Ruo was so shocked that she shouted, no way. How could it shatter your heart? Qin Feng, don't scare me, okay? Wah, I'll massage you right now. You'll definitely be okay. Wah. Su Ruo cried again. She suspected Qin Feng was tricking her at first, but she was worried about Qin Feng, so she couldn't think about it too much. She suddenly flipped her body and sat on Qin Feng's thighs. Then, she hugged his neck and stuck her body to his. Qin Feng, does that feel better? Su Ruoro's voice was as small and weak as a mosquito. She was blushing madly. Qin Feng had a serious expression. Ruoro, what are you wearing inside? It's pressing against me, and it's really uncomfortable. Su Ruoro's neck turned completely red as well. Qin Feng was hinting at Su Ruoro to remove what was beneath her clothes. Wait. A while later, Su Ruoro gritted her teeth and lifted her hands to her back to undo the law of her bra. Qin Feng didn't think Su Ruoro would comply even with this kind of request. When he saw her sitting on his thighs about to remove her clothes, he felt that it was too beautiful. Boom! A dull sound came from inside of the car. Su Ruoro hadn't yet undone her bra when the police car hit a concrete barrier on the roadside. This scared Su Ruoro into immediately hugging Qin Feng's neck tightly. Qin Feng, get the fuck out. Lu Bingbing couldn't take it anymore. Once she saw Su Ruoro undoing her bra in the rearview mirror, she didn't feel good. She wasn't paying attention and drove off the road. Big sister, why are you yelling at Qin Feng for no reason? You weren't careful and crashed the car. It wasn't Qin Feng's fault, grumbled Su Ruoro, looking at Lu Bingbing. She really didn't understand. Qin Feng's injury was so bad, so why was Lu Bingbing, this policewoman, still so heartless? Didn't they say to look for the police when there was trouble? Lu Bingbing was about to die from anger. And you, stupid woman, get out of the car as well. Humph. If you want us to get off, then we'll get off. Qin Feng, let's get a taxi on our own to get back. Su Ruoro tugged on Qin Feng with a huff and prepared to get out of the car. However, Qin Feng didn't move and sat while hugging Su Ruoro. Director Lu, if it was a normal day, I wouldn't argue with you. But today Su Ruoro suffered trauma. I hope you won't yell and scream at her. Just take us safely back to the Qin Manor, and I'll pretend nothing happened at all. Qin Feng's expression turned slightly cold. Lu Bingbing originally suppressed a stomach full of fire, but when she saw Qin Feng's commanding attitude, she immediately exploded. So what if I yell at her? She's extremely stupid, so I want to yell at her. Hurry and take this woman, then fuck off. Don't sully my police car. Lu Bingbing looked at Su Ruoro and yelled twice. However, she had just finished yelling when she felt a pie-black handgun on her head. Qin Feng didn't know when he arrived at the front passenger seat and took the handgun from her waist. His lightning-fast speed and nimble body scared Lu Bingbing. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped as she looked strangely at Qin Feng. Director Lu, usually when we're together, you can joke and throw your temper at me however you'd like, and I wouldn't care. However, right now my woman has suffered a shock. I'm urging you earnestly, and I hope I don't have to do it a third time. Otherwise, this gun in my hand is very likely going to go off by accident. Qin Feng's expression was icy and his tone was devoid of emotion. In Lu Bingbing's eyes, he became a completely different person. He was so unfamiliar and frightening that Lu Bingbing felt very wronged. She was always strong and domineering, but tears rose in her beautiful icy eyes. Lu Bingbing bit her lip tightly and really wanted her tears to go back into her eyes. However, they disappointed her and fell out. Other than Qin Feng, no one else had ever pointed a gun at her head because no one had the guts to do it. Similarly, no one dared to kiss her on the lips, embrace her, or even instruct or humiliate her. Lu Bingbing felt that Qin Feng treated her unfairly. She was mostly done with being taken advantage of by Qin Feng, but why did Qin Feng not take pity on her at all in front of Su Ruoro? Lu Bingbing clenched her teeth and held it all in for a long while. Then, she suddenly yelled at him. Qin Feng, what gives you the right to treat me this way? Lu Bingbing's sudden mood shift scared Qin Feng. He returned the handgun back to its place and grabbed a tissue from the car. He was about to help wipe Lu Bingbing's face when she turned her head and pushed Qin Feng away. Don't pretend. I think it's disgusting. Lu Bingbing said coldly, I know your abilities are better than mine, and I know I can't beat you in a fight. However, I don't want to drive you two today. Get out of my car right now. Otherwise, shoot and kill me." Besides the reasons regarding Su Ruoro, Qin Feng was so fierce toward Lu Bingbing because he wanted to complete her quest as soon as possible. Since he had to make Lu Bingbing docile and obedient, then of course he had to be stronger in front of her. Otherwise, he would have no way of subduing this girl with explosive temper. However, now that Lu Bingbing was really angry, Qin Feng knew he'd been too impatient and gone overboard. Thus, he softened his tone and said, "Director Lu, I went too far at first. I hope you don't take it to heart." "That's right, Director Lu. Didn't you tell me to monitor that human trafficking group? I seem to have some new leads." Qin Feng knew Lu Bingbing cared a lot about this human trafficking group because they were too arrogant. In the last 2 months, the count for missing persons and people that were kidnapped in Acropolis reached 69. This case had caught the attention of the higher-ups in the capital long ago, and they were already pressuring Acropolis City's police to solve the case as soon as possible. As the director of the Northern District Subbureau, it's unsurprising that Lu Bingbing was under a lot of pressure. What leads? As expected, once Lu Bingbing heard Qin Feng mention this matter, she dried her tears and instantly went back to normal. "Beginning from last time when I went to the South Bay Pier with you, I haven't done anything other than covertly investigate this human trafficking group after we parted ways. After my unremitting effort and crazy investigating—" "Qin Feng, please get to the point, okay?" Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Lu Bingbing cut him off coldly. Qin Feng coughed awkwardly twice, then got to the meat of the issue. "Ahem. I suspect that those kidnappers that Director Lu arrested just now are related to the human trafficking group." Lu Bingbing's expression changed instantly, and she looked at Qin Feng with some suspicion. "You're not lying to me, are you?" "Director Lu, those words make me unhappy. When have I lied to you?" Qin Feng had lied to Lu Bingbing a fair number of times, but this time he really wasn't lying. When Qin Feng led Su Ruoro into the police car earlier, he asked Su Ruoro some questions about the kidnapping. After discovering the cause of the matter, Qin Feng kept analyzing the relationship between these events. Big Brother Chang and his men kidnapped Lu Xiaojiao before, and they were practiced and familiar with kidnapping. From a glance, one could tell they were recidivists. Also, when Qin Feng confronted Big Brother Chang and his men in the courtyard, he heard them mention something about completing their monthly quota. Thus, Qin Feng had reason to guess that these people had a large human trafficking gang behind them. As for whether or not they were the group Lu Bingbing needed to CA that required further investigation. When haven't you lied to me?" Lu Bingbing harumphed and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a stab in his heart. He said unhappily, "Either way, I've said everything I should have. If you believe me, Director Lu, go back and interrogate those people. Maybe you'll get the clues you need. If you don't believe me, it's no loss on my part." Lu Bingbing's expression shifted slightly. Though she still looked like she didn't believe Qin Feng, she'd already decided to personally interrogate those kidnappers when she got back to the police station. Chapter 257. Chapter 257. Arrival of the Superstar. Royal Group, Sales Department Lobby. When Qin Feng and Su Ruoro walked into the sales department, they sensed the atmosphere today wasn't the same as usual. The sales representatives, who were usually extremely busy, were not making calls or filling out charts, but were gathered and seemingly discussing something. Qin Feng walked into the office hand in hand with Su Ruoro and laughed at the crowd. "Yo, is today the sales department's day off? Why y'all so free?" After he'd been promoted to group leader in the sales department, he'd gained considerable prestige. The employees of the sales department respected him greatly. Seeing his arrival, two of his subordinates, Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu, welcomed him with smiles. Ever since Qin Feng beat them up and hospitalized them, They treated Qin Feng as their big brother. Big brother Feng, you probably don't know yet, but a superstar has come to our royal group today. She's now in General Manager Li's office. Big brother Feng. She is the pure jade girl Rao Sherman, the hot star of the showbiz, who has mastery over the trifecta of movie, television, and music. The voices of Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiu echoed in harmony, causing a commotion throughout the sales department. Although Rao Sherman had just debuted for merely a year, she'd made an impression in the public eye. She was gorgeous, had a flaming body, and her singing voice was enchanting. She was not only idolized by tens of thousands of men, but most women were her fans as well. These superfans were aroused when they heard of Rao Sherman. Even Su Ruo Ro joined the procession of worshippers and yelled in excitement, "Rao Sherman? It can't be. A person like her would come to Acropolis City, a second-tier city? Wah! I'm so excited. I'm one of her fans, too." Qin Feng's expression changed into one of indignance. Wasn't he tasked to protect and provide hospitality for Rao Sherman during her stay with Royal Group? However, she was already in Royal Group, but he wasn't notified about this at all. What more, he was the last person to know. It was really a dishonorable act by the top management of Royal Group. How can they be like this? No, I must have it out with General Manager Li. Qin Feng was furious and stormed toward General Manager Li's office. After a couple of steps, he was blocked by two persons, Wang Chao and Lin Shuai, the gold medal financial analyst at Royal Group's Financial Investment Department. "Leader Qin, why were you in such a hurry, and where are you going?" asked Lin Shuai, looking at Qin Feng with a grin on his face. At the same time, he peeked at Su Ruoro twice. A touch of possessive desire could be seen gleaming in his eyes. Recently, Qin Feng had become Wang Chao's superior. During this period of time, Wang Chao had played cat and mouse with Qin Feng. Yet he was now standing beside Lin Shuai with his head held high, giving a frivolous look at Qin Feng, seemingly denigrating him. "Yo, wasn't this the bastard of our company's financial investment department? What brings you here? Want to get yourself a little brother in our sales department?" Qin Feng confronted the duo casually. They were inconsequential to him. Once he opened his mouth, he slandered them. Who are you calling a bastard? How can you insult someone so casually? Plebeian. Lin Shuai was unhappy after being insulted by Qin Feng. Wang Chao's heart was filled with pent-up anger too. Indeed, he'd become Lin Shuai's lackey, but he couldn't simply publicize their relationship. Doing so might cause him to lose face. Isn't Manager Lin a sea turtle that returned from studying abroad? Sorry, I'm a roughneck. I just couldn't differentiate between a sea turtle and a bastard. Since they're the same, wouldn't that make you a bastard too? Qin Feng hugged Su Ruoro in front of Wang Chao and Lin Shuai. He gazed at Su Ruoro and asked earnestly, "Ruoro, I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Uft. Su Ruoro couldn't hold it in anymore. She giggled under her hand while nodding nonstop. The sales department staffs were amused by Qin Feng's humor. They despised Lin Shuai's vanity, but they didn't have the guts to offend him. So they were overjoyed when Qin Feng gave Lin Shuai a piece of his mind. "Humph. One can tell from a glance that you're just a country bumpkin from the village. You're hilarious." Lin Shuai gave Qin Feng a freezing glare and wigged. "You're going to see General Manager Li, right?" "Sorry, but General Manager Li has no time for you. She's now entertaining a VIP. You have no right to enter given your current position." Qin Feng chuckled and replied, "You're from the Financial Investment Department. Who are you to say what I have the right to do? Bastard, mind your own business. Stinking brat, mind your foul mouth. If not, I won't go easy on you." Lin Shuai was enraged. "Get out of my way, you bloody bastard." Qin Feng's expression was as cold as ice. Both sides refused to step down. The atmosphere took a harsh turn, and it went below zero. The entire sales department was as quiet as the grave. only panting could be heard. On the other hand, Liu Chen wore her formal outfit, uniform and stockings. She was sitting on a sofa in her office with a sweet smile on her face and said, "Miss Rao Sherman, once again, welcome to the royal group." Opposite her was the dignified and gorgeous beauty, Miss Rao Sherman. Rao Sherman was wearing light makeup. A head of long, fine black hair was coiled atop her head, revealing her ungodly beautiful and handsome face. Her pair of eyes dazzled and sparkled with mirth, as if they spoke. She gazed at Liu Chen and replied, "Sis Chin, you're the one who entertained me during the opening ceremony of the villa area of Royal Group's Cloud City Hua Manor. Your care and assistance remain in Sherman's heart. If Sis Chin doesn't mind, let Sherman address you as Sis Chin, and you'll call me Lil, Sis Sherman." As a superstar, Rao Sherman was famous and held a position of eminence. Yet, she was now holding Liu Chen's hand like they'd known each other for a long time. Her down-to-earth attitude moved Liu Chen strongly. "Lil Sis Sherman, it'd be my honor to be your big sister." "Sis Chin, please don't be too courteous. I know I'm isolated because of my fame, because I'm a superstar. However, I'm actually a big girl deep inside my heart. So, Sis Chin, please don't think too much." Rao Sherman's smile was mesmerizing, filling the office with a youthful vigor. "Rest assured, Lil Sis Sherman, it's the honor of Royal Group to host you during your stay in Acropolis City. We've prepared the itinerary and someone to help and protect you during your stay. Should you require any assistance, please seek for his help." According to the original schedule, Rao Sherman was to arrive at Acropolis City 3 days from today. This was because the opening ceremony for the Phase 2 villa of Royal Group's Cloud City Hua Manor was 4 days from today. However, Rao Sherman had come early without providing prior notice, and Liu Chen hadn't expected that. It was not Liu Chen's fault for not informing Qin Feng. Even she herself hadn't been aware of this incident. "Sis Chin, you're not my guide this time?" Rao Sherman's arched eyebrows furrowed slightly. Last time it was Liu Chen who entertained her, and Rao Sherman had been satisfied with her service. She still preferred Liu Chen over another person. "Lil, Sis Sherman, it'll be a different person this time. He is a very capable employee of Royal Group and is also the team leader of the Group 2 in our sales department. His name is Qin Feng. Shall I introduce him to you now?" Liu Chen felt awkward after she finished her sentence. It'd be disastrous if a superstar of Rao Sherman's caliber were involved in scandal. Normally, a female host was much more preferable, but a male was assigned all of a sudden. Liu Chen angst over the possibility that Rao Sherman would not agree to this arrangement. "Sis Chin, this Qin Feng is a guy?" The furrow between Rao Sherman's eyebrows deepened. She was confused by Royal Group's arrangement. How could they assign a male host to her? Lil Sis Sherman, how about you meet him before making any decision?" asked Liu Chen after noting Rao Sherman's opposition. No. Rao Sherman rejected Liu Chen's idea. She waved her hand and voiced her concerns. "Sis Chin, I'm not trying to put on airs, but you know that I work in a very particular industry. I was invited by your company to Acropolis City to attend a ceremony that'll last a few days. It'll be awkward and inconvenient for me if my host is a man. Sis Chen, as a woman, you understand my scruples, right?" Liu Chen's face was awash with embarrassment. Of course, she understood what Rao Sherman meant. However, it was an order from the top for Qin Feng to be Rao Sherman's host. Not even she had the authority to change it. If she really had to replace Qin Feng, she'd require the permission from above for her to carry out the replacement. "Oh yeah, Sis Chin, I've a question for you." Rao Sherman's expression eased up and she changed the topic abruptly. She had her own reason for visiting Acropolis City. Her involvement in Royal Group activity was merely a pretext. Her real purpose was to help her big sister, Dongfang Qingshui, escape of forced marriage. Just fire away, Lil Sis Sherman. I'll try my best to answer you, Liu Qin replied with a smile. Sis Qin, does Chairman Qin's only son, young Master Qin, work in this company? Lil Sis Sherman, why would you suddenly ask this question? Liu Qin was taken aback, slightly. Her mind was thrown into confusion by Rao Sherman's sudden change of topic. Rao Sherman realized she acted too suddenly. She was just too eager to ease Sis Qing Shue's trouble. Haha, I was just curious. Rao Sherman covered her sexy, red lips with a fine hand, trying to hide her awkwardness. Young Master Qin doesn't work in Royal Group. But even though I'm a Royal Group employee, I'd like to warn you. Young Master Qin has a bad reputation throughout Acropolis City. You'd better stay away from him. Seeing a great personality in Rao Sherman, Liu Qin reminded her. Haha, Sis Qin seems to know young Master Qin very well. Rao Sherman's eyes shone with a hint of hope. She certainly knew young Master Qin was not a great man. He was frivolous and a philanderer. However, in order to help Sis Qing Shue, she decided to meet young Master Qin in person. So, she tried to get his contact information from Liu Qin first. Actually, I don't know young Master Qin very well and haven't seen him before. But the male host, Qin Feng, that I'll introduce to you knows him very well, Liu Qin replied casually. Rao Sherman lost her composure and her eyes were shone with excitement. However, she regained her calm very shortly. She then grabbed Liu Qin's arm and said, Sis Qin, didn't you say you wanted to introduce the male host Qin Feng to me? Tell him to come in right away. Chapter 258. Chapter 258. You receive the famous celebrity, Wu Bo. Qin Feng and Lin Shuai were at a stalemate for a while. The two had cold expressions and didn't speak. Ever since Su Ruoro was abducted, she'd been completely obedient to Qin Feng. Now that she saw Lin Shuai intentionally causing trouble for Qin Feng, she unhappily hugged Qin Feng's arm and glared at Lin Shuai. Manager Lin. Group Leader Qin's looking for General Manager Li because he wants to. I'm afraid you don't have the right to manage that. Lin Shuai went to the sales department this time because he'd heard the news about Rao Sherman coming to the sales department. He wanted to use this opportunity to showcase himself in front of upper management and Rao Sherman, and at the same time exhibit his charm in front of Su Ruoro to take advantage of the opportunity to capture the little beauty of the sales department. As a result, once he got to the sales department, Lu Shuai saw Su Ruoro and Qin Feng walk in arm. And now that Su Ruoro took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's arm and defend him, Lin Shuai was so angry his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't understand. He was more educated than Qin Feng, held a higher position, made more money, and wasn't any less good-looking. Why did this Su Ruoro take a liking to Qin Feng, but not himself? It seems like after getting promoted to a little group leader position, some people become really cocky. And who knows what kind of lowly methods they use to trick away our little beauty, Su Ruoro. Lin Shuai harumphed in a strange and eerie tone. But Ruoro, I must advise you that an insignificant sales department group leader, a minor functionary no larger than a sesame seed, isn't worth sticking to for a little beauty like you. If you really want to find a good man in the company, then shift your gaze to the financial investment department. That's the true gathering place of the tall, rich, and handsome. Lin Shuai's words both mocked Qin Feng and covertly praised himself. That's right. The most popular department where you make the most money and is the most relaxing in Royal Group is the financial investment department. The people there are either great students or ones who studied abroad. Those with the least education are graduates of higher education in China. Those with graduate degrees, masters and doctorates, are as plentiful as strands of cow hair. That's right, Manager Lin. You seem to work in our financial investment department. Oh ho! You really make one jealous to death. Wang Chao was an ass-kissing sprite, and he kissed Lin Shuai's ass at the perfect moment. Lin Shuai basked in the feeling and nodded at Wang Chao with satisfaction. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he said, "You're funny, Group Leader Wang. I've only been in the company's financial investment department for 3 months, so I'm still only a gold-collar analyst. My yearly income isn't even $1 million. I've only just broken into 500,000. I'm an embarrassment compared to the entire investment department." Lin Shuai looked like he was being modest, but these words seemed impossibly arrogant and boastful in the ears of others. In particular, most of the people in the sales department weren't highly educated, and their base pay was pitifully low. They depended on working to death to support their families. Now that they heard Lin Shuai showing off, they felt extremely unhappy. "Oh, Manager Lin has been in the investment department for only 3 months, and you've already gone from a normal analyst to a gold-collar analyst? You're too amazing," Wang Chao said with a boastful expression. "According to what I know, a lot of new people in the investment department have worked hard for 3 to 5 years, and they still haven't gotten to the position of gold-collar analyst. Climbing up to that position doesn't only require hard work. It is more dependent on innate talent." Lin Shuai was almost floating due to Wang Chao's praise. He looked at Qin Feng with a self-satisfied smile and said, "Group Leader Wang, don't say these things here. You know I, Lin Shuai, am a modest person. I just got promoted. What's there to show off? Unlike some people who get promoted to a small position and can't help but tell the whole world, an arrogant and frivolous person like that certainly won't have much of a future. They'll probably be stuck in their position for the rest of their lives without another promotion opportunity again." Lin Shuai and Wang Chao echoed one another and covertly trash-talked Qin Feng. And the entire sales department, much less Qin Feng, could tell. However, Qin Feng ignored those words, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. On the other hand, Lin Shuai's restless gaze kept falling on Su Ruorou's body, making Qin Feng a bit peeved. He suddenly stepped forward and blocked Lin Shuai's view of Su Ruorou by placing her behind him. Then he looked at Lin Shuai menacingly. "Don't have any ideas about Ruorou. She's already my woman. If I see anyone harboring errant thoughts about Ruorou, I don't care if you're a bastard or an ass-kisser, I'll kill you. Now, it'd be best if you bounce to the side. Don't block your elder's way. Qin Feng, this is a large company on the market, not a street where you can fool around. You better be more respectful when speaking. General Manager Li is in there receiving an important guest, and you don't have the right to go in and disturb them." Lin Shuai stood there with the courage of his convictions and refused to move. He simply didn't regard a little group leader like Qin Feng as anything. He knew that big celebrities like Rao Sherman didn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. So Lin Shuai confidently blocked Qin Feng. Today, even if Royal Group's chairman Qin came, he'd still stand there without fear. "It's not your concern whether or not I have the right to go in. Since you're standing there like a guard dog and not moving out of the way, then I might as well have you know that the company has specially assigned me to be Rao Sherman's personal host for her activities in Acropolis for Royal Group. I'll be taking care of her itinerary these couple of days." "Now you know whether or not I have the right to go in, brat," said Qin Feng as he looked indifferently at Lin Shuai. Once Qin Feng said these words, the entire sales department immediately fell quiet. If a needle fell, it would be heard. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Qin Feng. They looked like they had their spirits whisked away and maintained their surprised expressions motionlessly. Even Su Ruorou didn't know about this, and she stared dumbly at Qin Feng with wide eyes. "Ha ha ha, have my ears gone bad? What did I hear at first? You said the company sent you to be Rao Sherman's personal guide? Ha ha ha. You're going to make me laugh to death." After a brief silence, Lin Shuai suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. "Don't tell me you were a clown in the circus before coming to Royal Group." He was really tickled by Qin Feng. He laughed so hard that tears almost sprang from his eyes. Once Lin Shuai found out that Rao Sherman was coming to the company, how could he not daydream about becoming her guide? However, Lin Shuai knew this was impossible. Thus, he only dared to imagine it and would never say it out loud. Who knew this brat Qin Feng was also a wild daydreamer and couldn't separate reality from imagination. You don't believe me? Qin Feng was calm in the face of Lin Shuai's mocking laughter. However, the entire sales department didn't believe it, much less Lin Shuai, because it was unrealistic. First of all, the company couldn't assign a man to host Rao Sherman, who was an A-lister. And even if they made a mistake and sent a man, there was no way Rao Sherman would agree to it. Haha. Oh, Qin Feng, you're truly a country bumpkin that just came from the mountains. Don't tell me this is the first time you'll be seeing a famous celebrity in real life. Not only do I not believe you, but ask anyone else who would believe your nonsense. Qin Feng glanced around him and could tell by everyone's gazes that they apparently really didn't believe him. What does it have to do with me, whether you believe it or not? This is what you call saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Qin Feng felt that something was wrong with this Lin Shuai's head and was too lazy to care about him. Lin Shuai clung to Qin Feng's words and said with mocking laughter, "'Tis cake, his cake, cake. You've seen that you can't continue spinning your lie, and you want to find an excuse to slip out. Your elder has the guts to say harsh things in front of the entire sales department today. If you, Qin Feng, are sent to host Rao Sherman, I, Lin Shuai, will change my name in the company from here on out to Idiot Lin. But if you aren't specially sent out by the company and you were just bullshitting earlier, then you'll have to change your name in the company to Idiot Qin. Do you have the guts to make this bet with me, brat?" Lin Shuai glared cockily and overbearingly at Qin Feng with an expression of someone making a solemn vow. Qin Feng's lips quirked. He wondered why everyone liked to bet with him so much. Also, they always used matters completely lacking in suspense to bet with him. He couldn't keep himself from abusing them even if he wanted to. "Manager Lin, though I think the name Idiot Lin suits you very much as co-workers, I'll give you some face. Let's forget about this bet." "Humph. You don't need to think about me, brat. Worry about yourself. I'll ask you one thing. Are you a man? Do you have the guts to bet with me?" Lin Shuai saw Qin Feng's hesitant expression and was even more certain that Qin Feng was bullshitting. Lin Shuai hardly ever had the upper hand against Qin Feng, so this time he wouldn't give Qin Feng any face. He would force him into a dead end. "Are you certain you want to make this bet with me? You really want everyone in the company to call you Idiot Lin?" Qin Feng didn't know what Lin Shuai was thinking. Why did this person love abusing himself? "It's not for certain who will be called idiot, so of course I want to bet with you. And whoever doesn't have the guts to bet is the grandson," yelled Lin Shuai aggressively. "All right, then, it's happily decided." Qin Feng waved and said to Lin Shuai impatiently, "Then move right now. I have to go in and host the beauty Rao Sherman." "Haha. Your elder's waiting to see you go in for less than a minute before getting kicked out. Then everyone will call you Idiot Qin." Lin Shuai burst into laughter again. However, this time he didn't block Qin Feng again. He was about to move out of the way when the door to General Manager Li's office opened. Then everyone saw a professional outfit and black stockings. The figure was curvy in the front and the back, and was undoubtedly Li Yuqin. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and high heels, she walked to the middle of the crowd. Her body exuded a cold, arrogant, and strong aura. She glanced around her, then unenthusiastically opened her mouth. "When I was in the office, I heard a lot of noise outside. Why are you all gathered here and not working during work hours?" Once Li Yuqin got mad, the sales representatives immediately ran back to their own seats. However, their attention remained on Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, come in with me. Miss Rao Sherman has already personally requested that you'd be in charge of hosting her in Acropolis. I hope you can do well. Don't make our royal group lose face." Liu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for all the employees in the sales department to hear clearly. Once they heard that Liu Chen suddenly ran out to take the initiative to invite Qin Feng to take charge of hosting Rao Sherman, all of their jaws dropped to the floor. Plus, Rao Sherman personally appointed Qin Feng as her host. Chapter 259. Chapter 259. I'm your hardcore fan. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng, with a smile on his face, followed Liu Chen into her office while enjoying her jiggly, voluptuous booty. The sales department was agitated once again after the two left. These people were choked with shocks and stuns that almost gave them internal injuries. They had been holding their breath in the presence of General Manager Li. Since she had left, they'd instantly burst into a flock of chatty birds, speculating about the relationship between Qin Feng and Rao Sherman. On the other hand, the cocky Ling Shuai and the ass-kisser Wang Chao were cast aside by everybody. Both of them pulled a long, hideous face. They felt like they'd been struck by lightning when they heard that Miss Rao Sherman anointed Qin Feng as her personal host. They lost the face to remain any longer. They tried to slip away, little by little, without anybody noticing. The duo felt somewhat relieved when they arrived at the door. At this moment, a wonderful and mellifluous voice drifted over. "Hey, Idiot Lin and his ass-kisser, where you guys going?" Su Ruo stood up and gazed charmingly at the duo. She still remembered the bet Ling Shuai dared to wage with Qin Feng earlier. Since Ling Shuai had lost the bet and Qin Feng was not around, as Qin Feng's ladykin, she believed she had to defend her man at this critical moment. Her temperament had changed drastically and become more assertive under Qin Feng's guidance. She even dared to challenge Ling Shuai and Wang Chao, which she wouldn't have done previously. Uft! The buzzing staffs were dumbstruck by Su Ruo's sudden words. They gave a quizzical look at the duo first and burst into brazen laughter one after another afterward. They'd almost forgotten the wager between Qin Feng and Ling Shuai since they were only concerned about the scandal between those two in General Manager Li's office, until Su Ruo reminded them. Everyone looked exultingly at Lin Shuai. Earlier in the day, this person had come to the sales department with his head held high and boasted about himself in front of everyone. The people in the sales department loathed his cockiness for a long time now, and finally the time for revenge had come. They swore they'd never ever go easy on them. "Hey, Idiot Ling and his ass-kisser, where you guys going?" "Hey, Idiot Ling and his ass-kisser, where you guys going?" The sales department had 50 to 60 personnel. All of them repeated Su Ruo's words again and again. Ling Shuai and Wang Chao were stupefied in front of the door, pondering whether they should leave or not. When all the employees had finished repeating that sentence, the duo felt they already became statues. General Manager Li's office. Qin Feng followed Liu Chen into her office, and his sights were fixed on Rao Sherman once he saw her sitting on the couch. Before Qin Feng acquired the Hedonist sovereign system, he'd gone through some celebrity profiles occasionally and paid tons to have sexual intercourse with them. Among the group of celebrities, Rao Sherman was his main target. He'd gone through many channels and paid a ton of money to reach Rao Sherman. Unfortunately, she was rather unflattered regardless of his pecuniary seduction. Now that he was seeing Rao Sherman from such a short distance, he realized she was even more beautiful than on TV. Rao Sherman wore a white pleated shirt, a short skirt in Scottish plaid, and a pair of dark knee socks on her lower legs, rendering most of her lily-white thighs visible. She sat gracefully on the sofa, sizing up Qin Feng with her expressive eyes. An aura of youthful and mesmerizing charm was radiating from her body, even while she remained completely still. Qin Feng gulped down his saliva and returned to his senses right after. As soon as he regained his senses, he rushed to Rao Sherman's side, grabbed her soft, frail jade hand, and said graciously, "Ayo, you're the superstar, Rao Sherman. Did you know how much I like you? Both your singing and dancing is elegant, yet alluring to me. I've weighed every single drama and movie of yours. The classic lines you said, I can recite them even with my eyes closed. Sherman, I love you so much. Quick, come into my arms. I want to take a weefie with you later." Qin Feng straightened his arm and tried to embrace Rao Sherman. However, before he could touch her back or reach her soft body, he felt something hard from pressing his chest. He looked down and saw a dark Rao Sherman had blocked the space between them with a folder. "Sherman, I've been following you since your first debut. I'm your hardcore fan. I even bought all your original albums and weighed all your movies during the first premiere screenings. Now, your fan just wants to give you an innocent hug and take a picture with you. It breaks my heart that you rejected my small request." Once again, Qin Feng was playing his one-man show. Li Yuqin shook her head, sighing over her decision to agree with the top management on appointing Qin Feng as Rao Sherman's personal host. Nevertheless, Rao Sherman maintained her straight face. Her pair of vivid eyes gazed directly at Qin Feng and asked him abruptly, "You're my hardcore fan? You've kept an eye on me since my first debut and bought every single one of my albums?" Qin Feng replied sternly, "I shall be struck by lightning if I speak of any lies." "Okay, then. I'll grant you your wish only if you can name my first album." Rao Sherman suppressed her smile as she looked at Qin Feng. She could tell from a glance that Qin Feng wasn't her true fan. "Waha!" Qin Feng burst into laughter and stopped out of a sudden. He returned to Li Yuqin and asked solemnly, general managerly, "Why did you call me into the office for? Do you have an important task for me?" Unable to follow Qin Feng's capricious and fickle mind, Li Yuqin froze for a brief second. She soon regained her senses and gave Qin Feng a scornful gaze. "Allow me to do the introduction first. This person is Hua Xia's superstar, Miss Rao Sherman. She came all the way from the capital just to attend our royal group's opening event. He is Qin Feng, a team leader of Royal Group's sales department. He will be hosting Miss Rao Sherman this time." After the introductions, Li Yuqin peeked at Rao Sherman. She was almost certain that Rao Sherman would decline the arrangement of Qin Feng being her host. This was because Qin Feng was pompous when he first entered the room. He acted just like a psycho. Peeking at Rao Sherman's lily-white thighs, Qin Feng said awkwardly, "Your great name has long resounded in my ears like thunder, Miss Rao Sherman. It's Qin Feng's honor to meet you in person. Hi, Qin Feng. I'll be troubling you to take care of me for the coming period. I will seek Mr. Qin's assistance should I require any. Hope you won't mind." Rao Seaman replied with the ghost of a smile playing around her lips. Li Yuqin was dumbfounded, unable to process the current situation. She'd never imagined Rao Sherman would accept Qin Feng as her host so readily. "Lil, sis Sherman, are you fine with Qin Feng?" Li Yuqin asked doubtfully. Rao Sherman answered with a beaming smile, "Sis Chin, yes, mister. Qin is fine. He is tall and well-built, easy in conversation and graceful in manner. I think he'll be a nice host during my stay." Li Yuqin's mouth was as big as an orange after hearing Rao Sherman's reasoning. She eyed Qin Feng with a question in her mind. Where does she see those virtues in this guy? "Sis Chin, could you leave the room for a sec? I've something personal to discuss with Mr. Qin since I'll be with him for the next couple of days," Rao Sherman said to Li Yuqin, ignoring her expression. Right now, she was only intrigued by the relationship between Qin Feng and young Master Qin. Her real purpose for visiting Acropolis City was to help Sis Qin Shuai escape a forced marriage. Before she came to Acropolis City, Rao Sherman had no clue of young Master Qin's name and what he looked like. Dong Fong Qing Shui refused the marriage proposal at first, so she'd never taken the initiative to investigate young Master Qin. She deliberately didn't look at young Master Qin's photos, nor did she look for his information. She was afraid that seeing young Master Qin's face would tarnish her eyes. Since Dong Fong Qin Shui didn't know much about young Master Qin, then Rao Sherman had to investigate him on her own. She browsed the internet for young Master Qin's profile on her way to Royal Group. However, the photo she saw online was of Xiao Bai, the bodyguard of Qin's mansion. Ah, okay, then I'll excuse myself first. Liu Chen was stupefied for a considerable amount of time before she regained her senses. She couldn't believe that Rao Sherman still had the guts to be alone with Qin Feng after he displayed his audacity. Lil Sis Sherman, please call for help loudly should anything happen to you. I'll just be at the sales department lobby. I'll be able to hear your voice clearly, Liu Chen reminded Rao Sherman before closing the door. She just couldn't drop her guard against the sex maniac, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression darkened completely. There was only Qin Feng and Rao Sherman after Liu Chen had left. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Sherman, you can ask me about anything you don't understand. Whether it's about working or lifestyle, I'll be able to settle it for you one by one. Also, I'm currently delving into the study of human physiology, which I would like to discuss further with you as well. Qin Feng moved toward Rao Sherman proactively. However, Rao Sherman seemingly ignored him. She remained calm, tugged on her skirt to prevent any exposure, and shifted herself to keep a distance from Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I do have some questions for you. Unexpectedly, Rao Sherman's countenance turned serious. Are you familiar with Royal Group Chairman Qin's only heir, young Master Qin? Qin Feng was peeking at Rao Sherman's thighs. When Rao Sherman abruptly brought up the question, he was so surprised that he almost jumped from the couch. He raised his guard and weighed Rao Sherman vigilantly. Did she discover my real identity? Does she know I paid tons of money just to sleep with her? Since she suddenly left herself alone with me, did she want to sleep with me? Give me your price, then. Qin Feng decided to sound out her intention. On the other hand, Rao Sherman was perplexed by Qin Feng's abruptness. What price? What are you talking about? Qin Feng, did you hear my question just now? Qin Feng's mind was full of questions. This woman's heart was as fickle as April weather, totally unpredictable. Why are you looking for young Master Qin? Do you know him? Qin Feng continued to snoop out her intention. Young Master Qin and I aren't acquaintances. However, his great fame as Acropolis City's greatest hedonist young master has long resounded in my ears. So I would like to meet him in person. Can Mr. Qin do me a favor by being the middleman and introducing us to each other? Rao Sherman spoke with a smile. Qin Feng was thrown into confusion. He was unsure whether Rao Sherman really didn't know who young Master Qin was, or she was bumbling to amuse him. Do you know young Master Qin's given name? Yes, I'd surfed the internet. His name is Qin Feng, just like yours. This is one of my questions as well. Why would both of you have the same name? Rao Sherman raised her seductive thin eyebrows and gave Qin Feng a solemn look. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Quest Exploration. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He understood Rao Sherman less and less. He really didn't know what this woman was trying to do. Haha, your question is really funny because I'm Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master, Qin Feng. Qin Feng simply admitted his identity to see what this woman was trying to do. Haha, don't lie, I know you aren't. Rao Sherman covered her mouth and laughed, filling the office with youthfulness and sunshine. Though I've never met young Master Qin and I don't know him, I've looked him up on the internet, and I've seen his picture Rao Sherman explained. Qin Feng's lips quirked. He suddenly felt that his old dad was too ingenious for placing Xiao Bai's pictures on the internet to protect him. Haha, seems that I couldn't fool Miss Sherman. But why do you want to meet young Master Qin, Miss Sherman? After confirming that Rao Sherman didn't know young Master Qin, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. I'm looking for him for a private matter, so if you know him, Mr. Qin, please introduce me to him. Sherman, the private matter you're talking about. Do you want to sleep with young Master Qin? Qin Feng asked cautiously. Mr. Qin, please be serious when speaking. Otherwise, I'll really get angry. Rao Sherman's originally gentle and warm aura instantly became icy. Under the aegis of the capital's Dongfang family, she had no scandals ever since her debut. She maintained the image of a pure and beautiful girl in front of everyone. If Rao Sherman didn't need Qin Feng's help, that sentence would have been enough to make her erupt in indignant denunciation of Qin Feng. I'm kidding. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Sherman. When Qin Feng saw Rao Sherman get mad, he immediately changed the topic. Did you know why my name is Qin Feng? No. Rao Sherman's attitude toward Qin Feng was colder than before. It was clear that she was still a bit mad because of his disrespectful words earlier. Because I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. In the most important moments, I'd replace him and take on his identity to protect him. Qin Feng said with seriousness, That's why I'm also called Qin Feng. I'm another young Master Qin, the counterfeit young Master Qin. Qin Feng's words made Rao Sherman's expression change slightly. She reconsidered Qin Feng again. So that means you and the real young Master Qin are really close. Since we were young, we grew up wearing the same pants and sleeping in the same bed. Qin Feng felt that his words were the truth. After all, he wore the same pair of pants and slept in the same bed as himself growing up. Then can you introduce me to young Master Qin? Rao Sherman instantly became excited. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng could feel that Rao Sherman's little hands were extremely soft. He took the opportunity to place his large hand over hers, pat it, and laugh as he said, Though it's extremely difficult and goes against my duties, since Miss Sherman asked, then I'll certainly help you. Rao Sherman reacted by immediately pulling her hand back. Her face was slightly flushed. It was the first time a male stranger touched her hand. Then Sherman, thanks Mr. Qin. And when does Mr. Qin plan on setting up our meeting? Rao Sherman felt as though she was getting closer and closer to succeeding at her plan and was a bit excited. Miss Sherman, how about this? Qin Feng said with a serious expression, Young Master Qin and I both live in the Qin Manor, but young Master Qin has recently gone to a remote mountainous region to teach. Why don't you stay in the Qin Manor these couple of days? There are many rooms there, and it's safe with strict surveillance. Miss Sherman, you can stay there while waiting for young Master Qin to return. Rao Sherman's expression suddenly changed and was filled with doubt. There was a world of difference between this and what she researched. Young Master Qin would teach in a remote mountainous village? You aren't joking with me, are you? Why would I lie to you, Miss Sherman? He's been at the remote mountainous village for nearly a month now. Qin Feng nodded resolutely and added, Actually, the news you find on the internet isn't about the real young Master Qin. I grew up with him, and I know him very well. He isn't the dissolute and hedonistic wastrel or the huge pervert in the rumors. He's an extremely kind and good youth that always strives to do better. Every time Qin Feng praised himself, he always used endless, gorgeous rhetoric. The doubt in Rao Sherman's expression grew increasingly stronger. She didn't really believe Qin Feng. If young Master Qin really was as great as Qin Feng said, then why would big sister Qing Shui hate him so much and want to back out of the engagement at all costs? Then when will young Master Qin be returning from his teaching? This problem was what concerned Rao Sherman the most. If she didn't see young Master Qin during this trip to Acropolis, then she would have come for nothing. "Oh, Miss Sherman, you want to know when young Master Qin is coming back?" Qin Feng felt that this question was very difficult to answer. "Is this a decision I can make?" Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng with suspicion and said, "If so, I hope he can return in the next couple of days because I came to participate in your company's opening activities, and once they're over, I have to return to the capital. At that time, I won't have the opportunity to see young Master Qin." Qin Feng was quiet for a moment before he suggested, "Why don't you stay in the Qin Manor beginning from today, Miss Sherman? Tonight, when we get back, I'll call young Master Qin and tell him to take some time to come back and plan a meeting with you." "That's great." Rao Sherman bowed slightly and said, "Then I'll trouble you this time, Mr. Qin." Smiling, Qin Feng sat beside her. "Gosh, what kind of relationship do we have? Why are you talking about things being troubling? Rao Sherman, you're annoying." Qin Feng spoke while extending his hand toward Rao Sherman. She was prepared and stood gracefully. Her gentle aura turned cold, and she looked at Qin Feng as she spoke with indifference. "Mr. Qin, I came early to Acropolis City, yet I haven't greeted the other higher-ups in your company. I'll get busy first, then go to the Qin Manor with you tonight after you get off work." Rao Sherman didn't give Qin Feng the opportunity to do anything mischievous. Once she finished speaking, she walked out of the office. When the employees of the sales department saw Rao Sherman walk out, there was a ruckus immediately. Rao Sherman was used to this kind of situation where people would cheer and chase after her everywhere she went, so her expression remained unchanged. She lifted her head, puffed her chest, and walked out. A long while later, the atmosphere in the sales department calmed down. Qin Feng walked leisurely out of the general manager's office and instantly caught the eyes of all the people present. Rao Sherman using Qin Feng as her guide was already shocking enough, but not long after the guy went in, even General Manager Li was forced out and the famous celebrity, Rao Sherman, was left alone in a room with Qin Feng. This heavenly treatment was something people could only dream about. Who would have thought that Qin Feng could turn this into reality? "Huh, has Idiot Lin left? Ask Kisser, why didn't you leave with him? You seem to dislike the sales department and yearn for the financial investment department, so why aren't you working there?" Qin Feng glanced around the sales department lobby and realized that the brat Lin Shuai had already left. Wang Chao had originally left with Lin Shuai. He only came to his senses when he got to the doors of the investment department. After all, he was part of the sales department. Thus, he immediately ran back to the sales department. However, now this occurred. Wang Chao had already been rousted by the entire sales department. He had already been reproached. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Chao immediately looked like he ate shit. Qin Feng dissed Wang Chao with a sentence, then was too lazy to care about this kind of person. He minded his own business and walked into his group leader office. He had just sat down when the system's cold announcement resounded in his head. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system reminds host Qin Feng that you currently have 2 quests that will soon expire. Please take note and check up on them. This was Qin Feng's first time getting an alert from the system that a quest was soon to expire. He immediately opened the Hedonist sovereign system to take a look. The quest to conquer Han Ying will soon expire. Quest time remaining, 12 hours. Successful completion reward, 500 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will be impotent for 3 years. The quest to investigate and discover the criminal behind Mada, who will soon expire. Quest time remaining, 12 hours. Successful completion reward, 500 Hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will lose inheritance rights to royal group. 2 quests would soon expire. Qin Feng looked at them in detail. There was no way he could complete the quest to conquer Han Ying in 12 hours. Qin Feng had a considerable understanding of Han Ying. She only got close to him, joined Royal Group, and studied and worked at Royal Group to form a business partnership with them. She had an arrogant personality and high standards. How would conquering her be so easy? As for the quest regarding the criminal behind Ma Dahou, Qin Feng had investigated it in detail before. In the beginning, he thought the criminal behind the scenes was Ma Dahou's father. Ma Da long afterward, when he went to the mountain resort with Bai Qing, he lured out Hua Ming, her backer. In the end, Qin Feng's suspicions fell on Qin Yi, Prince Wen. However, the truth showed that none of these three was the criminal behind Ma Dahou, and Ma Dahou is long dead. Qin Feng had no way of investigating any further, and this quest was like a pool of stagnant water. He couldn't find the answer. Master, the hedonist sovereign system is a very humane system. The first time the host has no way of finishing a quest on time, the host has a one-time chance to extend the quest time limit. Little Pig's voice resounded in Qin Feng's head. But there's only one chance. Since Master has 2 quests that you can't complete, you have to consider which quest to extend. Under Little Pig's warning, Qin Feng chose to extend the quest to conquer Han Ying, because the punishment for failing this quest was 3 years of impotence. Qin Feng would rather be killed. As for the quest to investigate and discover the criminal behind Ma Dahou, failure was only losing the inheritance rights to Royal Group. Now that Qin Feng had the amazing hedonist sovereign system, he didn't care about inheritance rights. After deciding, Qin Feng thought, I want to extend the quest to conquer Han Ying. Then the system's announcement resounded in his head. Is the host certain he would like to use the one-time chance to extend Han Ying's quest? After extending the quest, every aspect of the quest will be amplified. Extend, said Qin Feng. Ding. The hedonist sovereign system has renewed a quest. Conquer Han Ying. Quest time limit, 2 months. Successful completion reward, 1,000 hedonist points. Upon failure, the host will be impotent for 6 years. Chapter 261. Chapter 261. No matter how many rooms there are, they be filled by your women. Qin Feng, can I come in now? Su Ruo had been standing outside Qin Feng's office for some time now. Yet Qin Feng remained unresponsive even after she knocked on the door a couple of times. Qin Feng was indulging in a quest assigned by the system. When he regained his senses, he saw a seductive and charming Su Ruo standing outside his office and called to her, Ruo, come over. You don't need to knock next time. Just come in directly and have fun with me. Su Ruo pursed her lips and went to Qin Feng's side. She was taken into his arms, and she rolled her eyes snappily. I've come to work, not to play with you, Qin Feng. It's the same. Qin Feng locked Su Ruo in one arm while playing a game with the other. As the superior of Ruo, I command you. Your future job scope will be to have fun with group leader Qin. Keep him entertained and chat with him. Su Ruo's eyes dulled. She had no clue how to communicate with Qin Feng anymore. Suddenly, she broke free of Qin Feng's embrace, clung to his arm, and asked with excitement, Qin Feng, are you familiar with Miss Rao Sherman? Can you get her signature for me? I'm a super fan of hers, you know. A girl that lived and behaved like Su Ruo wasn't a groupie. In fact, Rao Sherman was the only superstar she fantasized over. This was because Su Ruo felt she had a lot in common with Rao Sherman. Rao Sherman had worked around the clock since her first debut to get her current position and fame. She took good care of herself and was never involved in any scandal. Plus, she was about the same age as her. So, Su Ruo took Rao Sherman as an example and role model. For Su Ruo, Rao Sherman was not only a superstar, she was more like a pathfinder, a good sister that she didn't know personally but was incomparably familiar with. Qin Feng petted Su Ruo's head and said, Not only the signature, if Ruo really likes Rao Sherman that much, I can ask her to have a photo with you too. Besides, Sherman will be staying in Qin Manor every night while she's in Acropolis City. Wow. For real? Qin Feng, what's your relationship with Rao Sherman? You guys seem to be long-time acquaintances. If I'd known earlier, I would have asked you to get me a signature from her when I first made your acquaintance. Su Ruoro jumped with joy. Qin Feng had noticed the recent changes in Su Ruoro. She'd become much happier and smiled more. Her temperament had become more assertive as time went by. Seeing her transformation filled Qin Feng's heart with pleasure. But Ruoro, you have to return me a favor as well. Qin Feng suddenly got serious. I'll promise you anything as long as I can take a photo with Rao Sherman, Su Ruoro replied without thinking twice. Originally, Qin Feng wanted Su Ruoro to help him on other terms, but now he changed his mind. He looked at Su Ruoro and said earnestly, Ruoro, if you allow me to sleep on your bed tonight and let me do anything to you without fighting back, then I'll ask Rao Sherman to snap a photo with you. Su Ruoro released Qin Feng's arm at once and stepped backward warily. I refuse. After all, Rao Sherman will be staying in Qin Manor. It's not a big deal if I ask her personally. I think she'd take a photo with me. Su Ruoro groused at Qin Feng, pouting. She knew it. Qin Feng was being shameless and lewd again. Hee Ruoro, can't you see that I'm just joking with you? Qin Feng immediately smiled awkwardly after Su Ruoro's refusal. Actually, I want Ruoro to do me another favor. Since young Master Qin might come back in a couple of days, he'll be meeting Rao Sherman soon. So I hope Ruoro can say good things about young Master Qin in front of Rao Sherman before young Master Qin's return. It's not that hard, right? Wah. Young Master Qin is done teaching in the remote mountainous region? When will he be coming back? Su Ruoro was gladdened by the news and clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm once again. Qin Feng gazed scornfully at Su Ruoro. This little girl wouldn't happen to be keen on Xiao Bai, would she? However, seeing how much she liked young Master Qin, Qin Feng thought he didn't need to say much, and Su Ruoro would take the initiative to compliment young Master Qin in front of Rao Sherman herself. The time is still uncertain, so let's forget about this matter first. Ruoro, let me teach you how to play games. We'll move your seat into my office once you've mastered it. After that, we can gang up and dominate the field. It'll thrill your heart. Qin Feng locked Su Ruoro in his office throughout the entire day. Qin Feng clicked on his mouse and wallowed in the virtual world with one hand, while massaging Su Ruoro with the other hand. Su Ruoro swore to herself that she would never come to Qin Feng's office during work hours again. When work was over, Qin Feng and Su Ruoro rendezvoused with Rao Sherman. Su Ruoro was so excited when she first saw Rao Sherman in person. Since Rao Sherman didn't put on the airs of a celebrity, and both of the girls were about the same age and had similar interests, both of them got along very fast. With Rao Sherman in the group, Qin Feng couldn't go home on his 28. Instead, he flagged down a taxi, and the three of them went to Qin Manor. Qin Feng had arranged a separate villa for Rao Sherman to stay in. After that, he took her for a stroll in Qin Manor's big garden. When it was the time for dinner, all three of them chit-chat happily and walked to Qin Manor's main building. Qin Feng, Ruoro, both of you've come. As soon as Qin Huang walked down the stairs, he greeted both Qin Feng and Su Ruoro as usual. After he'd greeted both of them, Qin Huang raised his head with a rush and looked to the parlor. When his gaze fell on Rao Sherman, who was sitting on the couch, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "Isn't this Miss Sherman? What brings you here?" Qin Huang was baffled. How did Rao Sherman come to be in my Qin Manor? Although Rao Sherman would attend Royal Group's opening ceremony as a special guest, Qin Huang had arranged a room for her at the Royal Hotel since she was an outsider. He hadn't imagined that she would came to Qin Manor personally. Chairman Qin, Miss Rao Sherman is now a very popular artist. Her safety is our utmost concern. I was appointed by the company as Miss Rao Sherman's personal host, so I have the responsibility to accommodate her in a peaceful and secure place. Since Chin Manor has it all, I decided to bring her here. I hope Chairman Chin understands." Chin Fong hurriedly stood up and cast meaningful glances at Chin Huang behind the backs of the two girls. Chin Huang's expression sank. He was so angry that he lost his appetite all of a sudden. As Chin Feng's father, how could he not know Chin Feng's intentions? Chin Huang knew this little brat was slipping back to his old habit of hooking up with girls again, and this time he was targeting a top-ranked superstar. When would this little brat be more serious and concentrate on his own life? "Good evening, Chairman Chin. It's Sherman's fault for not informing Chairman Chin before visiting. I hope to have Chairman Chin's kind understanding for the inconvenience." Rao Sherman stood up and bowed sincerely at Chin Huang. Chin Fong was angry at his son for his lascivious attitude. He held no prejudice against Rao Sherman seeing her well-mannered and modest demeanor despite her being a superstar. Chin Huang then replied with a smile. "Please make yourself home, Sherman. You're an old friend of our royal group. I thank you on behalf of Royal Group for coming all the way from the capital to attend our activities. You flatter me, Chairman Chin. Thank you very much for your hospitality." Rao Sherman and Chin Huang greeted each other courteously. Chin Huang was now sitting in the dining hall, waiting for dinner while the trio chit-chatted on the couch. The reason Rao Sherman didn't ask Chin Huang for young Master Chin's whereabouts and how to get in touch with young Master Chin was because she didn't want their relationship became awkward after this incident. After all, she wanted to snap evidence of young Master Chin molesting her after she met him. Then she would show the evidence to Elder Dongfang Mingwang and urge him to proactively cancel the engagement. On the other hand, Chin Huang wasn't too familiar with the Dongfang family based in the capital. The marriage between Chin Fong and Dongfang Chin Shui was decided by the elders. The reason why Dongfang Mingwang acknowledged the engagement was only due to Chin Feng's gone-into-hiding grandpa. Otherwise, the Dongfang family would have been totally out of the Chin family's league, since the Dongfang family was one of the main 4 families in the capital, while the Chin family was merely a power in Acropolis City. Since Chin Huang was unfamiliar with the Dongfang family, he wouldn't realize the relationship between Rao Sherman and Dongfang family. So everyone wasn't the least bit suspicious of her sudden arrival. "The 3 of you come to the dining hall. Dinner is ready." Chin Huang's rather dignified voice drifted over. The trio then walked to the dining hall and sat at the dining table one by one. "Chairman Chin, Assistant Han isn't joining us for dinner today." Chin Fong asked out of curiosity on seeing Han Yingying's vacant seat and Chin Huang starting to eat without waiting for her. "Assistant Han took leave this morning. She said something happened at her house in Jincheng City, and it might take a couple of days before she returns. Everyone, please eat." Chin Huang explained Han Yingying's situation briefly, then began eating. It was a silent dinner since Rao Sherman was there. The atmosphere was quite awkward as not everyone was completely acquainted with her yet. After the dinner, Chin Huang went ahead upstairs. He felt he needed to have a talk with Chin Fong afterward. If Chin Fong went on to hook up with girls every so often, no matter how large the Chin Manor was, it would soon be filled with his women. The atmosphere among the trio eased after Chin Huang left. All 3 of them were around the same age, so they had a lot of common interests. Plus, they were young and open-minded. Soon, the 3 of them sat on the couch, started playing cards, weighing TV, and chit-chatting together. "Ruo Ro, how long have you been in Chin Manor? I wouldn't have known your young Master Chin's housekeeper if you hadn't told me." Rao Sherman was trying to snoop out information about young Master Chin from Su Ruo Ro. When Rao Sherman learned that Su Ruo Ro stayed in Chin Manor because she was recruited by young Master Chin as his housekeeper, her heart thrilled slightly. If Su Ruo Ro got along very well with young Master Chin, Then Rao Sherman intended to start gathering information about him from Su Ruoro. Since that Qin Feng was a man, and a very frivolous and lecherous man, Rao Sherman wouldn't want to spend a single moment with him at all if it wasn't for the mission. It's been almost 1 month since I came to Qin Manor, but young Master Qin had already gone to teach in a remote mountainous area when I first arrived. So, I haven't spoken with him much, Su Ruoro replied with a cheerful smile. Rao Sherman's heart sank. It looked like she could only gather information about young Master Qin from Qin Feng after all. Ruoro, is young Master Qin really teaching in a remote mountainous region? Qin Feng said so earlier, but I thought he was joking with me. Rao Sherman looked at Su Ruoro with some surprise. This situation was very different from what she got from the internet. Rao Sherman was somehow unable to accept it. Chapter 262. Chapter 262. Because of you. Little Sister Sherman, have you heard a lot of rumors saying that young Master Qin is dissolute and hedonistic, shameless, a deficit, and the like? Su Ruoro hugged Rao Sherman's arm. The two girls had gotten close after a couple of hours. Now they even addressed each other as sisters. That's right, I looked up news about young Master Qin, and they all said this person wasn't very good. How could he have gone to teach in an impoverished, mountainous region? Rao Sherman looked at Su Ruoro with suspicion. Her impression of Su Ruoro was pretty good, and she could tell that Su Ruoro wasn't someone who could lie casually. Haha, little sister Sherman, that's what I was like before. Initially, I heard the rumors about young Master Qin, and I almost didn't have the guts to come to Qin Manor to be his housekeeper. However, Qin Feng introduced him to me and brought me to Qin Manor. I've only seen young Master Qin once, but after seeing him in person, I found out that he's very ambitious to improve himself, modest, educated, reasonable, and a good person. This morning, Qin Feng wanted Su Ruoro to say more good things about young Master Qin in front of Rao Sherman, but it seemed that his worries were for naught. He didn't need to say anything, and Su Ruoro's impression of young Master Qin was very good. How could this be? Why would the citizens of Acropolis make up these rumors about young Master Qin? Rao Sherman was shocked by the news. Was big sister Qing Shui mistaken about young Master Qin? Su Ruoro smiled sweetly as she said, Little sister Sherman, actually young Master Qin is very helpless against these rumors. In the eyes of outsiders, the sons of rich families are mostly hedonistic young masters. Right from the beginning, they'd misunderstood young Master Qin. Young Master Qin initially explained the rumors and told everyone that he really wasn't the kind of person they thought he was. However, after explaining, other people said his explanations were cover-ups, and their misconceptions of him ballooned even further. After that, there were more and more rumors, and young Master Qin simply ignored them. In the eyes of outsiders, he's a hedonistic young master. But in private, he does various good deeds like teaching in remote mountainous regions. And this isn't the first time he went. He's been to most of the impoverished regions in China. He goes to teach people new knowledge and donates anonymously to help people in need. All in all, after knowing young Master Qin, my views of him have completely changed. I've even come to respect him and look to him as a role model. Su Ruoro said a lot of good things about young Master Qin, and these were things Qin Feng told her initially. Now that these lies came out of Su Ruoro's mouth with such sincerity, Qin Feng was so moved that he wanted to cry. Phew! After hearing all this, Rao Sherman was completely speechless. Who knew how many deep breaths she took to calm herself? Though she hadn't known Su Ruoro for long, she could tell that Su Ruoro was a kind and obedient girl. She was certain that Su Ruoro wouldn't lie to her. Did that mean young Master Qin was actually such a perfect person? If big sister Dongfang Qing Shui found out that she misunderstood young Master Qin and discovered how he really was, would she still reject the engagement? At this time, Rao Sherman began to feel hesitant about her plan and quest. "Oh, why are you two girls so good at playing cards? I've lost this ma and bombed it. How embarrassing." Qin Feng saw that the atmosphere became harmonious and warm, so he took the opportunity to immediately remove his jacket. After removing his jacket, he didn't stop. He proceeded to completely unbutton his white dress shirt and expose his well-built pecs and abs to the two beauties. Su Ruo had seen Qin Feng bare-chested a fair number of times, so her charming face only flushed slightly. She didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Rao Sherman gave a startled yelp. She glared coldly at Qin Feng and yelled, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your clothes on." Qin Feng undid his buttons and was about to remove his white dress shirt when he was suddenly and severely stopped by Rao Sherman. He looked foolishly at the two women and said, "What? Before playing cards, didn't we say whoever lost would take off their clothes? I lost this round, so I have to remove one article of clothing. But there was also a bomb, so we have to add another article. I, Qin Feng, have always been able to play games, and can I admit it when I'm defeated? I won't be dishonest with you girls." As Qin Feng spoke, he pulled off his white dress shirt and sat in front of the two little beauties with a bared torso. His heart beat wildly. Rao Sherman's and Su Ruo's expressions darkened, because Qin Feng never mentioned they were playing this way before they started the card game. Otherwise, how would they possibly play with him? "You're crazy. When did we agree to such a shameless way of playing? Hurry and put on your clothes." Rao Sherman glared coldly at Qin Feng. Red flecks appeared on her beautiful and youthful face. This was her first time sitting face to face with a bare-chested man. "Ruo, we clearly agreed on this before playing the card game. Why are you acting dishonestly? Hurry and tell her. Didn't we say the loser has to take off their clothes?" Qin Feng continuously winked at Su Ruo. He knew that he could finally put the female servant, Su Ruo, that he taught to good use. "I didn't hear it. I am thirsty, so I'm going to get something to drink. Little sister Sherman, would you like something?" Su Ruo ran off in a bit of a fluster. She'd lived with Qin Feng for so long, so how could she not know what he was thinking? This person's vulgar and shameless disease was coming out again. However, Rao Sherman was Su Ruo's idol. She couldn't bear to help Qin Feng bully her. Su Ruo brought over 3 bottles of yogurt and gave a bottle to each person. Qin Feng saw that Su Ruo wasn't helping him, so he smiled awkwardly as he put his clothes back on. "Haha, then maybe I remembered wrong. Why don't we start now, whoever loses?" Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Rao Sherman glared coldly at Qin Feng. "I'm not playing anymore. Play by yourself." Rao Sherman got to her feet and prepared to retire to her own villa, when Qin Feng immediately gave Su Ruo a meaningful look. Su Ruo pouted and unwillingly stood up to hold on to Rao Sherman. "Little sister Sherman, see, can you sing a song for me before leaving? I love your singing voice so much. My favorite is the song you sang during your debut, because of you. I've listened to it for over a year, but when I hear it, it's still just as moving." Su Ruo really did have an eye on Rao Sherman since her debut. She could easily name Rao Sherman's debut album and her first single. She wasn't like Qin Feng, who only knew how to trick people. "Okay then, I'll sing a song for big sister Ruo," said Rao Sherman with a smile. Okay, singing is good. This living room just so happens to have a household audio system, and I can play the piano. Why don't we do a duet, Miss Sherman?" Qin Feng looked appreciatively at Su Ruo and spoke with a jolly smile. He had just finished speaking when the two women looked at him with disdain. Su Ruo had never heard Qin Feng play the piano. She thought that a person who was an idler like him definitely wouldn't be able to play the piano. This was probably a method for hitting on Rao Sherman. And a celebrity as big as Rao Sherman usually had China's most famous bands accompanying her. So she clearly looked down on Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, How about you don't play the piano? Su Ruo looked at Chin Feng with a bit of a wronged expression. She really liked Rao Sherman, and it was rare that she could hear Rao Sherman sing in front of her. So she didn't want Chin Feng's subpar piano skills to ruin it. Hey, it's no trouble at all. We're all friends. Why are you being so courteous? Chin Feng didn't care about the reactions of these two girls at all. At this time, he already sat at the piano with a smile and turned on the spotlight above his head. A white light enveloped the piano and its surrounding area and fell on Chin Feng's soft hair. His profile was dashing, and he sat there with his head raised and chest puffed like a prince on a white horse, straight out of a fairy tale. Disregarding his piano-playing ability, this gentle and lovely image mesmerized the two women. Miss Sherman, I'm ready. What do you want to sing? I'll download the sheet music from online. Chin Feng looked smilingly at Rao Sherman. He had recently drawn elementary piano skills from the system's lottery, and even played a song for Zhao Lingxian at the banquet of the rich and powerful. Chin Feng was completely worry-free with regard to his piano skills. Big sister Ro wants to hear Because of You, so I'll sing that one. Rao Sherman regained her senses and immediately reinstated her usual gentle and youthful aura. She spoke to Chin Feng with indifference. Okay, I can start any time. Miss Sherman, just search for this song on the screen. After Chin Feng downloaded the sheet music for Because of You, he smiled lightly at Rao Sherman. Rao Sherman searched for it in the living room's LCD screen and quickly found the title track from her debut, Because of You. Ding ding. The song's prelude began to play from the television. The song was graceful and carried with it a bit of melancholy. It was a sentimental little love song. This was Chin Feng's first time hearing it, and he was already deeply immersed into it. Just then he lowered his hands, and his aura immediately changed. He had a dignified and elegant expression and a grand and mature aura. The instant he began to play the piano, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. And the instant his fingertips fell, the two women's eyes were filled with shock. They both thought that Chin Feng's piano-playing skills would be horrible, or that he didn't know how to play the piano. However, at this time, the lovely, mournful melody that came from under the spotlight was graceful and moving. It lingered in the living room like the sounds of nature. Chin Feng's hands seemed to be bestowed the magic of master pianists. They quickly and dexterously danced on the black and white keys. He had just said that it was his first time hearing the song, and he even downloaded the sheet music. However, the quality of his performance already surpassed the top bands that accompanied Rao Sherman, and once the music began, Rao Sherman forgot to sing. Sherman! It was Su Ruo's reminder that roused Rao Sherman from her shock. Rao Sherman immediately lifted the microphone and sang an elegant and moving tune. Because of you, I won't give up on my dreams. Because of you, light has appeared before me. We met a summer day 8 years ago. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. I walked on the road of my dreams, completely because of you. And you, where are you? Once she opened her mouth, Rao Sherman's entire aura changed. Her voice was innately unique. It was slightly raspy and made the song's melancholy tone, the lovely image formed by the song's lyrics. This raised the entire song to a completely higher level, a level no one else could achieve. After all, this was a true story about Rao Sherman's childhood. Thus, she sang with her personal feelings. No one else had the same profound experience, so how could they sing with that profound and authentic melancholy and longing? As the song slowly entered the chorus, Rao Sherman's voice became more emotional. Her thoughts slowly drifted. There was a flash of white in her head, and she already returned to that summer day 8 years ago. A sunny September day by a lotus pond. Rao Sherman was still a little 12-year-old girl singing by the lotus pond. Ever since she was little, she liked to sing. This was her dream since she was young. A handsome little boy suddenly walked over. "Little beauty, your singing is as moving and beautiful as you are." Rao Sherman looked shyly at the little boy. When she smiled, there were two little dimples on her face. "Thank you. You're the first to say my singing sounds good. Your parents never praised you." "No, they don't approve of my singing." Rao Sherman's mood suddenly fell. "I really like music, but Dad and Mom think singing's a dead end. They won't even let me sign up for music classes. I just got into a big argument with my mom at home. After I go back, when I'm done singing here, I'm going to completely give up on this dream." The little boy walked up to her and gently wrapped Rao Sherman in his arms. He patted her soft, beautiful raven hair and said, "Little beauty, you shouldn't give up on your dreams. You'll be sure to encounter a lot of trials and tribulations on the road toward your dreams, but you have to persevere. It doesn't matter whether or not other people like your songs. I'll always be your first fan. For you, this card has 30,000 yuan. Take it to enroll in supplementary lessons. You have to persevere." Rao Sherman's eyes turned red, and sparkling tears slid down her cheeks. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, The Perfect Combination. At the same time, Qin Feng was sitting at the piano with his fingers dancing over the piano keys. Slowly, his expression became dazed. A vague memory from when he was still a teenager suddenly came to mind. It happened on a blazing hot sunny day in September beside Lotus Lake. Qin Feng was just 13 years old. By that time, he had been renowned as the #1 seducer in his secondary school. On his way home after school, he heard a beautiful voice drifting over from a lotus pond. Most importantly, the girl who was singing was extremely gorgeous. She wore a long dress and had a head of black hair, a pair of big eyes, and a small dimple set perfectly on her face. She was as beautiful as a princess. As a guy who had been groping and honing his skills on the path of seduction, striving to reach the realm of seducer sage, how could Qin Feng ignore such a charming little princess? He immediately rushed to her side and started complimenting her. "Hi, little beauty. Your singing voice is so beautiful, just like you." After Qin Feng sweet-talked the little beauty, he saw a touch of gratitude gushing from the little beauty's eyes. Seeing this was his perfect opportunity. Qin Feng quickly embraced the little beauty in his arms. The little beauty had a pleasant smell. Her body was soft and delicate. Without hesitation, Qin Feng handed his cash card to the little beauty. He assumed this was the upkeep of her for being his kept woman. Just when he handed his cash card, the little beauty ran away with tears in her eyes and finally got into a black limo. The black limo turned out to be her family that was picking her up. The time had crossed an 8-year gap in a blink of an eye and returned to Qin Manor's living room. Qin Feng had an expression of mixed feelings on his face. Every time he thought of this incident, a sense of frustration would well up in his heart. This incident was by far the most embarrassing and the biggest failure in his path as a seducer. His attempt to seduce the little beauty failed brutally, and he never got a chance to meet the little girl again. As a result, the appearance of the little beauty was pretty vague in his memories. Ding ding. After the last 2 keys sounded on the piano, both Qin Feng and Rao Sherman stopped. Even Su Roro, who had been video recording the performance, all along stopped as well. 3 of them stood in their own positions and had blank looks on their faces, as if their souls had been reaped away. This was because the song brought back Qin Feng's and Rao Sherman's teenage memories and had a huge impact on Su Roro. All of them needed some time to digest the overwhelming sentiment. Clap, clap. Nobody knew how much time passed, but Su Roro regained her senses first. She couldn't restrain herself anymore and clapped with her small hands. As Rao Sherman's superfan, she had listened to this greatest hit over and over. She even deliberately downloaded every single version of this song from the internet. However, right until now, the live performance of Qin Feng and Rao Sherman was by far the most touching and most alluring to the heart she had ever heard. Su Ruo Ro had goosebumps all over her body right now. Little sister Sherman, your voice is so great that I've almost cried. Su Ruo Ro excitedly glommed on to Rao Sherman. And Qin Feng, you really know how to play the piano and you played it well. Your outstanding piano skill heightened the performance, just now, to an extreme level. Su Ruo Ro glommed on to Qin Feng after she'd hugged Rao Sherman. Qin Feng then locked Su Ruo Ro tightly in his arms and deliberately pushed her breasts against his pecs. You're so annoying. Let me go now. Su Ruo Ro noticed Qin Feng's action right off. She pushed him away timidly and then rushed to Rao Sherman's side. It was then that Rao Sherman regained her senses. There are a few streams of tears on her good-looking and youthful face. Every time she sang the song Because of You, she'd remember the memory from her teenage years. In her memories of the September of that year, the blazing sun shone brightly in the sky when she stood by Lotus Lake. Whenever she sang the song, Rao Sherman would quietly shed a few drops of tears behind everyone's backs. This was because the song was of her own work. The lyrics and melody were all created by her. This song was dedicated to the sunshine boy she'd met 8 years ago. For without the boy, Rao Sherman would never have come this far. At that time, she would probably have cried at Lotus Lake and discarded her singing dream once she got home. Rao Sherman was a grateful person. She knew her being able to become a superstar, chased and adored by billions of fans, was all because of the words the Sunshine Boy said beside Lotus Lake that year. It doesn't matter whether or not other people like your songs. I'll always be your first fan. It was just as simple as that, and the actual intention was to hook up with her. However, Rao Sherman took it as her inspiration and carved it deep inside her heart. Along her journey to become a superstar, when she was about to give up or when she encountered difficulties, she would think of this sentence and clench her teeth tightly to overcome the adversity. Qin Feng, thank you. Your piano performance was remarkable and satisfied me the most by far, even more than my professional orchestra team. Rao Sherman was still ravished with joy, even she took a long time to calm. Her gaze on Qin Feng was full of affection. She was dazed for a short while, and suddenly Qin Feng's appearance started to overlap with the sunshine boy she'd met 8 years ago. Haha, I just played it casually. In fact, I don't practice the piano. Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman with a beaming smile. He could see some changes in Rao Sherman's eyes. Before that, the way Rao Sherman looked at him was neither hostile nor friendly. But now, her gaze revealed affection and excitement. Qin Feng thought the time had come. He just used a piano song and successfully won the heart of the hottest star in the entertainment industry. Sherman, actually, I think there are portions of your song that could be amended, and I have some ideas regarding its lyrics and melody. How about we go to my room now, take off our shoes, and get on my bed, sit with our legs crossed, and then talk all night long? Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman gleefully. The tenderness and affection in Rao Sherman's eyes faded slowly and were soon replaced by her usually indifferent demeanor. Mr. Qin, it's getting late. I'm going back to my own villa to get some rest. Regarding the meeting between me and young Master Qin, I do hope Mr. Qin will make a great effort to arrange it for me as soon as possible. Rao Sherman scorned Qin Feng gently. After that, she grabbed Su Ruoro's arm with a warm smile on her face and said, Sis Ruoro, I just flew in from the capital today, and I'm tired now. I'll sing a few more songs for you, next time if we have more time. Little sister Sherman, you better go rest now then. Feel free to find me if you need any help from me during your stay in Qin Manor. Su Ruoro gave Rao Sherman a charming smile. Rao Sherman went off to her villa after taking her leave of Su Ruoro. Seeing the slender and flaming figure disappearing into the dark night, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. He'd thought he could take down Rao Sherman tonight, but she just slipped away in the nick of time. Ruoro, don't you like the song as well? How about you go to my room now? We sit opposite each other with our legs crossed, and then... After Rao Sherman had left, Chin Fong instantly swide targets to Su Ruoro. I'm going upstairs to sleep now. Good night. Su Ruoro ran faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, she had gone to the upper floor. A moment after she went up, Chin Huang walked downstairs. When he saw Chin Fong alone standing in trance in the big parlor, he was rather amused. Fonger, when I was reading in the study, I heard someone singing and playing the piano downstairs. The voice and piano were enchanting. Was the song sung by Rao Sherman? Yeah, and the piano was played by me, Chin Fong gloated. How could I, as your father, not know you? Little brat could play the piano. Seeing there was no one else around, Chin Huang could finally acknowledge him as his son. In order to help Chin Fong hook up with girls, Chin Huang was worn out from acting in Chin Feng's show. Fonger, regarding the song just now, I've some points of my own, especially your piano part. I think there are some verses that need to be revised. Now, let's go to your father's room. We can sit together with our legs crossed and talk all night long. It has been such a long time since I've heard a song that could really touch one's soul and evoke memories. Chin Huang was reminiscing. He had really taken a liking to the song just now. It was just that Chin Feng's heart was a little bit shaken when he heard what his father said. In a split second, he rushed to his room. This little bastard, I knew it. The piano wasn't played by you. What is a good-for-nothing, little brat, like, besides hooking up with girls? Now that I've see through your dirty trick. You run away faster than a rabbit. Chin Huang mumbled to himself, standing alone in the parlor. Royal Group, Liu Chen's office. Liu Chen was sitting on her office chair, while a good-looking, tall man stood in front of her. That guy was the gold-collar analyst in the financial investment department, Lin Shuai. As a returnee who had studied abroad, Lin Shuai was a golden boy. He was handsome and humorous, young and promising. Although he'd worked in Royal Group for a mere 3 months, he'd already been promoted to a gold-collar position, a royal analyst in the company. He was pretty popular among company employees. Those newly recruited beauties in particular, all had set their sights on him. However, Ling Shuai was aiming high. Within the whole royal group, he had his sights fixed on only 3 persons: Su Ruoro, Liu Chen, and Han Ying. Unfortunately, these 3 were usually closer to Chin Fong and always gave him the cold shoulder. General Manager Li, what's the purpose of calling me here all of a sudden? With a handsome and sunny smile on his face, Lin Shuai gazed gently at Liu Chen. He'd been summoned by Liu Chen as soon as he came to the office early in the morning. Now he was dwelling in his delusion. Does Liu Chen want to invite me to a movie or dinner after work? Manager Lin, you should have heard the news that the celebrity Rao Sherman has come to our company. The opening ceremony for Royal Group's Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2's villa is on the day after tomorrow. However, since Miss Rao Sherman came early and has nothing to do at the moment, the top management decided to anoint a person to take her for a stroll around the city. Essentially, Chin Fong is the person in charge. But taking into account that Chin Fong is taking Miss Rao Sherman to lunch at a high-class Western restaurant, it's probably the best if a person who's proficient in French tags along. Since you're an elite who studied in France, I'm not sure whether you're willing to host Miss Rao Sherman together with Chin Fong. Even though Liu Chen didn't invite him for a date, Lin Shuai wasn't disheartened. Instead, his heart was filled with pride when he was asked by Liu Chen to bring Rao Sherman for a meal at a Western restaurant, especially when Chin Fong was tagging along with him this time. He even planned to humiliate Chin Fong harshly in front of Rao Sherman. I'd like to see if this little brat still dares to act arrogant in front of me next time. General Manager Li, it's my honor to serve the company and the superstar Rao Sherman, said Lin Shuai. the corner of his mouth quirking in a faint smile. Okay, then, you can now go to Leader Chen's office. Rao Sherman is there as well. I think they're leaving soon, Liu Chen said indifferently. She totally had no feelings toward Lin Shuai and behaved like a normal coworker with him. Chapter 264. Chapter 264. Shamelessness knows no limits. Sherman, where do you want to go today? Why don't we go to the bar, KTV, to get a foot massage, or those kinds of places? In group Leader Chen's office, Chen Feng's eyes were pinned to Rao Sherman as he smiled. Today Rao Sherman was dressed extremely beautifully. Her makeup was light and natural, and she looked youthful and energetic. She wore a printed beige top paired with a light purple short skirt. Her fair and long legs were bare and free to breathe the air. Her small, delicate feet were shod in a pair of red high heels. She stood silently to the side and was almost as tall as Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, can't you tell that it's daytime right now? Rao Sherman had only interacted with Chen Feng for a morning, yet she saw completely through him to his vulgar personality. Thus, in the face of his lascivious expression, Rao Sherman was completely unfazed. Sherman is right, those places are only fun at night. Then let's play at a bar at night, said Chen Feng with a smile. Rao Sherman stared expressionlessly at Chen Feng. What I mean is that it's still daytime right now. If you want to dream, mister. Chen, wait until you go home at night. Huh. Group Leader Chen, Superstar Sherman, you're both here? At this time, Lin Shuai pushed open the door to Chen Feng's office and walked in with a jolly smile. So it's Idiot Lin. Why do you have the time to come play in my office today? Chen Feng looked at Lin Shuai with a smile. Lin Shuai had just gotten the assignment of taking Rao Sherman to eat French food and was in the middle of feeling good about himself. In the end, Chen Feng singular Idiot Lin instantly spoiled his great mood. He only felt as though someone stabbed him in the chest and a mouthful of fresh blood was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't even spit it out. Oh, I haven't introduced you to Sherman. This is our royal group's youthful and promising bastard who calls himself Idiot Lin. He works in Royal Group's financial investment department, and it's said that his salary is 500,000. He's really something. Chen Feng's introduction of Lin Shuai to Rao Sherman seemed to praise Lin Shuai, but in Lin Shuai's ears his chest was instantly stabbed again. Huh. I've heard that the sales department has a group, Leader Chen, who's witty, humorous, and loves to joke. So it's true. Lin Shuai didn't dare let Chen Feng continue speaking. If he let that brat continue spouting nonsense, Rao Sherman might not want him to accompany her. He immediately stepped forward and smiled. Miss Rao Sherman, allow me to formally introduce myself. I studied abroad and graduated from the second most prominent university in Lyon, France. The university is one of the top 5 in France. I learned a lot about culture and gained a lot of knowledge. However, I know Chinese blood runs through my veins. Thus, after graduating and receiving an invitation from several large French companies in the market, I resolutely declined them. I returned to the country and my hometown, Acropolis City, and developed my career in Royal Group. I strive to use the knowledge I learned abroad to repay my motherland and its people. That's right, my name is Lin Shuai, the Lin with 2 woods, and Shuai meaning handsome. Lin Shuai's introduction was over, and Chen Feng's and Rao Sherman's eyes widened. They weren't shocked by Lin Shuai's strong educational background or his patriotism. They were bowled over by his bullshitting abilities. Even Chen Feng, who typically bullshitted without any change in his expression and lied whenever he opened his mouth, secretly shook his head. There's always someone superior, and shamelessness knows no limits. Chen Feng felt that he still had a long way to travel on the road of cultivation in the realm of shamelessness. Idiot Lin, if you're really busy at work, then go do your work. Lin Shuai talked for half a day, yet Rao Sherman didn't remember even a sentence of his. On the other hand, Rao Sherman instantly committed Qin Feng's nickname for him, Idiot Lin, to memory. Miss Rao Sherman, my name is Lin Shuai, the Lin with two woods, and Shuai meaning handsome. Fire rose within Lin Shuai, but he continued to smile at Rao Sherman. Mr. Lin. Rao Sherman was part of the entertainment industry, so she had seen too many handsome men. Now, when she determined whether or not a man was handsome, she didn't consider his appearance, but paid attention to his heart. After hearing Lin Shuai's introduction, Rao Sherman couldn't utter the word Shuai. You can go do what you need to. Rao Sherman's expression turned slightly cold and already hinted that she wanted Lin Shuai gone. How would Lin Shuai be willing to leave? He hadn't yet brought Rao Sherman to a French restaurant to show off or slap Qin Feng in the face. Miss Rao Sherman, my assignment from the company today is to accompany you in having fun, ensuring your safety and being your assistant. I have Mr. Qin, and that's enough. I don't need you, said Rao Sherman impolitely. Sherman is right. I alone am enough to care for and protect her. We don't need you. Don't be a third wheel. Hurry up and leave, laughed Qin Feng. Wait, then stay and bear the responsibility with Mr. Qin for my activities today. Rao Sherman suddenly changed her mind, because once she saw the glimmer of vulgarness in Qin Feng's gaze toward her, she felt that going out alone with Qin Feng might be dangerous. If there was another person, she believed that between Qin Feng and Lin Shuai, neither of them would dare harbor ill thoughts about her. Haha, Miss Rao Sherman, then let's head out now. Lin Shuai stared at Qin Feng with self-satisfaction as he led the way. The three of them arrived outside the entrance of Royal Group, where company Benz for driving important guests waited. Aye, we still have to drive? But what do we do if I can't drive? Qin Feng looked at the Benz with a conflicted expression. Lin Shuai gazed scornfully at Qin Feng. He usually saw Qin Feng riding a broken old 28 bicycle to and from work. He originally thought Qin Feng was poor and had no money to buy a car. Now, Lin Shuai finally understood. This brat didn't even know how to drive a car. When Lin Shuai thought about this, he couldn't help but guffaw. Haha, it's already the 21st century. Being unable to drive is the same as being illiterate. Good thing the company had the good sense to send me to act as Rao Sherman's host as well. Otherwise, if you can't even drive, don't tell me you want a famous celebrity to walk in the streets. Haha. It wasn't often that Lin Shuai had the upper hand with Qin Feng. After ridiculing him, he raised his head and puffed out his chest, then walked up to Rao Sherman. He opened the back door and blocked the top of the car in a gentlemanly manner as he smiled and said, Miss Rao Sherman, please. Hee, how nice it feels to have a driver. Without waiting for Rao Sherman to get in the car, Qin Feng slipped into the back seat first. Rao Sherman originally thought that she was going to sit in the back by herself and that Qin Feng and Lin Shuai would sit in the front. However, when Rao Sherman saw Qin Feng acting like he wouldn't leave, Rao Sherman could only shake her head and get in. Between the two, she'd rather sit in the back with Qin Feng than sit in the front with the sham, Lin Shuai. Both of them got into the car, and Lin Shuai's hand still maintained a protective gesture atop the car door. He seemed to suddenly come to his senses. He hadn't paid attention and was played by Qin Feng once again. Driver, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drive. Qin Feng's complaints drifted over. Lin Shuai's lips tweed violently. He used all his strength to suppress the rage within him, then instantly became a chauffeur and obediently ran around to drive. Along the way, Qin Feng suddenly leaned toward Rao Sherman and said with a chuckle, Sherman, how do you take care of your skin? Your arms are as fair and soft as a new lotus root, and the skin on your face is like a newborn's. It's completely wrinkle-free. You wouldn't have used hyaluronic acid or anything like that, would you? Hurry, and let me feel it, and see how different it feels compared to normal people's? Mr. Chin, please pay attention to your identity and behavior. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the car. Rao Sherman was cautious of Chin Fong. When she saw his hand heading toward her face, she immediately blocked her face with her purse. Chin Fong saw that his plan failed, so he moved his hand slightly and pushed Rao Sherman's cell phone off the seat and to the floor. Then he yelped in a flustered manner, "Oh no! Sherman, your cell phone dropped." Rao Sherman didn't suspect anything this time, and she bent over to pick up her cell phone. Chin Fong immediately looked down her cleavage to see an undergarment with white lace trim. He saw the elegant curves, neither too big nor too small, but just right. Screech! The car stopped suddenly, and Chin Fong and Rao Sherman were almost flung out of the car. They quickly raised their heads to look in front of them and saw that Lin Shuai almost crashed into the car ahead of them. Ever since Lin Shuai became the chauffeur, he'd been extremely angry. What was more, he saw Chin Fong and Rao Sherman sitting together in the back seat, and Chin Fong occasionally teasing Rao Sherman. Lin Shuai increasingly felt as though he was being toyed with by Chin Fong. When Chin Fong intentionally knocked over the cell phone and made Rao Sherman bend over, Lin Shuai saw Chin Fong lower his head to peek down Rao Sherman's collar. So how could he be calm? He immediately peeked through the rearview mirror. However, Lin Shuai saw nothing and almost crashed into the car in front of him. "Driver Lin, what's wrong with your driving? As a driver, you have to do your job properly. Were you trying to peep at Rao Sherman's chest or something through the rearview mirror when you saw her bend over to pick up her cell phone?" Chin Fong reprimanded severely. Rao Sherman's expression changed immediately. She instinctively tugged at her collar and glared coldly at Lin Shuai through the rearview mirror. "Mr. Lin, if you think of despicable things and you don't drive properly, you can scram and go back to work. Mr. Chin alone is enough to accompany me on my trip." Lin Shuai felt the pain of tens of sharp arrows piercing his heart. Chin Fong saw everything, yet he wasn't reprimanded. But Lin Shuai didn't see anything and was harshly berated. It's hard being a good person in this world. For the rest of the trip, Lin Shuai no longer had the guts to peek at Rao Sherman through the rearview mirror. However, he felt a surge of pain when he heard Chin Fong find ways to tease Rao Sherman and trick her into letting him touch her little hand a couple of times. If he'd known that by not driving, he'd be able to sit in the back with Rao Sherman, smell the fragrance of her body, and touch her little hand, Lin Shuai definitely wouldn't have admitted that he could drive. Lin Shuai's driving was steady. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Gold and Silver Building. The Gold and Silver Building was one of Acropolis's iconic buildings. It was very different from the International Shopping Center and Wancheng Square, which Chin Fong took Yin Xiao to. After all, the Gold and Silver Building was Acropolis City's best luxury goods shopping area. Those that could come here were the extremely rich. If you walked around casually, you wouldn't be able to leave if you didn't have one. 8 million. Chin Fong suggested that Rao Sherman come here and shop because of her identity as a famous celebrity. If they went to crowded places like the International Shopping Center and Wancheng Square, it would be easy for someone to recognize Rao Sherman and unnecessary trouble would arise. Also, there weren't very many people shopping at the Gold and Silver Building, and they were all rich and powerful. Even if someone recognized Rao Sherman, they wouldn't act like crazy fans. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. Remove the 2 numbers at the end. Suddenly, a group of 3 consisting of 2 men and a woman walked into the Gold and Silver Building's lobby. Lin Shuai was blazing the trail in front. He'd seized all the work as chauffeur and bodyguard of the day for himself. Chin Fong and Rao Sherman walked behind him side by side like a couple. In order to remain undiscovered by her fans, Rao Sherman had changed her outfit after getting out of the car. She had a big round hat on her head, a pair of large sunglasses on her face, and a black trench coat over her shoulders. She had the air of a big sister when she walked. 3 of them took the elevator and went to the 3rd floor. This floor was packed with top international fashion brands. As a top-tier celebrity, Rao Sherman was so busy that she had no time for shopping. In fact, most of her outfits were selected by her manager. This time, she came to Acropolis City to carry out her mission. It was such a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity for her to do her own shopping. Rao Sherman was very delighted and shopped from one store to another. There were fewer people shopping in the gold and silver building. Nobody could recognize Rao Sherman even when the 3 of them had shopped for quite some time. This relaxed Rao Sherman even more, and she began her mad shopping spree. The 3 of them walked into a Prada fashion store. 2 youthful and beautiful salesgirls walked up and welcomed them with open arms. "Welcome. How may I assist you, Misters and Miss? A new purse just arrived at our Prada main store in the gold and silver building yesterday. Would you like to have a look at it, miss?" Prada was a famous brand that sold multiple international luxury product lines. Well known for its high visibility and top quality, it offered men's and women's clothing, leather goods, footwear, eyewear, and fragrances, as well as tailoring service. Rao Sherman waved to the salesgirls and started to roam around the shop freely by herself. Seeing this as a chance to promote himself, Lin Shuai hastily rushed to Rao Sherman's side and talked with his head high and chest puffed out. Miss Sherman Prada was established by an Italian, Mario Prada, at Milan, Italy in 1913. Since its very first store, its core value has been to constantly bring forth new ideas and follow the pace of fashion trends. And now, even 100 years later, Prada still perseveres in walking on the path of innovation and creativity. Indeed, it's a worldwide luxury fashion house that lives up to its fame. Also, the products here are a perfect ma for Miss Sherman, a person of high caliber and dignity. In order to attract more girls, Lin Shuai deliberately memorized all the top 10 famous international women's fashion brands. With his proficiency and insight in famous brands and fashion, he'd seduced heaps of women into sleeping with him. Now he was trying to use the same trick on Rao Sherman as well. If he could sleep with this superstar, Lin Shuai swore that it would be more than worth not touching another woman for a whole year. I'd always shopped at various multinational top-tier fashion shops when I was studying in France. Those shops are always updated with the latest models. I've seen some of the models of this store in Paris a few years ago, but there are some models that were indeed released this year. Miss Sherman, shall I introduce some models that are suitable for you? Lin Shuai behaved like a knowledgeable gentleman and talked non-stop beside Rao Sherman. On the other hand, Rao Sherman had taken off her big sunglasses. Her long, fine eyelashes fluttered slightly as she focused on picking her favorite purse from the shelves and seemingly ignored what Lin Shuai said. "Miss Sherman, I think this purse suits you very well. It's classy and elegant, yet not too flashy. Would you like to give it a try? If you like it, I could buy it for you as a token of our friendship." Lin Shuai handed a purse to Rao Sherman after taking a look at the price. The purse was priced at 19,888 yuan, still within Lin Shuai's budget. If Rao Sherman was willing to accept the purse, he'd be very delighted. "No need, I'll pick one myself." Rao Sherman rejected Lin Shuai's offer indifferently. Lin Shuai felt awkward at Rao Sherman's refusal. The purse he held was suspended in midair. He couldn't put it back on the shelf nor forcibly stuff it into Rao Sherman's hands. Suddenly, a gleam of light shone brightly in Lin Shuai's eyes. He then walked to Qin Feng and said, "Leader Qin, what do you think of this purse? Personally, I think it suits Miss Sherman very well. I want to give her as a gift, but unfortunately she rejected me. Why don't you buy it for Miss Sherman instead?" He knew Qin Feng was merely a sales representative in the sales department, and it still hadn't been a week since Qin Feng was promoted to group leader. He was very sure Qin Feng biked to work every day and definitely didn't have the budget to buy a purse that cost 20,000. Now he wanted to brush off the embarrassment and shift it to Qin Feng. He wanted to disgrace Qin Feng in front of Rao Sherman. Idiot Lin, the purse you picked is dull and inconspicuous. No wonder Sherman doesn't like it. You're so tasteless. Qin Feng replied, giving Lin Shuai a smirk after seeing through Lin Shuai's intention with a glance. Calling Lin Shuai Idiot Lin, Qin Feng had drawn the attention of a few beautiful salesgirls. When their gazes fell on Lin Shuai, they tried very hard to maintain their countenance and not laugh at him. Leader Qin, this purse is this summer's latest model, a masterpiece designed by a famous Italian purse designer. How could you say it looks terrible? I think you would say so because you don't want to spend your money to buy a present for Miss Sherman, right? Lin Shuai had gotten accustomed to the name Idiot Lin, as everyone called him that in the company. Right now, he just ignored being called that name in public and talked gleefully to Qin Feng. Idiot Lin, what's going on with your brain? Why should I buy the purse if Miss Sherman doesn't like it? If I really want to buy one, I'll buy her one she likes, Qin Feng said in a louder voice. When those salesgirls heard Lin Shuai being called Idiot Lin and saw he wasn't enraged and even enjoyed it with a triumphant expression on his face, they just couldn't restrain themselves anymore. They laughed behind their hands. Rao Sherman heard them talking. She was annoyed and glared at them. She didn't have a good impression of either Qin Feng or Lin Shuai. She wouldn't accept a gift either of them, especially the pervert, Qin Feng. She had been taken advantage of by him a couple of times on the way here. She still kept the grudge in her heart. Mr. Qin, actually I prefer this purse more. Would you buy it for me? Rao Sherman's eyes suddenly shone with light, and she walked up to Qin Feng. With a smile in her clear eyes, she waved the purse in her hand. The purse was priced at 59,998 yuan, which was a little bit high. Rao Sherman didn't believe Qin Feng could afford it. She was just going to take revenge on this scoundrel and see if he would still dare to get fresh with her again. Lin Shuai was closer to Rao Sherman, so he could see the price tag of the purse clearly with just a glance. The price of this purse, 59,998 yuan, was nearly the annual income of an ordinary family. His gaze were filled with relish when he looked at Qin Feng again. Miss Sherman, you've come all the way to Royal Group as our VIP. How could Leader Qin not buy you a present if you've taken a liking to any merchandise here? Lin Shuai smiled at Qin Feng and asked, Am I right, Leader Qin? Qin Feng ignored Lin Shuai and took the purse in Rao Sherman's hand. Suddenly his expression changed, and he exclaimed loudly, Holy shit! How come a purse like this needs 59,998 yuan? Isn't this highway robbery? Do you know how many families there are that can't earn this much in a year? Rao Sherman and Lin Shuai were shocked when Qin Feng broke out into curses. However, both of them regained their composure soon after. Lin Shuai, in particular, was so happy that a flower might bloom on his face. He knew this purse was extremely expensive, and he thought Qin Feng would still clench his teeth and buy the purse even if Qin Feng had to exceed his card limit or use all his savings. He never imagined this person would act like a country bumpkin from the village and throw a tantrum in an international luxury store after seeing the price of the purse. Lin Shuai almost laughed to death at Qin Feng's reaction. Haha, Leader Qin, is this the first time you shopped in a luxury store like this? This price isn't expensive at all. If you can't afford it, then I'll buy it for Miss Sherman. Anyway, in my point of view, only a present with such a price could maw a person of consequence like Miss Sherman. While Lin Shuai was snidely mocking Qin Feng, two salesgirls had been attracted by the incident and started walking toward them. Mr. and Miss, how may I assist you? One of the beauties, who had a store manager badge pinned, asked Qin Feng with a gentle smile. Qin Feng waved the purse in his hand and yelled harshly, Hey, Why is this purse of yours so expensive? Just a small thing like that, and it costs 59,998 yuan. Why don't you guys become robbers instead? Seeing Qin Feng holding the purse and arguing with that staff member, Lin Shuai laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He thought he should record this incident and post it to the company group to let everybody see how Qin Feng acted like a hillbilly and made a clown of himself. Rao Sherman was left speechless. She somehow regretted bringing this scoundrel shopping. Mister, I'm very sorry to tell you that, as our Prada is one of the top 10 international fashion brands, the prices of our merchandise are all fixed and we would never cheat our customers. All our merchandise are personally conceived by international designers. The designs are first-class quality. They're surely worth the price. The beautiful store manager answered Qin Feng with a smile on her face, but a hint of disdain could be seen slipping into her eyes. Lin Shuai and Rao Sherman were able to notice that. Stop bluffing me. Qin Feng impatiently waved his hand. Just let me know whether can you take out 2 zeros and sell it to me at 599 yuan. Everyone was dumbstruck at Qin Feng's words. Everyone gave him a stunned look as if they were looking at an alien organism. This person was so shameless at bargaining. He wasn't just removing 2 zeros. He was removing 2 digits directly from the end. Ha ha ha. After a short while, Lin Shuai guffawed uproariously all of a sudden because he couldn't hold it in any more. Originally, he'd planned to humiliate Qin Feng when they were having lunch at a high-class French restaurant. He never expected that he wouldn't need to make a move and Qin Feng would already slap himself in his own face until it was swollen. This place was the store of Prada, an international luxury fashion house. Qin Feng was bargaining as if he was in a general market. His action in a high-end store like this was like a clown suddenly performing at an international opera. It was just ridiculous. Leader Qin, you're really funny. Do you think this place is a general market? Are you buying a 2-cent big onion and can still counteroffer cent for it? If you really cannot afford it, then leave it. I'll buy it for Miss Sherman. But you shouldn't speak carelessly. Losing your own face is fine. But please don't drag me and Miss Sherman along. Because both of us can't afford to lose the face. Lin Shuai felt triumphant now. Ever since he made the acquaintance of Qin Feng, the two of them would fight frequently. It was Qin Feng's victory every time, and Lin Shuai always lost brutally. This time, Lin Shuai finally could see Qin Feng make an ass of himself. He laughed like his guts would come out. Rao Sherman's expression was cold. She stood on one side, quietly, not saying a word. Qin Feng ignored Lin Shuai's mocking laughter. He looked at the beautiful store manager and asked seriously, I'm asking this for one last time. Sell it at 599 yuan or we'll leave now. With every single word Qin Feng made, Lin Shuai couldn't stop his laughter. Lin Shuai was certain that Qin Feng made this top-class luxury store a general market. Now, Qin Feng even tried to frighten the store manager with the move. Sell it to me at cheaper price or else I'll leave now. Lin Shuai laughed breathlessly. Mister, I'm very sorry. We don't sell at this price. The disdain in the beautiful store manager's eyes was getting stronger, and her voice sounded a little bit impatient. I think it's still expensive for me to buy at 599 yuan, and you guys still can't sell it to me. You just wait for me here. I'm going to call the Bureau of Industry and Commerce and ask the Consumer Association to deal with you all. I tell you, your brother has someone backing me. Qin Feng pulled out his phone furiously and ran outside to make a call. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Crazy discount. 99% off. Qin Feng walked out of the store. Lin Shuai laughed so hard that he was squatting on the ground. Rao Sherman had a stiff expression on her charming face and looked like she wanted to leave at any moment. Outside the store, Qin Feng's furious expression was already normal again. He looked completely calm, as if nothing had happened. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. He found the Gold and Silver Building's property manager, Wang Ming, and called him. Royal Group's most important business was in real estate. Acropolis City's commercial streets and its busy shopping centers were all held by Royal Group. This was Acropolis City's iconic international shopping building, so naturally it was Royal Group's property. Why, young Master Qin? The call was answered, and a nervous voice came through the phone. As the Gold and Silver Building's property manager, he was a person of some consequence, and he very seldom sounded so servile. However, it was young Master Qin calling. 3 years ago, Wang Ming had the honor of meeting Qin Feng at one of the banquets for the rich and powerful, so he had his number saved. However, in these 3 years, it was his first time receiving a call from young Master Qin. His little heart was about to jump out of his throat. "Manager Wang, I have a request." Qin Feng cut to the chase. "Young Master Qin, please speak." "I am currently strolling through the Prada store in the Gold and Silver Building. I want all the sale prices in this store to lose their last 2 numbers. Contact Prada's owner right now and have it done as soon as possible," Qin Feng ordered. "Okay, I'll get it done within a minute, young Master Qin." After hanging up, Qin Feng stood at the entrance for a minute and admired the long-legged beauties that came and went. When he saw that it was about time, he walked into the store with a smile. "Haha, Group Leader Qin, you're finally back. What did your friend in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce say? Are they going to immediately come over and seal up this store? I really didn't think Group Leader Qin would know someone in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. How enviable." Qin Feng had lingered outside for 2 minutes, yet Lin Shuai still couldn't contain his laughter. The beautiful store manager thought Qin Feng had found an excuse to slip away. Seeing that he had the guts to return, she now looked at him with disdain. "Idiot Lin, don't be jealous. There's no point in being jealous because your network and financial resources will never be comparable to mine. I've already made the call. My friend is currently handling it." Qin Feng had a calm smile. He turned to Rao Sherman and said, "Sherman, the prices of the merchandise in this store are going to fall in a bit. Choose whatever you like and put it on my tab. Consider them my presents to you." Lin Shuai saw Qin Feng acting very confidently, so he began to suspect that Qin Feng's head had been kicked by a donkey when Qin Feng was little, and the effects were now manifesting. Rao Sherman pursed her lips at Qin Feng and didn't believe his words, either. "Store manager, there's a call for you." The store manager was about to open her mouth to take a jab at Qin Feng when she was suddenly called away. She hadn't even been gone for half a minute when she rushed back urgently. She was gone for a mere 30 seconds, but the beautiful store manager had undergone a complete change. Her previously disdainful and arrogant attitude disappeared. She walked up to Qin Feng with a lowered head like a little kid who had done something wrong. Beads of sweat gathered closely on her forehead, and her straight legs began to tremble slightly. In that half-minute, Prada's chairman, who'd personally called, angrily reprimanded her. The chairman's words could be summed up as, "Fulfill all of Mr. Qin's requests and make him 10,000% satisfied. Otherwise, you can pack up and leave. And may I ask if you are Mr. Qin?" The beautiful store manager raised her head to look at Qin Feng, her gaze filled with trepidation and reverence. "My family name is Qin, but I don't know if I'm the Mr. Qin you speak of." Qin Feng knew Wang Ming had taken care of everything when he saw the change in the store manager. The beautiful store manager wasn't stupid. Qin Feng's family name was Qin, and the situation had changed this way after he went outside and made a call. Thus, the contemptible youth before her was clearly the Mr. Qin the old chairman spoke of. When the beautiful store manager thought about how she almost offended such an important person, she almost kneeled on the floor and cried while begging for mercy. "How do you do, Mr. Qin? May I ask what you need? Just tell me, and I'll give my all to satisfy you." Rao Sherman and Lin Shuai also saw the change in the beautiful store manager. Rao Sherman's expression altered slightly, and she looked at Qin Feng with interest as she waited to see how the situation would progress. Lin Shuai's mocking laughter stopped completely. He'd fought with Qin Feng a fair number of times, and a bad premonition suddenly stirred in his heart. I don't have any special requests. I just hope the things in your store could be cheaper. Just take out the 2 numbers off the end. Otherwise, I won't buy anything from your store, said Qin Feng with the courage of his convictions. If these words were spoken before Qin Feng made his call, or if a normal person said it, the store manager would secretly look at them with disdain. Lin Shuai would guffaw uproariously and Rao Sherman would be unhappy. But when Qin Feng said those words again, no one dared to laugh at him. The beautiful store manager even smiled and bowed reverently at a 90-degree angle and said, Mr. Qin, I remember your request. From now on, you, young Master Qin, have full benefits at Acropolis City's 2 Prada brand stores and this main store in the gold and silver building. All of the items in the store will lose 2 digits, and Mr. Qin, you can choose whatever you please. Rao Sherman and Lin Shuai were stunned by the beautiful store manager's words. In particular, Lin Shuai's smiling lips tweed. His eyes were about to fall out, and he began to wonder if his ears had gone bad. Otherwise, how could he have heard those fantastical words? All 3 Prada stores in Acropolis would lose 2 digits off their prices? Was it April Fool's Day? That price wasn't even enough to cover the manufacturing cost. Lin Shuai could believe that Qin Feng really knew someone from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and that he found someone to lower the prices in the Prada store. But no matter whom he knew, 10 or 22% off was already giving you a lot of face. Now, they took away 2 digits off the prices. That was fucking 99% off. Beauty, is there some sort of event today? Is your store having a sale due to the change in seasons? Lin Shuai couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked the store manager. Without waiting for the store manager to open her mouth, Qin Feng smiled and said, Idiot Lin, you still don't know? When I walked into the store, I got notification that because the Prada store is getting renovated, they have a promotion where everything in the store is 99% off. You really think I'm so dumb that I didn't even know about this kind of international luxury goods store? You think I'd intentionally slap my own face by buying that bag for $599 to make you happy? Lin Shuai's expression became suspicious. He looked at the store manager. Is what he said true? The store is really 99% off today? The beautiful store manager nodded without hesitation. She'd ED the chairman's words into her heart and had to fulfill all of Mr. Qin's requests. That's right, this is insider information. Only advance members that are holders of our Prada membership card for over 2 years were notified. The goal is to give back to our old clients. In a couple of days, when the old clients are done buying the products in the store, the remaining items would be sold to the general public for low prices. Lin Shuai was stunned, and Rao Sherman looked suspicious. They still had trouble believing these words. Then, if I didn't have your Prada membership card before, can I enjoy your 99% off promotion? Lin Shuai became excited. If he could also get 99% off, he would definitely go on a mad shopping spree. The beautiful sales manager was in no hurry to reply to Lin Shuai. She looked at Qin Feng for assistance. Ahem. How about this? This idiot Lin is considered half a friend of mine. So why don't you give me some face and make an exception by giving him the 99% discount? At the same time, this idiot friend of mine will announce Prada's current promotion. It'll be marketing for your store. Okay, since Mr. Qin said so, of course we agree, said the beautiful sales manager with a prompt smile. Store manager, I already shared it with my friend group. See if my advertising is all right. After Qin Feng spoke, Lin Shuai showed the beautiful sales manager his phone. The store manager glanced over carelessly, then nodded and said, Okay, that works. Mr. Qin, Do you also want to give this lady the 99% discount as well? The beautiful store manager's attitude toward Qin Feng earlier was not good. At this time, she was afraid Qin Feng would hold a grudge against her, so she took every chance she could to curry favor with Qin Feng. There's no need for that. Take whatever you like, Rao Sherman, and put it on my tab. Qin Feng laughed as he walked up to Rao Sherman and picked up the 59,998 yuan bag that she wanted him to buy. He tossed it grandly at the beautiful sales manager. Miss Sherman has taken a liking to this. Wrap it up for me. Sherman, take whatever else you like. What kind of relationship do we have? Don't be reserved with me. Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Rao Sherman's refined and charming face and extended his hand to place it on her shoulder. Rao Sherman dodged his hand and glared at Qin Feng. She found that it wasn't easy to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Keep your dirty paws away from me. I have no relationship with you whatsoever. After discovering that Prada had a 99% off promotion, Rao Sherman began to choose more items. Qin Feng stuck by her and even gave her the occasional suggestion. Though Rao Sherman complained that Qin Feng's recommendations were all too crude and tasteless, she ended up choosing the items he suggested. As a famous celebrity, Rao Sherman usually didn't have time to shop. Now that she had the rare opportunity to go on a mad shopping spree, buying lots of things was reasonable. On the other hand, Lin Shuai neglected his image and held a large basket. He looked like he was buying instant noodles at a supermarket. When he saw something, he tossed it into his basket. In 5 short minutes, his large basket was full. Earlier, Lin Shuai ridiculed and mockingly laughed at Qin Feng for treating this luxury goods store as a general market, but he now looked like an elderly woman crazily buying things. That's about enough. Over 10 items are enough to make you spend a lot. Rao Sherman chose for half an hour. In the end, she blinked at Qin Feng. She looked mischievous, cute, youthful, and energetic, making Qin Feng want to lift her charming face and kiss it. These items really aren't cheap. Altogether, they're almost 10,000. This would deplete over a month of my pay. Qin Feng was aware of Rao Sherman's intent. This little girl was angry at him and wanted to teach him a lesson by bleeding him dry. Haha, see if you have the guts to get fresh with me again. When Rao Sherman saw Qin Feng's anxious expression, she waved her little, soft pink fist with a self-satisfied expression. Sherman, look, I saved 2 months of food money for you. Why don't you go to my room tonight and we'll sit facing one another cross-legged? Then, if you don't want to buy these things for me, you don't need to put them back in their spots. There's still an idiot that wants to buy them for me. Rao Sherman glared coldly at Qin Feng and strangled his vulgar intentions in the cradle. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. I'll forever quit the friend group. Miss Sherman, were you calling for me? It'll be my pleasure to buy all of these for you. I'll buy you anything you like. After he had finished his shopping, Lin Shuai walked to Qin Feng and Rao Sherman. When he seemingly overheard Rao Sherman talking about him, he felt flattered. Seems like I'm still as good-looking as ever. Even a superstar would discuss me behind my back. Well, since Idiot Lin is so rich, we'll let you pick up the tab then. As Qin Feng spoke, he smiled at Lin Shuai. Rao Sherman's expression sank slightly. She accepted Qin Feng's offer to pay for her because she wanted to punish him, but she didn't want Lin Shuai to pay for her. She absolutely had no feeling toward him. Fine, fine. Put all of Miss Sherman's items on my tab. Store manager, help us ring everything up and give me the bill. I'll pay by card. Without waiting for Rao Sherman's rejection, Lin Shuai triumphantly pulled out his bank card and handed it to the beautiful store manager. After all, everything in this store was 99% off today, and it would cost him 50,000 to 60,000 yuan at most, even if they bought it all. Lin Shuai still wasn't daunted by this amount. The beautiful store manager accepted Lin Shuai's bank card, but she didn't rush over to ring up their purchases. She looked at Qin Feng and waited for his instructions. Today, Idiot Lin will pay for everything we're buying. Now, ring everything up and follow what we said just now. If this person advertises your store's offer in his friend group once, then he'll be eligible for 99% off on one of his selections. The rest will be counted as usual. After all, our Idiot Lin is an elite that studied abroad. Money is the only thing that he'll never lack. Qin Feng smiled lightly. The beautiful store manager soon understood Qin Feng's intention. She'd realized much earlier Lin Shuai and Qin Feng didn't get along well. So, how could Qin Feng possibly go easy on that idiot? Mr. Qin, I'll total the bill now. Don't worry, I'll calculate it thoroughly and not a penny less. The beautiful store manager pushed 3 shopping carts to the counter to scan the items' codes. Lin Shuai was left dumbfounded and his brain turned into mush. Why do Qin Feng's words sound a little bit off? He thought to himself. With the help and cooperation of 3 staffers and 3 code scanners, they rang up the bill of Qin Feng's group very soon. The beautiful store manager was satisfied with the figure. She took Lin Shuai's bank card and walked to him with a smile on her face. Mister, I'm sorry. Your bank card's balance is insufficient. Do you want to use another card? Or do you want to pay by cash instead? Insufficient? How could it be not enough? Did you guys do something wrong? Lin Shuai thought the store manager had completed the transaction and come to return his card. He was getting on his high horse, wanting to boast in front of Qin Feng, and all of a sudden, the store manager said his bank card's balance was insufficient. Lin Shuai was stupefied and felt terrible now. This bank card had 100,000 yuan deposited on it. How could it be not enough? I'm sorry, we've tried the card 3 times. The balance of the card is really insufficient, and our POS machine has no problem at all, the beautiful store manager replied with a smile. Lin Shuai's countenance changed drastically. He'd already felt weird about what Qin Feng had said, and then he noticed his card balance was insufficient. Now he was nervous and highly strung. How much is the bill? Lin Shuai asked as his heart pounded with fear, a gush of bad feelings suddenly flaring there. Mister, the total cost is 1,532,080 yuan. Seeing that you're a friend of Mr. Qin, I, as the store manager, have removed 2,080 yuan from the end for you. So the total charge will be 1,530,000 yuan. 1.53 million yuan. After he heard the numbers from the beautiful store manager, Lin Shuai felt like he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning, followed by endless waves of muffled thunder roaring in his head. He was so frightened that he almost collapsed. How much did you say? 1,530,000 yuan? Did you make a mistake somewhere and report 1 more zero? Lin Shuai's face was pale white and beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. Even if the total expense for today was 153,000 yuan, it would still exceed his budget 3-fold, let alone a 1,530,000 yuan. Are they asking me to sell my kidney overseas? Mister, please don't play a joke with us, since you're a friend of Mr. Qin. I believed that 1,530,000 yuan is just a mere figure for you. How about you try again with another card? Or would you like to pay by check instead? It's all up to you. How could the beautiful store manager not see through Lin Shuai's embarrassment? She was certain that Lin Shuai couldn't pay the 1,530,000 yuan. She was just playing along with Qin Feng. Please wait for a moment. Didn't you mention that all the items in this store are 99% off? I had a rough figure when I was choosing my stuff. All my items will only cost me 30,000 yuan. Even with Miss Sherman's items, the most is only 100,000 yuan. Why and how did it become 1,530,000 yuan when you calculated it? When Lin Shuai heard the report from store manager, he'd been so shocked by the figure that his brain stopped functioning. Now that he'd calmed down, no matter how many times he calculated the bill, it would never add up to 1,500,000 yuan. It made no sense whatsoever. "Mister, I think you misunderstood me." The beautiful store manager had received the order from Qin Feng. Now she explained unhurriedly with a smile on her face. "What I said was Mr. Qin can enjoy the privilege of 99% off on every item in this store, and Mr. Qin has no limitation on the purchase number. But, mister, you actually do not have the privilege to enjoy this offer. You only have the offer of 99% off on a single item after Mr. Qin opened the way for you. As for the other extra items, their prices will be the usual." "What the fuck? I only have 99% off on one item and the rest will be the original price." Lin Shuai was dumbstruck. If he'd known earlier, he would never have stepped forward to pay for Rauscherman. This was simply because he didn't have that much money to be pretentious. "You're right, mister. But Mr. Qin treated you as his good friend. He suggested that every time you promoted our Prada store in your friend group, you'll have 99% off on an extra item. We'd never give this kind of privilege to other customers. But today, we're giving face to Mr. Qin, and we, the Prada main store in Acropolis City, allow you to use this privilege." The beautiful store manager had a smile on her face from beginning to end. It was just that Lin Shuai felt that smile of hers was asking to be punched. This person had her mouth full of Mr. Qin. "Mr. Qin has said, give face to Mr. Qin, you as Mr. Qin's friend." All those words were in fact elevating Qin Feng and belittling him as a guy who had been living above everyone else, envied and followed by others. Now that he had to see Qin Feng's face and benefit from him to purchase an item, Lin Shuai was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But since things had come this far, Lin Shuai could only endure his discontent. This was simply because he didn't have the 1,500,000 yuan to cover the bill. He cursed the 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors in his heart. At the same time, he put a smile on his face and said to Qin Feng, "Group Leader Qin, I never expected you to have such a large network in Acropolis City. Then I'll share a few more messages to my friend group now. You better say it properly to the store manager. Every time I share, I'll have another 99% off on an extra item." Qin Feng was unreliable. That was what Lin Shuai had always thought. He had to reconfirm with Qin Feng and the store manager so that they wouldn't play any tricks on him. "Don't worry. Qin Feng never lies, and I never go back on my word," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Don't worry, mister. I assure you, as the store manager, every time you share in your friend group, I'll give you another 99% off on one of your items." Seeing that Qin Feng and the beautiful store manager had made their stand, Lin Shuai wasn't afraid of being cheated anymore. "It's not a big deal. I just need to share in my friend group. Moreover, they'll be thanking me for sharing this type of good deal with them." Lin Shuai gleefully pulled out his cell phone and hastily opened his WeChat friend group. He was going to copy the previous post and share it 50 times in one shot. However, when he opened his friend group, he was stunned. Soon, an agonized expression, like he'd eaten dung, appeared on his face. "Idiot Lin, you have the nerve to share the silly news of Prada store having a 99% off in the friend group? Do you think everyone is as idiotic as you? People below me maintain the formation." "Idiot Lin, you have the nerve to share the silly news of Prada store having a 99% off in the friend group? Do you think everyone is as idiotic as you? People below me maintain the formation." In less than an hour, the news of Prada having a 99% off sale on all items had gone viral. Now it already had more than 100 likes and more than 70 comments. In the comments, more than 40 people were employees of Royal Group's sales department. The rest was either Lin Shuai's close friends, his seniors at work, and various friends with benefits that he'd hooked up with at bars. Those people gave the same comments, regardless of their relationship. The moment he saw these unanimous comments, Lin Shuai had the urge to delete his WeChat and never ever touch this thing again. Mister, how about I add you as a friend in WeChat as well? By doing this, I'll be able to count the numbers of shares and give you the 99% discount based on the same numbers. The beautiful store manager saw Lin Shuai staring dazedly at his cell phone for quite a long time and acting like his soul had been reaped. She couldn't resist and reminded him again. Oh, that will be fine, hee. Lin Shuai regained his senses, but he was still stunned and couldn't speak fluently. Mister, what do you mean by this? You're not going to share in your friend group anymore? Then I'll follow the usual price, 1,530,000 yuan, and ring everything up for you. Didant, please don't close the sale yet. I suddenly remembered that I just bought a lot from the Prada branch in Behu last week. I'm not going to buy that much today. It'll be useless for me anyway. Please wait for a while. I need to check which items are duplicates. Lin Shuai felt like he'd eaten a mouthful of flies. The feeling of gloom, anger, and disgust was stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit it out nor gulp it down. It was so much suffering. He ignored the disdainful looks from both the beautiful store manager and Rao Sherman. He rushed to the pile of items and took almost all his purchases out of the carts. After he saw the comments in his friend group, he'd rather be beaten to death than share the news of Prada having 99% off again. If he did, then he would be a total idiot in everybody's eyes. Miss Sherman, you see, don't you think your purchases are a little bit too much? We'll be going to another place later. It will not be an easy task to carry all these around. How about you take some of your items out? I think it'll be sufficient if you keep one or two. Lin Shuai looked at Rao Sherman gingerly. He felt he hadn't lost so much face in his entire life. However, in front of 53,000 yuan, which was a huge sum of money, Lin Shuai was willing to cast away his morals and face. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. Destined to have the life of a servant today. Don't touch my stuff. I didn't say I wanted you to pay for me, so don't delude yourself. I'll pay for myself. A wintry air shot out of Rao Sherman. This time, she was actually a bit angry. When this Lin Shuai acted pretentious and said he wanted to pay earlier, Rao Sherman thought he was an eyesore. Now that he didn't have enough money and couldn't continue acting, he even had the audacity to put the things she painstakingly selected back. Rao Sherman had never seen such a shameless man. He plainly sucked. Don't be mad, Sherman, I'll buy your things for you. As an honored guest who came to visit Acropolis, how could you pay? Just then, Qin Feng immediately arrived beside Rao Sherman and lightly rubbed her back. Rao Sherman was just getting started and didn't notice Qin Feng's actions. She looked indifferently at Qin Feng. I don't want you to buy them for me, either. I want to buy them myself. Though Rao Sherman possessed the halo of an A-list celebrity, she was only a 20-year-old girl. When she got mad, she was like a headstrong little girl. Qin Feng had the urge to kiss her stubborn lips when he saw how she looked. When Qin Feng found that Rao Sherman didn't notice his actions, he seized the opportunity to hug her lightly. He said gently, Sherman, you're so enchanting when you act cute. Taking everything into account, I'll buy all your things for you. If you refuse, I won't help you get in contact with or meet young Master Qin. You dare? If you don't arrange for us to meet, I won't ever speak to you again. Rao Sherman's little lips pouted more. She currently only cared about meeting young Master Qin and didn't even notice that she was in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng's heartbeat increased as he hugged Rao Sherman's soft body. This was an extremely rare occurrence for a playboy like him. Rao Sherman's expression was extremely cute, and her body exuded an air of endless youthfulness and a slight taste of sunshine. This air and taste seemed contagious, and it made Qin Feng feel 10 years younger. With the blink of an eye, time stopped and his memories drifted back 8 years. A sunny September day by a lotus pond. At the time, Qin Feng wrapped that little beauty in his embrace from the side the same way. Then he slowly extended his other hand and wrapped her completely in his embrace. There was an air of youth and a taste of sunshine. It felt both familiar and very distant. Ah, Qin Feng, what are you doing, you stinking brat? Let go of me this instant. Qin Feng's mind was filled with the extreme beauty of sunshine, lotuses, and a pond, when it was all shattered by a pleasant shriek. He looked down angrily at the Rao Sherman in his embrace. He was instantly and greatly shocked. When had he wrapped this woman so tightly in his embrace? Misunderstanding. Sherman, this is all a misunderstanding, said Qin Feng with a smile as he immediately released Rao Sherman. Does it look like I believe you? Rao Sherman glared icily at Qin Feng. She didn't give Qin Feng a big slap or end his family line because when Qin Feng hugged her, she'd felt a sense of familiarity. She'd even basked in the feeling for a couple of seconds. Though Rao Sherman was angry on the outside, she felt a little embarrassed on the inside. How could she have lost her senses in a man's arms? And most importantly, a man as vulgar as Qin Feng. All right, let the salesperson ring everything up. I want to go eat. Rao Sherman glared at Qin Feng and sat on the sofa to one side while seething. Qin Feng's lips quirked. This meant Rao Sherman agreed to let him buy the things for her. Though he hadn't interacted with Rao Sherman for long, he could be certain that a woman like her wouldn't readily let a man pay for her. With that said, did she take a liking to him? Did he want to look for her at night to chat and sit cross-legged while their gazes interlocked? As Qin Feng's mind swirled with crazy thoughts, the beautiful store manager finished ringing everything up and walked over with a smile. Mr. Qin, this is your receipt. The total is 23,888 yuan. I took off 3,888 for you. So the total is 20,000. Is this satisfactory? The beautiful store manager carefully reported the price, then peeked at Qin Feng to see if there was any change in his expression. With a slight furrow of the eyebrow from Qin Feng, she would immediately amend the price and drop it by half, or even make it completely free. All right, then we'll settle with this price. Qin Feng extended a cash card to the beautiful store manager. After receiving the card, the store manager breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Shuai stood stupidly on one side as he weighed the scene. There were a fair number of times in which he wanted to kill himself. Why was it that if he wanted to buy the things it would cost 53 million, but Qin Feng only had to spend 20,000? And based on that store manager's attitude, it was clear that if Qin Feng was dissatisfied with the price, it could be even lower. Lin Shuai began to suspect that Qin Feng owned the store. Soon after, the store manager helped complete the transaction and bag everything, then brought the bags up to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, your items are packed and ready. Give me an address, and I'll have them delivered to you. You don't have to have them sent to the house. Just go downstairs with my driver and put them in the car. Qin Feng pointed at Lin Shuai, who was standing in a stupid daze on one side, and said, The driver is there. Ask him to take you. The beautiful store manager immediately took the large bags in her hands and walked up to Lin Shuai. Mr. Driver, please take me to your car, and I'll bring all these items over. Lin Shuai's heart hurt. It really hurt. He suddenly realized that ever since he left Royal Group and Qin Feng said he couldn't drive, his fate had been that of a servant. Lin Shuai hadn't left with the beautiful store manager for long when a middle-aged man wearing a suit and leather shoes rushed in, carrying a briefcase. Once the man entered, the salespeople were startled, staring with their mouths agape. They thought something had gone wrong with their eyes. Otherwise, how would they see the owner of this Prada store, Chief Huang, run in? How do you do, Chief Huang? After the salespeople regained their poise, they immediately greeted him. Once Chief Huang entered, he looked around in search of something. Then he ran up to Qin Feng. Not even bothering to acknowledge the salespeople's greetings, he addressed Qin Feng with a smile filling his face. Young Master Qin, I didn't know you would grace us with your presence so suddenly today. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Young Master Qin. Sitting at the side, Rao Sherman was suddenly startled when she heard how Chief Huang greeted Qin Feng. She sized up Qin Feng with alarm as if it were her first time meeting him. Qin Feng's face was tinged with awkwardness. He wanted to send this Chief Huang off with a flying kick. Who let you run in here for no reason? Chief Huang, there's no business of yours here. Head back, said Qin Feng indifferently with a wave of his hand. Young Master Qin, I immediately rushed over here upon receiving Manager Wang's call. Have my employees slighted you? If they've done anything out of hand, I'll dismiss them immediately. Chief Huang's words frightened the salespeople so much that they didn't even have the guts to breathe. They stared at Qin Feng with wide-eyed redness. No, there's no need to be so worried, Chief Huang. I only came for a stroll with my friend. I didn't want to attract too much attention. Do you understand? Said Qin Feng with a laugh. Chief Huang immediately looked toward Rao Sherman, and his eyes immediately lit up. He always heard that Acropolis City's young Master Qin was dissolute and hedonistic, that every woman that he pulled out had the looks of an A-lister. Now that he saw this personally, he knew it to be true. Young Master Qin, little sister-in-law, looks very familiar, like a famous celebrity. That's right, Rao Sherman. Doesn't she look a lot like her? Chief Huang spoke in an ass-kissing manner. Rao Sherman's and Qin Feng's lips tweed. Neither knew how to respond to this question. Young Master Qin, since you came to take little sister-in-law out to play and did me the honor of walking into the store of this humble Huang, then I must pay for all your purchases today. Treat this as a present for little sister-in-law upon meeting her for the first time, said Chief Huang as he attempted to curry favor with Qin Feng. Rao Sherman was almost angered to death every time she heard Chief Huang say little sister-in-law. What kind of eyes did this guy have? How could she possibly like a man as vulgar as Qin Feng? However, Rao Sherman couldn't burst out in anger at this time. Chief Huang said she looked like Rao Sherman, so she was afraid that once she opened her mouth, she'd reveal her identity. It would be bad if a swarm of avid fans were attracted. Qin Feng originally hated Chief Huang because he said, "Young Master Qin," every time he opened his mouth. He was clearly set on revealing his identity. However, right at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly took a liking to this man because every time he said little sister-in-law, the words went straight to Qin Feng's heart. If Rao Sherman was really willing to be his woman, Qin Feng would be good to her for a lifetime. Haha, you're too kind, Chief Huang. My woman and I have already chosen what we wanted and paid for it. You can treat us if the opportunity arises in the future. Qin Feng naturally and lightly hugged Rao Sherman, lips arched into a faint smirk. Rao Sherman was panting with rage. She wanted to smack Qin Feng twice, but ended up fiercely suppressing the fury within her. She could only allow Qin Feng to hold her. Young Master Qin, you're giving this humble Huang face for coming to my store. How could I let you pay? Come here, you too. Hurry up and refund however much young Master Qin spent. Place all of young Master Qin's and little sister-in-law's purchases on my tab. Chief Huang shouted at the two salespeople behind him. They were so afraid that they immediately went to the register to retrieve the money. Qin Feng didn't care about the money, and he ignored Chief Huang. He hugged Rao Sherman a bit tighter, and his lips moved toward her charming face. Darling, I'm dead tired from walking all morning. Kiss your man and give him some energy. When Rao Sherman saw Qin Feng's lips getting close to her, she had the urge to bite this vulgar man to death. Without waiting for Qin Feng's lips to touch her face, Rao Sherman stomped harshly on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels. Qin Feng released Rao Sherman in that moment of pain. "I'm hungry. I don't want to shop anymore. Take me to eat right now." She escaped from Qin Feng's arms and stood up like a queen. She walked out the door without looking at Qin Feng. "Chief Huang, there's no need to return the money. I have to eat with my woman. When there's a chance, I'll find you for a drink next time." Rao Sherman left, so Qin Feng casually bade Chief Huang farewell and chased after her. The two walked out of the gold and silver building to the parking lot side by side. They saw Lin Shuai in the middle of placing a large pile of bags into the trunk of the car. "Driver Lin, drive us to eat lunch after you're done. And move nimbly. Don't let my woman be hungry." Qin Feng patted Lin Shuai's shoulder and sat smiling in the back seat with Rao Sherman. Once they boarded the car, Qin Feng felt the pain of a fierce stomp on his foot and countless pinches on his waist. "Qin Feng, if you dare mess around and call me your woman again, I'll move out of Qin Manor tonight, never to see you again." Chapter 269. Chapter 269. The budget was only 50,000 yuan. The Benz was breezing smoothly on the road. Lin Shuai had been slapped in the face the whole morning. Now his face was totally dark. Although he didn't dare peek at Rao Sherman from the rearview mirror again, he could tell by ear. Qin Feng was flirting with Rao Sherman in the back seat again. And Rao Sherman's silvery laugh drifted over from time to time. This meant she was amused by Qin Feng, and both of them had shared a sweet moment. Lin Shuai drove the car directly to the French restaurant. This restaurant was the most formal restaurant in Acropolis City. When Lin Shuai remembered they were having French cuisine later, the gloom in Lin Shuai's heart soon faded away. His mission for the day had finally come. "It's my turn to shine now." He imagined giving Qin Feng a strong slap in the face by highlighting his nobility and his vast international cultural knowledge, and showing off in front of Rao Sherman when they arrived at the French restaurant. Lin Shuai's mood suddenly improved, and the car sped up accordingly. Soon, the Benz stopped outside a castle-like Western restaurant. Lin Shuai got out the car first, and then opened the door at the back. He escorted Rao Sherman and Qin Feng like a driver as they alighted from the car. "Miss Sherman, this French restaurant is the most formal Western restaurant in Acropolis City. The attendants and chefs here are all from France. Later, when you're inside the restaurant, you'll feel as if you are in France." Lin Shuai had lost face at the Prada store. Now he had to grasp every single chance to recover his image in front of Rao Sherman. Rao Sherman gave Lin Shuai a cold stare. She was too lazy to talk with this guy. She waited until Qin Feng caught up with them and then followed him into the restaurant. "Mr. and Miss, this way, please." As soon as Qin Feng and Rao Sherman stepped into the restaurant, two blue-eyed blondes welcomed them warmly. Both of them spoke authentic French. Even Rao Sherman couldn't understand them. Lin Shuai stepped forward suddenly. Putting on the air of a prince with his head and chest up, he blurted out a string of fluent French lines. "Hi, we've 3 people here. Please give us a table near a window with nice view." After he finished speaking, he gave a challenging glare at Qin Feng, and then looked at Rao Sherman with a face full of smiles. "Sherman, I've arranged for a window seat with a scenery view for you. Only they can admire elegance and beauty." When Lin Shuai spoke a mouthful of fluent French all of a sudden, Rao Sherman was slightly amazed. After that, the 3 of them followed one of the beauties through the restaurant. They were seated by a large floor window. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman sat on one side, and Lin Shuai sat opposite Qin Feng. "Sherman, the French dishes prepared by this restaurant are authentic French cuisine. I come here for a meal occasionally. I'd already gotten used to authentic French cuisine when I was studying in France. I just cannot accept others that are not authentic." Once Lin Shuai sat down, he started to boast about himself again. He pushed the menu to Rao Sherman and said, "Miss Sherman, just order whichever you please. It's all on my tab." Rao Sherman gave Lin Shuai a scornful gaze when she heard Lin Shuai was going to pay the tab again. She still hadn't forgotten the incident in the Prada store. Hee, Miss Sherman, I'll definitely pick up the tab this time. Don't be so reserved. Order as you please. The expense for this meal was the least of his concerns, as this meal would be covered by Royal Group. In order to maintain its authenticity and high standards, all the workers in this French restaurant were French. Even the menu was in French. Ordinary people would order casually by comparing the pictures of the food and their prices. Only a person who studied in France or had some proficiency in the French language would order by naming the dishes. Lin Shuai was an elite that studied in France. He deliberately handed the menu to Rao Sherman because he knew that although Rao Sherman was a top-tier celebrity, she wouldn't have had the free time to learn French. "Sherman, let me introduce a few dishes to you. I personally think this foie gras suits you the best. This dish can revitalize your skin and nourish your blood. A woman can become 100 years younger if she consumes it. Let's not forget about this fried lamb chop with rosemary in the French style. The meat is very tender and juicy while the taste is just remarkable. Besides these two dishes, they have macarons, bacon, creamy mushroom soup. Aish, I'm drooling over it now." Rao Sherman was slightly embarrassed. She was hostile to Lin Shuai. He was a pretentious person and liked to blow his own horn. She didn't want Lin Shuai ordering for her. But Rao Sherman herself was not so well versed in French. Every time she went to a French restaurant, it was her assistant who ordered for her. Now, she could only poke Qin Feng's arm and put all her hope in him, wishing he could rescue her from this awkward situation. When Rao Sherman and Lin Shuai looked at Qin Feng, both of them were dumbstruck and their jaws dropped to the floor. Qin Feng wasn't concerned about ordering dishes. He was now chatting up the blue-eyed blonde beauty in fluent French. Although Rao Sherman couldn't understand the language, she could tell from how the beautiful attendant was blushing that not only could Qin Feng speak French, but he could speak it very well. His language proficiency was so great that he could even flirt with girls. Indeed, Qin Feng knew how to speak French. He was not only well-versed in the French language, he could speak all the languages of the world's 8 major countries too. The reason was simple. He deliberately learned it just to hook up with girls around the world. Even Lin Shuai was looking at him with an amazed expression. This was because he noticed Qin Feng's French was way more colloquial than his own. "Beauty, you have a faint lavender scent on your body, and the fragrance is so alluring and charming, just like you. Let me guess, your hometown must be in the south of France, the lavender capital, Provence, right?" Qin Feng grabbed the soft, tiny, lily-white hand of that blue-eyed blonde beauty and raised it to his nose. "Yes, just with a sniff of your graceful hand. It's like I'm immersed in a beautiful, big manor, grass fields, a chalet, or a farm, sunshine, milk." Rao Sherman was completely flabbergasted. Even Lin Shuai, the self-proclaimed seducer sage, had no choice but to admit he was really blasted by Qin Feng for a dozen blocks after seeing how Qin Feng flirted with girls. "Mister, you're such a bad boy." The blonde beauty blushed even harder. She withdrew her tiny hand lightly and gave an enchanting wink at Qin Feng. A famous poet in France once wrote a poem to praise the beauty of Provence. Also, a famous composer has composed a wonderful song for Provence. Provence has much beautiful scenery. However, the girls there are even more beautiful than the scenery. It's my pleasure to meet such an elegant woman like you in China. Now, can I kiss you on your forehead? This is the way how a man in China shows his affection to the woman he likes. The blonde beauty came to Huaxia not too long ago. She wasn't very familiar with the culture here, so she was easily tricked by Qin Feng. With a shy smile on her face, She proactively lowered her head. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood up slightly and kissed on her forehead. When he was sitting down, he took a peek into the collar of the blonde beauty. It was humongous. It was really incomparable with that of the women of China. Ahem ahem. You're an attendant. You're not taking our order properly. And what are you doing here? Lin Shuai couldn't restrain himself anymore after he saw that scene. Originally, he'd planned to humiliate Qin Feng when they were in the restaurant. But now Qin Feng had started hooking up with a girl already. People all around them gave abhorrent looks at Lin Shuai after he shouted. This French restaurant stressed a quiet, relaxed, and classy ambience. Lin Shuai just now acted like he was eating in a hawker center. How could he not be loathed by everyone? Even the beauty that was flirting with Qin Feng glared at Lin Shuai as well. What an unpleasant man. Qin Feng, order the dishes. I'm hungry. Rao Sherman couldn't stand weighing Qin Feng flirt with that French girl anymore. She was a woman. Not an ordinary woman, but a beauty with a charismatic personality and elegance. She felt a little bit distressed in her heart. That's right. Leader Qin, our mission is to host Miss Sherman nicely. You just came here to flirt with girls. Are you looking down on our Miss Sherman? Lin Shuai quickly mocked Qin Feng. Qin Feng casually brushed off Lin Shuai's mockery. He smiled and replied to Lin Shuai, Idiot Lin, just now you said this meal is on you, right? Definitely, this meal will be the banquet for Miss Sherman from me, Lin Shuai replied with his chest puffed out. This meal is covered by royal group. What should I be afraid of? Indeed, this meal was covered by royal group. But Qin Feng knew the reimbursement was only 50,000 yuan. The excess would have to be paid out of one's own pocket. Otherwise, if a meal cost around 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, would royal group be silly enough to pay for it all? Idiot Lin said the same thing when you were in the Prada store just now. Now, I hope you're not joking with us again, are you? Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuai with a grin on his face. Lin Shuai's mouth tweed. His mouth foamed in anger. I said it's on my tab. That means I'll pay for this meal. I'll fucking demolish whoever competes with me for the bill. If I don't pay for the meal in the end, I'll be your grandson forever. Shouting, Lin Shuai smacked the table. He'd successfully attracted even more disdainful looks from the crowd. Mister, please behave with civility. Otherwise, I've the authority to ask you to leave our restaurant. The blue-eyed blonde beauty took a dislike to Lin Shuai and warned him indifferently. Lin Shuai felt he had been stabbed once again in the chest. How come even an attendant dared to challenge him? Since Lin Shuai was paying for them, Qin Feng wouldn't be considerate with him. He recommended to Rao Sherman a few dishes that were expensive but had small portions and couldn't fill one's stomach. The duo ordered around 10 dishes within a few minutes. On the other hand, Lin Shuai just kept staring at them. He was rather unresponsive to them when he saw that most of the dishes they'd ordered were expensive. Why should I be afraid when I can get reimbursement from the company? Yet, he was disappointed when he saw Qin Feng really could speak French and understood the French menu. His original plan to humiliate and mock Qin Feng had been foiled again. Idiot Lin, food and wine are inseparable. You won't object if I order some red wine, right? Qin Feng handed the menu to the blonde beauty after he'd finished ordering and looked at Lin Shuai with a grin. Lin Shuai waved his big hand and said heroically, just order whatever you like. Money is the least concern for me. Then we'll add on 2 more bottles of the 82 Lafite and a bottle of Bordeaux AOC Supreme grade red wine. Qin Feng covertly gave the blonde-hair beauty's booty a light smack and smiled. Beauty, better be quick. Please rest assured. I'll ask the chef to prepare your dishes first. The beautiful attendant retreated shyly. Miss Sherman, do you think these dishes are enough for you? You can always add more if you want. All the dishes were ordered by Qin Feng, So Lin Shuai again looked at Rao Sherman with a smile. Rao Sherman hadn't said anything yet, but Qin Feng's voice drifted over first. Oh, yeah, idiot Lin. Just in case you're not clear, this lunch is covered by Royal Group, but the budget is only 50,000 yuan. Since you're so generous and you're treating everyone, I've decided to give you the budget of 50,000 yuan. Afterward, you'll only need to pay for the excess. We're good brothers, right? Save the thank you for yourself. Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuai with a smile. The awe-inspiring, righteous expression of Lin Shuai was soon replaced by a look like he'd eaten some shit. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Drivers Can't Drink. Qin Feng's words struck like lightning hitting Lin Shuai in the head, and his mind blanked out. Then it went abuzz. He was almost frightened into madness. Royal Group would reimburse only 50,000 for the meal? What kind of joke was this? The 3 bottles of red wine Qin Feng had just ordered were already 70,000 or 80,000. Lin Shuai suddenly felt that he'd been defrauded by Qin Feng again. Rao Sherman now discovered this lunch was going to be reimbursed by Royal Group. She was intelligent and quick-witted, so she understood everything immediately. No wonder Lin Shuai said it was his treat, as if he had a trump card. He expected to be reimbursed. However, seeing how he looked like he just ate shit, he probably hadn't known the reimbursement limit. Rao Sherman was swept with a feeling of disgust when she thought about this man's every move. Mr. Lin, I believe you asked me earlier whether or not I wanted to add anything. I have a small appetite, but I love to drink. Qin Feng, help me order 2 more bottles of Lafite. Rao Sherman suddenly looked tenderly at Qin Feng. She decided to join hands with Qin Feng in ruthlessly shaming Lin Shuai. See if he'd have the guts to show off so casually in the future. In no hurry to add the wine, Qin Feng grinned at Lin Shuai and said, Idiot Lin, 2 bottles of Lafite are quite expensive. Do you want to let Sherman order them? Lin Shuai was so furious that his eyes turned red, and sullen tears almost streamed out of his eyes. He was silent for a while before he clenched his teeth and stated, Haha, yes, of course, we have to order it. Let Miss Sherman choose whatever wine she likes. This meal is my treat. Compared to his previous grand and boastful proclamation that he would treat, the current Lin Shuai repeated these same words limply, like a deflated ball. You really are heroic, idiot Lin. But if I had the chance to treat a beauty like Rao Sherman, my heart wouldn't ache upon spending this bit of money as well. Qin Feng snapped his fingers with a smile, and a waiter ran over. Add another 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. Once Qin Feng spoke, Lin Shuai felt the sharp pain of 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. You're fucking spending my money. Of course your heart doesn't ache. Soon, Qin Feng's table was filled with delicacies. Lin Shuai's mood slowly calmed. He thought to himself that the food and drinks were already ordered, and the money was already spent, so there was no point in dwelling in it. He simply made himself seem generous. Later, while eating, he'd show Rao Sherman how to handle and consume the food. If Rao Sherman liked him, and he could get her into his bed, then any amount of money for a meal was worth it. Hey, why isn't there food for me? This thought crossed Lin Shuai's mind, and he found that something was off. The table was filled with wonderful food, and all of it was placed in front of Qin Feng and Rao Sherman. The area in front of Lin Shuai was empty except for the cup of coffee that they poured for him in the beginning. The person who brought the food was the blonde beauty Qin Feng, flirted with earlier. She stared at Lin Shuai with an attitude and said, Sir, you haven't ordered anything yet, so there's no food for you. Qin Feng, why you didn't put an order for me? Lin Shuai looked at Qin Feng like he wanted to eat him alive. I was busy helping Sherman order. Didn't you study in France? I thought you know French, so why would I need to order for you? Plus, if what I ordered didn't suit the tastes of an elite like you, then it'd be pointless. Qin Feng looked innocently at Lin Shuai. Rao Sherman was tickled by Qin Feng, and she covered her mouth to laugh covertly. She stole a glance at Qin Feng and finally realized that ever since they left Royal Group, Qin Feng had been constantly showing off and slapping Lin Shuai in the face. But how come when she saw Qin Feng show off, she wasn't averse to it, and even felt a bit smug, but when she saw Lin Shuai show off, she only felt disgust. Ahem, that's fine. Anyway, when I studied abroad in France, I ate these things almost every day, so I'm tired of them. I'll just drink some red wine. You two eat lots. Lin Shuai's heart was bleeding, but he had to feign calmness and excellence. Ever since he returned to the country, he'd never actually come to this French restaurant. In reality, this place was so expensive that it wasn't somewhere someone would casually go to if they wanted to. Today, Qin Feng bled him dry. Lin Shuai hadn't even eaten anything, yet he'd spend over 100,000 yuan. He was heartbroken, but he didn't dare order anything else. The feeling was worse than death. Sherman, this French restaurant's Lafite red wine, is a quality product from a French wine estate. The red wine is mellow and rich, and smooth and aromatic when it enters the mouth. And drinking wine is a very particular process. You can't hold the bowl of the wine glass. It's best to hold the stem. Otherwise, the warmth of your hand would change the taste of the wine. When you drink wine, you first have to slowly swirl the wine a bit and allow the bouquet to fully disperse. Then, take a small sip and keep it in your mouth while slowly tasting it. Lin Shuai couldn't eat, so he raised the glass of red wine, wanting to take a sip of the Lafite. He usually didn't have the opportunity to drink such an expensive red wine, and what he had just said was something he memorized from a book. Wait, idiot Lin, you can't drink. Qin Feng stopped Lin Shuai just as he set the wine glass to his lips. Lin Shuai had enough of Qin Feng today, and the fury he suppressed suddenly burst out. He glared coldly at Qin Feng and yelled, "Fuck! What are you trying to do now, brat? Your elders treating Rao Sherman to a meal today, yet you benefited and freeloaded a meal. What more do you want? Your elders paying, but I can't even fucking drink a glass of wine." "Idiot Lin, you really can't drink the wine," said Qin Feng with seriousness. "Why can't your elder drink it? Your elder's paying for this meal." Lin Shuai angrily gritted his teeth. "Idiot Lin, did you forget who you are? You're Sherman's driver today. After we're done eating, you're in charge of driving. If you drink, who's going to drive?" Qin Feng's words rendered Lin Shuai speechless. He immediately suppressed the anger within him again. His abdomen was inflated like a basketball and felt like it would explode at any given moment. "That's right, Mr. Lin. You're in charge of driving today. You shouldn't drink wine." Laughing uncontrollably inside, Rao Sherman spoke up to aid Qin Feng. "Besides, when you were studying abroad in France, you always ate these things, and I'm sure you had your fair share of Lafite. Why would you care about this bottle of wine?" That's right. Why would I care? I was just so happy that I forgot about driving." Lin Shuai clenched his fist so tightly under the table that it was about to burst. He pasted a smile on his face as he looked at Rao Sherman and said, "Then I won't drink tonight. It just so happens that Qin Feng has never tasted such fine wine, so drink more. Maybe you'll never get the chance to drink it for the rest of your life." Qin Feng never cared about Lin Shuai's mockery. He snapped his fingers again, and the blonde beauty walked over again. She had a sweet smile on her face as she asked, "Sir, how may I help you?" "Beauty, you have a small band here, right? Call over the most expensive band. There isn't much of an artistic mood to this meal without music. Our Rao Sherman is a high-class person and needs an elegant atmosphere to mar her identity." Top-grade and authentic Western restaurants like this all had small bands, and they were extremely expensive. A casual violin song was over a couple thousand yuan. How could Lin Shuai not know this? His heart ached for his money, and he never called over a band. Now that he saw Qin Feng stealing the limelight while spending his money, he wanted to die. Qin Feng had already booked the band before he turned and smilingly asked Lin Shuai, "That's right, Idiot Lin is treating today, and I presumptuously called over a band to help us celebrate. You won't be mad, will you, Idiot Lin?" "Qin Feng, I quite like the accompaniment of a violin while I'm eating. If Mr. Lin isn't willing to spend the money, then how about you pay for me?" Rao Sherman grabbed Qin Feng's arm and acted cute. She had just clinked her glass and drank red wine with Qin Feng, and she was feeling a slight buzz. Her charming face was slightly flushed and was so beautiful it was enchanting. "Miss Sherman, how could I not be willing to pay? I'm willing to pay for whatever you'd like." Lin Shuai looked stupidly at Rao Sherman and thought that if he could bed such an exceedingly beautiful and famous celebrity once, he wouldn't hesitate to have his life shortened by 10 years. Not long later, the Western restaurant's first-rate band arrived. There was a saxophone, violin, cello, and even a conductor. Based on appearances alone, it was evident that this little band absolutely wasn't cheap. "Sir, this is our French restaurant's most famous fair band. 3 years ago, they had the fortune of performing for the Queen. They are extremely famous in France, so their appearance fee is also considerably higher. In our restaurant, one song is 20,000 yuan. What do you think, sir?" The blonde beauty looked at Qin Feng with a smile as she sought his opinion. Qin Feng didn't need to translate. Lin Shuai understood. His jaw dropped. How can it be so expensive? 20,000 for a song? This was a song that required him to sell his blood and kidneys. Money isn't an issue. What our Mr. Idiot Lin has is money. Let them play. "Let's start with a spring day in Paris," said Qin Feng with a laugh. Without waiting for Lin Shuai to speak, the conductor began to wave his baton. "Spring Day in Paris" is an iconic French song. The melodious and gentle violin played, and the grand and impassioned saxophone was blown. With the deep and profound accompaniment of the cello, the potent ambience of the French countryside filled the air. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman enjoyed the wonderful food while listening to the elegant tune. This style of enjoyment made Rao Sherman's lips curve into a sweet smile. Her mood improved greatly. There were a fair number of times in which Qin Feng fed her pieces of steak that he sliced, and she didn't even refuse them. No one who hadn't had the personal experience of spending money, yet weighing someone else pick up a girl and show off could understand how much Lin Shuai wanted to die right then. He had the urge to pounce on Qin Feng and strangle him to death. His original plan had been to use the lunch at the Western restaurant to ridicule and totally suppress Qin Feng. However, the situation changed in a way that superseded his plans. He found that whenever he was with Qin Feng, unexpected things would always happen, caught him off guard. It was a great fortune not to be slapped in the face, much less show off in front of him. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Fantastic Destiny. Originally, Lin Shuai had been eagerly looking forward to this lunch, but the thing had taken a bad turn and become a disaster. Now, he longed to finish this lunch as soon as possible. He swore he'd never be a pretentious prick in front of Qin Feng again. Finally, after the small band finished performing their 5th song, Qin Feng and Rao Sherman had had their fill. Both of them stood up and walked from the restaurant, holding hands, leaving Lin Shuai to pay for the meal. The blonde beauty was sad at Qin Feng's departure. She handed the receipt to Lin Shuai and said, "Mister, the total cost for today is 270,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by bank card or cash?" Lin Shuai was stupefied when he saw the row of zeros on the receipt. Minus the 50,000 yuan that would be reimbursed by Royal Group, Lin Shuai would still have to pay the remaining 220,000 yuan out of his own pocket. "I spent 220,000 yuan on a single meal, yet I get nothing. I only helped that Qin Feng enhance his relationship with Rao Sherman. When he thought of his own idiotic action, he had the urge to bang himself to death on the table corner of this Western restaurant. 220,000 was still manageable for Lin Shuai. After he swiped 3 of his bank cards, he'd squandered all his hard-earned savings. By the time he came out from the restaurant and boarded the Benz, Lin Shuai's mood had fallen into the abyss. When Lin Shuai saw Qin Feng grab Rao Sherman's hand and tickle it under the guise of fortune-telling through the rearview mirror, he really wanted to step hard on the accelerator and ram the 3 of them to death on a tree. Although Lin Shuai's heart was filled with resentment, how could he show it in front of them? He pasted a smile on his face, turned his head, and asked, "Miss Sherman, since we've done our shopping and had our stomachs filled, why don't we go back to the company now?" He didn't want to go anywhere else at all. He completely realized his identity now, a driver and someone with more money than sense. He didn't want to help Qin Feng pick up girls anymore. "Qin Feng, I don't want to go back yet. Since we just had our lunch, why don't we have a walk at Lotus Lake?" The relationship between Qin Feng and Rao Sherman had become a lot closer within a morning's time. Qin Feng had been trying to take advantage of Rao Sherman all along, while Rao Sherman was treating Qin Feng as a friend. Qin Feng associated 2 people with Lotus Lake. One of them was teacher Yun Xiao, who he sent off a few days ago. He'd accompanied Yun Xiao to row a boat at Lotus Lake. Another person was the vague little girl in his memory who he'd met 8 years ago. At that time, Lotus Lake was still under construction. It was just a tiny lotus pond, unlike today when it had already become a major tourist attraction of Acropolis City. How could he miss the chance to take a stroll and appreciate the scenery with Rao Sherman? Qin Feng waved his hand and ordered Lin Shuai, "Driver Lin, Sherman wants to go to Lotus Lake. Drive there now." Corner of Lin Shuai's mouth chewed vigorously. He had no choice but to follow Qin Feng's instruction and drive to Lotus Lake. Since it was noon, there were fewer people at Lotus Lake. This pleased Rao Sherman, as she wouldn't come to hear if there were too many people. "Idiot Lin, you stay in the car and look after our belongings." When they arrived at Lotus Lake, Qin Feng held Rao Sherman's arm and got out of the car. Lin Shuai was preparing to alight as well. When he heard Qin Feng's words, his eyes dulled and he was so mad that he almost blacked out. It was a blazing hot sunny day in September by a lotus pond. Rao Sherman had a flashback, time bridging an 8-year gap within a second. Now that she was standing by the lotus pond again, Rao Sherman had a feeling that she just time traveled. Holding an umbrella, Qin Feng stood beside Rao Sherman. Their shoulders were touching slightly. The surroundings were filled with Rao Sherman's youthful vigor. A slight breeze blew past the handsome man and beautiful woman standing by the lotus pond. The sight of them evoked a yearning within the spectators. It was such a mesmerizing and charming scene. "This lotus pond has changed. It's no longer the same as before." Rao Sherman sighed, a hint of disappointment emerging on her gloriously youthful face. "Yeah, it has become larger, more beautiful, and a better place for people to enjoy the magnificent scenery. However, what is done cannot be undone. This lake is no longer the one we're familiar with." Qin Feng was deeply moved by the changes as well. He extended his arms and lightly embraced Rao Sherman's arms with his own. Rao Sherman's lovable body trembled slightly as she sensed Qin Feng's movement. But after she heard Qin Feng's words, her heart swelled with an indescribable familiar sensation. It was like the lotus pond that disappeared 8 years ago had returned along with that handsome sunshine boy. So Rao Sherman didn't struggle for her freedom. She just stood quietly in Qin Feng's arms and gazed calmly at the ripples on the lotus pond. Her thoughts hazed. After she'd met the handsome big brother 8 years ago, Rao Sherman had been searching for his whereabouts ever since. It was just that the way Qin Feng appeared then was too innocent and she was in a hurry. Both of them didn't even know each other's names. China had a population of 13 billion. Searching for a person she'd met only once was like dredging the sea for a needle. Rao Sherman's efforts were wasted even as she desperately searched for him for 8 years. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Her recollection stopped abruptly. Rao Sherman's distant and hazy expression faded away and she became vigilant all of a sudden. She glared at Qin Feng's close face and yelled, "Get your dirty face away from me." Qin Feng sighed as his action was discovered by Rao Sherman. Her lips are within my reach. Just a centimeter more, and I can kiss her sexy little lips. Sherman, we're now at the side of a lotus pond with beautiful scenery. We're both handsome and beautiful. A perfect ma made in heaven. In such a wonderful environment, I just want to kiss your lips and let your body blend into my warm and broad arms. This kiss will inevitably become a great legend and spread throughout the ages for eternity. I understand this is an excessively heavy responsibility, and you, Sherman, aren't ready yet. But don't worry, I'm here with you. I'll hold tightly to your waist and lead you to accomplish this peerless kiss. You don't need to speak or move. You just need to open your small mouth and let me show you how to seek the pinnacle in your life. Sherman, I'm going to kiss you now. Qin Feng started to act without any sense of shame again. He lowered his head and thrust his lips toward Rao Sherman's soft lips. Just before his lips could reach Rao Sherman, a clear and loud slap drifted over from his head. Slap! Rao Sherman opened her almond eyes as big as saucers and ferociously smacked Qin Feng's head. You scoundrel, are you asking for another punch? If you dare kiss me, I'll push you into the lotus pond and let the fish feed on you. Take your filthy hands off right now. I'll have you know that no other man, besides my father, has had the opportunity to hug me ever since I was born. Rao Sherman was mad as hell. She'd been overwhelmed by her emotions just now, so she allowed Qin Feng to hold her lightly in his arms. But this person wasn't satisfied and wanted to kiss her. Rao Sherman would never agree to this kind of thing. She wasn't a loose woman. Sherman, you seem to have something on your mind, Qin Feng asked with a serious expression after he accepted that his attempt to kiss her had failed. He had to change the topic to avoid awkwardness. Rao Sherman scornfully rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. This man changes his face faster than flipping a book. He is really shameless. I've been to Lotus Lake before, and since I'm now here again, it woke my memories of that person. He had a large impact on my life. Unfortunately, we lost contact. I'm not sure if he lives a good life now or not. Also, will he be the same as me? Will we inadvertently think of each other? Rao Sherman mused gently. Rao Sherman never told anybody that she had met a young boy at the Lotus Pond before. Not even her closest friend, big sister Qin Shui. This memory belonged exclusively to her and that young boy. She didn't want to share it with anyone else. She just wanted to hide it deep within her heart and reflect on it once in a while. That's such a coincidence, Sherman. I met a little beauty by the Lotus Pond long time ago and give her a hand in her life. Qin Feng said, deadly earnest. But he was interrupted by an unhappy Rao Sherman before he could finish his sentence. Qin Feng, I've never told anyone else about the thing I told you just now. That is a real incident that happened to me, and I cherish this memory a lot. Although it's just a short memory, but I'll never forget it. Can you not just make up a story with your womanizing skill? You're insulting my wonderful memories, and I'll be very angry at you. Rao Sherman knew Qin Feng too well. This person was frivolous and shameless. He could say anything just to flirt with a girl. She thought Qin Feng intentionally made up the story just to ingratiate himself with her. Fine, fine. I'm the seducer sage of Acropolis City. Y'all will never believe any of my words anyway. Qin Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand indifferently. Destiny is like that, fantastic and wonderful. If you don't grasp it tightly when it comes, you'll regret incessantly when you lose it. And now, it sneaked up on them once again. The little dreamboat and little beauty, who met 8 years ago, were standing side by side at the place they'd met at that time. They thought the person living in their hearts was far away from them, but little did they know that person was actually right before their eyes. "Hey, Chin Feng, where are you going?" Rao Sherman felt a light breeze blow beside her all of a sudden. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chin Feng running away like a gust of wind. Chin Feng's departure without taking his leave of the top-tier celebrity he was accompanying in admiring the beauty of the flowers in such a wonderful atmosphere was because of a person on the other side of Lotus Lake. That person was a woman, a pretty young woman. Most importantly, that beauty was the one he'd been searching for recently, Lu Wenjing. In an open space opposite Lotus Lake, an outdoor auto show was going on. This auto show was held by the luxury car brand Porsche to exhibit their latest models. Since Lotus Lake had nice scenery and many visitors, it was indeed a good place to stage an event. Whether they're luxury cars or pretty girls, both were eye candies in spectators' eyes. The combination of the two would successfully attract a crowd of men and women. It just wasn't certain whether they were looking at the cars or the beauties. Lu Wenjing wore an authentic white Heisla qipao and stood in front of a flashy red Porsche 911. The slit of her qipao ran from the bottom of her dress until below her thighs. She didn't wear silk stockings on her long and lily-white jade legs. Those legs were left exposed, seemingly releasing a faint fragrance in the air. Since it was an auto show, all the car show girls had to be tall and pretty. However, it was easy to see from the distribution of the crowd that Lu Wenjing was the most popular among the 12 car showgirls. This was because a multitude of people visited her booth. Some even took out their phones and snapped pictures of her. Ever since the disbandment of one group, after Lu Wenjing thought that Chin Feng cheated her, she had been constantly on the lookout for a part-time job to earn money. This auto show was one of her part-time jobs, and she'd be paid 2,000 yuan if she posed next to a car for a day. This was the first time Lu Wenjing was involved in this type of auto show. Her legs were sore, and her back hurt from standing in 15 centimeters high heels for an entire morning. Besides, the vast crowds made her feel sick at heart. The qipao she had on was very revealing, leaving her long legs and her back exposed. Seeing how those filthy men eyed to paste their eyes on her body, Lu Wenjing was so furious that she almost quit. However, when she thought of the rent for the villa at Cloud City Hua Manor and the tuition fee and incidental expenses of her sister's senior high school, she had no choice but to clench her teeth and stick with the part-time job. Kachak! Suddenly, the sound of a picture being taken echoed from nowhere. Lu Wenjing was enraged, and her resentful complexion was immediately awash with blushing red. There were countless people taking Lu Wenjing's picture. She should have gotten used to it by now. However, this time that person was standing in front of her and sneakily extended his phone into her dress and snapped a picture of her underwear. From a single glance, it was obvious this person was a shameless peeping Tom, an impudent beast who took pictures of a woman's underwear and uploaded them to the internet. "Hey, what did you do just now? Give me your phone now." Lu Wenjing couldn't contain her anger anymore. How could she not be enraged when people started taking voyeuristic pictures of her underwear? The person who took the picture was a 20-year-old red-haired young man with an ear stud. When he heard Lu Wenjing call him out suddenly, he panicked at first, but soon calmed down. He adopted an arrogant and despotic demeanor and glared at Lu Wenjing. Be a nice car show girl. What's your problem yelling at me?" Chapter 272. Chapter 272, Beaten until kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Why were you snooping around behind me at first? Were you secretly taking pictures of me? Take out your cell phone and let me see. In any case, Lu Wenjing formed the Win Group, and her superb, bullshitting skills at Rujia Hotel made even the men there admire her. Now that she faced a fiendish young hooligan, she didn't admit defeat. "Fuck, is there something wrong with your head, Bai?" The The red-headed man's gaze swept disdainfully over Lu Wenjing. As a car model, aren't you letting your elders take pictures for free? Your elder is taking pictures of you to give you face. Why are you fucking complaining? What kind of model are you? And why did you come here if you won't let me take pictures? Why are you pretending to be all high and mighty? Their exchange soon attracted a large crowd that surrounded them. Once these people saw Redhead's conduct, they knew this brat must have secretly taken a picture up the beauty's skirt and gotten caught. However, these things happened all the time, so other than gathering to wow the excitement, no one spoke up for Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing was so angry that tears almost fell out of her eyes. She was also a girl, so whether it came to fighting or arguing, she was at a disadvantage. And she'd been standing for an entire morning as a car model, so she was completely exhausted. Her waist was sore, and her back hurt. She almost didn't have the energy to speak. Hurry and give me your phone. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Lu Wenjing saw that she was weak and could only use the police to scare her opponent. Haha, why would I give you my phone? And what right do you have to confiscate my phone? Aren't you just suspicious that I secretly took a picture of you? I'll tell you what, your elder doesn't think anything of you. Even if you take off all your clothes and let me take pictures of you, your elder doesn't even want to take them. I've seen plenty of women like you that sleep with a different man every night for money. And you're even acting pure in front of me? You're crazy. Slap. Right after Redhead finished speaking, a crisp slap was heard. Lu Wenjing's clear and moving eyes held in tears. She had never been so humiliated by someone. In her anger, she'd rushed up and slapped Redhead. After getting slapped, Redhead stood frozen. He stared at Lu Wenjing in disbelief. He never thought this woman would actually have the guts to strike him. Fuck you, bye. How dare you hate your elder? You love acting innocent, don't you? Your elder will rip off your chi pao and let you fucking continue pretending. Redhead saw red. He'd been slapped by a woman in public. He extended his hands and pounced on Lu Wenjing. He grabbed the back of her collar and forcefully tore it. Stinking whore, you don't want your elder to secretly take pictures of you, is that right? Your elder will tear all your clothes off and let everyone take pictures to their heart's content. Haha. Let go, you beast. Wah-wah. Someone help me. Lu Wenjing desperately clued the front of her bodice. Red imprints appeared on her originally clear, fair, soft, and fragrant shoulders. When Lu Wenjing saw that not one of the many people in the crowd surrounding her came up to help her, but had all pulled out their phones to wildly snap pictures, Lu Wenjing's heart froze. Bam! At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared with a gust of clear wind beside Redhead. With a palm strike, Redhead was sent flying. After hitting Redhead, the person that arrived removed their blazer and placed it over Lu Wenjing's shoulders. She raised her head to see a familiar handsome profile. Her heart instantly filled with hundreds of conflicting emotions. It was Qin Feng. Lu Wenjing would have never thought that Qin Feng would suddenly appear at this time. She'd faced a near-death experience with this man, and after the near-death experience, she'd been heartlessly betrayed by him. Lu Wenjing's feelings for Qin Feng were complicated. She both absolutely hated and slightly longed for him. If she could, she wished she'd never see Qin Feng again for the rest of her life because her tears currently fell like rain. She knew that if she saw Qin Feng again, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from crying. Qin Feng's expression was heavy. He'd seen the entirety of Redhead's bullying of Lu Wenjing. After placing his white blazer over Lu Wenjing's back, he leisurely walked up to Redhead. Stinking brat, how dare you meddle where it doesn't concern you? Do you fucking know that you're elder? Redhead still wanted to act fierce with Qin Feng, but halfway through his yelling, Qin Feng's large hand grabbed his collar and lifted him. A large one. 7-meter tall man looked like a little chicken in Qin Feng's hand. Smack! Qin Feng supported Redhead with one hand and smacked his face with the other. His slaps were on a completely different level from a normal person's slap. Qin Feng currently had stage 3 external abilities, so a casual slap could unleash 5 times a normal person's strength. One slap made 2 of Redhead's teeth fly out. Why did you secretly take pictures of that beauty? I didn't secretly take pictures. That woman is falsely accusing me. Redhead got a taste of Qin Feng's strength, so his attitude immediately softened. As he spoke, blood dripped out of his mouth. Slap. Qin Feng turned his hand over and slapped again. This time he broke Redhead's nose. Why did you secretly take a picture of that beauty? Asked Qin Feng again. Redhead didn't have the guts to lie. He realized he met a lunatic. Redhead saw a murderous air in Qin Feng's icy gaze. He knew that if he lied again, he would probably be slapped to death by Qin Feng. That woman is too beautiful. I couldn't stop myself from secretly taking a picture of her, said Redhead sullenly. Slap, slap. Qin Feng slapped twice consecutively. Redhead felt as though his neck would snap if it was moved again. He held up his head and looked more dead than alive. You secretly took pictures of her just because she's pretty? Then, if it was currently nighttime in an empty alley, would you also want to rape her? If your girlfriend was good-looking and I secretly took a picture up her skirt and did her, how would you feel? If I think you deserve a beating, then I'll slap you a dozen times. Would you feel good about that? If you do whatever you want to, then you're no different from bastards and beasts. If you're not the only one that thinks this way and the one 3 billion people in China also think this way, then what would become of the world? Slap, slap, slap. Qin Feng castigated Redhead while continuously smacking his mouth. A dozen slaps fell, and Redhead's face was swollen like a pig. If his hair wasn't a recognizable red, the spectators wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Boom! Qin Feng tossed Redhead at random to fall at Lu Wenjing's feet. Kowtow, admit your wrongdoings, and give this woman your phone. Then go to the police station and turn yourself in, said Qin Feng coldly. Redhead was truly afraid of Qin Feng. He immediately kneeled before Lu Wenjing and kowtowed like his life depended on it. Ma'am, you're a good person and you're magnanimous. Spare me just this once. I'll never do something as vulgar as secretly taking pictures of people again. I've heard what Big Brother just said, and it has pierced my soul. I've decided that beginning today I have to be proactive, ambitious to improve myself, and a good youth that seeks knowledge and learns from good examples. I want to use my knowledge to contribute to and repay our country. I want to. Lu Wenjing couldn't continue listening. She stole a peek at Qin Feng, and her heartbeat suddenly sped up. She immediately lowered her head, looked coldly at Redhead, and said, "Give me your phone." Redhead immediately pulled out his cell phone and handed it over. Lu Wenjing opened the photo album. As expected, there was a picture of under her skirt. However, right after taking the picture, Redhead was discovered by Lu Wenjing, so he hadn't even had a chance to look at it. Lu Wenjing deleted the pictures of her and found that this person had hundreds of voyeuristic pictures of different women. I said you were secretly taking pictures, and you didn't admit it at first. You're too shameless. The other pictures on your phone are evidence. Lu Wenjing glared at Redhead and wanted to kick him twice. However, when she saw that Qin Feng had beaten Redhead to a pulp, Lu Wenjing couldn't bear to kick him. Yes, I'm shameless, I'm lowly. In a bit, I'll turn myself in to the police. Ma'am, please spare me. I absolutely won't do this again. Redhead was still kowtowing to Lu Wenjing. There were still a lot of people surrounding and weighing them. Lu Wenjing was a bit embarrassed, so she waved her hand and dismissed Redhead. Once Redhead left, the surrounding spectators were embarrassed as well, and they slowly dispersed. Earlier, when Redhead bullied Lu Wenjing, no one stood up for her, and they even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Now that someone as fierce as Qin Feng appeared, They were afraid that if they didn't leave, they'd also be disciplined by Qin Feng. That would be tragic. "Hey, where did you come from, you stinking brat?" After the crowd dispersed, a fat-headed and large-eared middle-aged man ran over with 4 security guards trailing him. This person was the manager responsible for the auto show and the security guards that preserved order. "Were you talking to me?" asked Qin Feng. The manager, followed by the 4 security guards, already arrived aggressively in front of Qin Feng. He pointed at Qin Feng and began to roar. "Brat, how dare you fight and cause a disturbance at our Porsche car show? Guards, grab this brat." Qin Feng moved without waiting for the security guards to do so. How could Qin Feng tolerate a damn fat-headed and large-eared fatso pointing at his nose and yelling as he wished? Qin Feng grabbed the manager's finger and lightly bent it. With a crisp ka-cha, the manager's pointer finger snapped. It was so painful that he squealed pitifully like a dying pig. "You look like a pig, but I didn't think you'd sound like a pig as well." Qin Feng lifted his leg and kicked the manager's stomach, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. He hit a security guard rushing over from behind him and sent him flying as well. "Do you 3 still want to come?" After knocking over the manager, Qin Feng looked at the other 3 shocked security guards with mirth. The 3 hesitated briefly, then clenched their teeth and rushed at Qin Feng. Their manager had already been beaten by Qin Feng, so if they didn't even have the guts to come forth, they would be violently beaten by their manager when they got back, or maybe they'd be fired. "Stinking brat, how dare you cause trouble at a Porsche car show?" "See." The security guard hadn't finished speaking when Qin Feng tapped his foot and shot out like an arrow. Then there were 3 dull sounds as 3 punches landed on the faces of the 3 security guards. These 3 were sent flying without a warning. Qin Feng moved too quickly. He moved so quickly that not even one of the spectators saw clearly how Qin Feng made his moves. Someone even suspected that Qin Feng never moved and the security guards and manager were acting. Qin Feng didn't care about the manager or the 4 security guards. After taking care of them, he didn't spare them another glance. He arrived before Lu Wenjing. "Beauty Lu Wenjing, long time no see." Qin Feng already rid himself of his violence and viciousness. He extended a hand with a gentle smile as he looked at the charming and moving Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing still hadn't regained her senses. After seeing Qin Feng's valiant actions, she suddenly remembered the time they were at the square behind the pedestrian walkway and the image of the fierce battle involving over 100 wild Wolfgang hooligans. At the time, the already completely dejected and hopeless Lu Wenjing had been filled with hope upon seeing Qin Feng's abilities, and the 2 fought shoulder to shoulder and defeated the hooligans. That was such a beautiful memory. If she hadn't found out afterward that Qin Feng tricked her, Lu Wenjing had no doubt that the one group would have flourished, and she and Qin Feng might also have come together. Slap! Lu Wenjing suddenly regained her senses, and her expression was abnormally cold. Once she thought about Qin Feng's betrayal and how he'd used her, Lu Wenjing was so angry that she clenched her teeth and harshly slapped Qin Feng's hand away. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, Devil and Sex Demon. "Huh, you scoundrel, you still have the face to look for me? The thickness of your face knows no boundaries. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so shameless and betrayed me." Lu Wenjing sneered at Qin Feng. Her face was awash with red from anger. She then twisted her head sideways, refusing to look at Qin Feng's handsome face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist screwing it. "Jing Jing, I guess there's some misunderstanding between us. I've been searching for you for the past few days, and now I finally found you. How have you been lately?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile, unaffected by her rage at all. "There's no misunderstanding between us. This was simply because we don't know each other. Go away now. I still have work to do." Lu Wenjing furiously took off Qin Feng's blazer and threw it back to him. She fixed her cheap house collar and went back to her booth. Qin Feng followed her, pulled her hand, and tried to bring her away. Jing Jing, let's find some quiet place first, and I'll explain slowly. Lu Wenjing shook off Qin Feng's hand and panted with rage. I'll call the police to arrest you if you dare to get fresh with me again. Jing Jing, do you want to leave or not? Qin Feng put on a solemn expression. Not. Lu Wenjing replied sternly. I won't follow you. You lecher, pervert, put me down. As soon as Lu Wenjing finished her words, she felt her body became lighter all of a sudden, and she was pulled into Qin Feng's arms. Lu Wenjing desperately thumped Qin Feng's back and head. However, this man wasn't afraid of pain at all. Qin Feng, I still haven't gotten my pay yet. Lu Wenjing pouted her mouth in frustration. Qin Feng was walking past the crowds toward the exit with Lu Wenjing in his arms. When he heard Lu Wenjing's words, he spun around and headed back to the auto show's booth. Hey, weren't you the manager for this show? Qin Feng went in front of the big fatso he'd kicked just now. The big fatso very much despised Qin Feng in his heart. However, this fellow's skills were out of his league. Seeing him rush back all of the sudden, that manager was so frightened that his blubber quivered vigorously. Why, yes, I am. Pay my woman her wages right here and now. Qin Feng locked Lu Wenjing tightly in his arms and sent an icy glare at the manager. The manager didn't dare to go against Qin Feng and get beaten by him once again for a mere 2,000 yuan. He wasn't that stupid. Big brother, here is the 2,000 yuan. Please check. Slap. Qin Feng slapped the manager in the face and said coldly, 2,000 yuan? Are you fucking kidding me? Big brother, I made a deal with your woman before the event. It's really 2,000 yuan. The manager felt aggrieved as he was slapped for an unknown reason. As soon as he finished a sentence, Lu Wenjing gave him a big slap in the face too. What nonsense are you saying? Who said I'm the woman of this beast? That manager felt even more insulted after the slap. Now you listen to me carefully. 2,000 yuan is the pay for my woman. She worked for your show as a car show girl. When a person snuck a picture of her, your organization didn't step forward to help her and protect her reputation and her personal safety. As a result, my woman was frightened. Shouldn't you compensate for her mental damage? Darling, how much do you want for the compensation? Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing abruptly and asked. Lu Wenjing was slightly stunned. This was because not even she herself thought of compensation for mental damage. However, when she heard what Qin Feng said, Lu Wenjing thought she really should ask for indemnity. She worked the Porsche auto show as a car show girl. When a sex maniac sneakily took a picture of her during the event, the security guards of the auto show just waited at the sidelines with their arm crossed and didn't step forward to stop that redhead. These people really sucks. Then this much should do. Lu Wenjing put on an angry face and extended 5 fingers at manager Lu. Qin Feng promptly reined in his anger, his expression turning chilly, and said, Did you see that? My woman wants compensation of 50,000 yuan as her indemnity for receiving mental damage. I'll give you 1 minute. Transfer the money to my woman's card now, or I'll demolish you. Lu Wenjing was dumbstruck at Qin Feng's words. She was so freaked out that she didn't even care anymore that Qin Feng called her his woman. Lu Wenjing needed money fast. Otherwise, she wouldn't join Qin Feng in extorting money from this abhorrent manager. Lu Wenjing just wanted 5,000 yuan, but Qin Feng demanded 50,000 yuan, which was beyond her expectations. This fellow is indeed more ruthless than me. He is a shameless rascal. However, when Lu Wenjing took a look at Qin Feng's arrogant profile, she couldn't help but admire Qin Feng's domineering and handsome demeanor in her heart. 50,000? Why don't you go rob on the street instead? I dare you to kill me now. I don't have that much money, even if you beat me to death anyway. After hearing that he had to pay 50,000 yuan to compensate for mental damage, the manager's face became dark. It was one thing to pay 5,000 yuan to not get beaten, but it really wasn't worth it to have to pay 50,000 yuan and get beaten. After all, this extra money would come out of the manager's pocket. Slap! Qin Feng gave the manager's face a huge slap. This person had a fat head and large ears, and his face was jowly. When Qin Feng slapped him, those jowls jiggled nonstop with a tempo of their own. Seeing that this manager had some backbone, Qin Feng was going for another slap. Before his hand could reach the manager, a plop echoed, and he saw the manager kneel in front of him with his hands clasped, pleading, "Big brother, I'm just joking with you. Please stop hitting me. Please don't hit me anymore. I'll pay the 50,000 yuan. Please give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you now." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched a little. He looked at the manager and shook his head as the manager failed his expectation. Lu Wenjing, on the other hand, excitedly gave the manager her bank account number. After 1 minute, Lu Wenjing received an SMS notification. She carefully counted the 4 zeros after the 5 and confirmed the figure was really 50,000 yuan. Originally, Lu Wenjing had been suppressing her resentment ever since Redhead snuck a picture of her. But now, she was very delighted and hoped more people would sneak pictures of her. This was because she didn't need to worry about her little sister's university tuition fees anymore. "Darling, have you received the money yet?" Qin Feng heard the SMS notification as well. "Yes, I received the money." Lu Wenjing acted like a little money grubber and grabbed Qin Feng's arms in great delight. She'd forgotten that she was still angry with Qin Feng. Boneless. Qin Feng casted a scornful look at the manager kneeling in front of him. The manager choked on a breath all of a sudden, and he couldn't spit out. He was so angry he blacked out directly. Lu Wenjing realized something was wrong after she finished talking. She quickly wiped off her smiling face, released Qin Feng's arm, and sent an icy glare at him. "Who is your darling? Please mind your mouth. We don't even know each other." Once again, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched vigorously. So this was what they mean by kick away the ladder after you go on, burn the bridge after you cross the river. Rao Sherman had been weighing Qin Feng the whole time after he left Lotus Lake. She saw the entire incident that happened to Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing. She saw Qin Feng had a little beauty in his arms, who was no less beautiful than she was. She witnessed him helping her chase away the bad guys and ask for wages from the horrible manager. After she saw what Qin Feng had done for the little beauty, mixed feelings suddenly welled up in her heart. She weighed as the duo strolled off and disappeared from her line of sight. She sighed lightly and walked gracefully back to the bends. "Mr. Lin, let's go back to the company now. We don't need to wait for Qin Feng anymore. Are you nuts? Please stop trailing me. I'll call the police if you still follow me." Lu Wenjing was walking in front while Qin Feng followed her, enjoying the slender, long legs that were slightly forked under her up-tilted booty. "Were you listening to me, you little brat? What are you looking at? Ah, you pervert. If you dare look again, I'll fucking gouge out your eyes." Lu Wenjing was almost enraged to death by Qin Feng. She'd talked so much, and in the end this little brat took her words like a passing leaf. He was still following her and sneaking peeks at her. "Jing Jing, why you are a car show girl. Were you short of money recently?" Qin Feng withdrew his filthy gaze. He abruptly put on a stern expression and stared fixedly into Lu Wenjing's clear eyes. Qin Feng changed too fast. Lu Wenjing couldn't keep up with his fickle and capricious mind. "It's none of your business. I don't have any relationship with you whatsoever. Even if I become someone else's mistress, it's none of your concern." Not even she realized, but Lu Wenjing would burst with anger once she saw Qin Feng. She purposely said those words just to annoy Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was rather unaffected, even giving her a wicked smile. Jing Jing, now that I know you'd like to be a homewrecker, why don't you become my sweetheart instead? How much do you need for every month? Just name your price. Name your ass. I don't want to be your sweetheart. You're a scumbag liar. King betrayer. Lu Wenjing blasted Qin Feng with all the curse words she knew. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing's breasts that were bouncing vigorously due to her rage. He gulped his saliva and said, Jing Jing, I guess we have some misunderstanding between us. There's a Starbucks over there. Let's go in for 2 cups of coffee, and then we'll sit quietly on a couch, gaze at each other fondly, and talk about the matter of you becoming my sweetheart. Qin Feng, are you through? Lu Wenjing was so angry that she might have vomited blood. When will this fellow be more serious about himself for once? I'm leaving. Please don't come to me anymore. The Qin Feng that lived in my heart was already dead 1 week ago. Taking her leave, Lu Wenjing turned around. Her eyes looked lost and sentimental. Qin Feng chased Lu Wenjing and pulled her hand firmly. He then said with a serious expression, Jing Jing, how about we go to my house? We can sit on my bed and look into each other's eyes. I'm going to use a night to clear up the misunderstanding between us. Go to hell. Lu Wenjing fully utilized the 15 centimeters high heels and stomped hard on Qin Feng's feet. She quickly ran away while Qin Feng was moaning in pain. Lu Wenjing wasn't sure how long she ran. She just ran with all her might using her long legs. She stopped when her legs felt like they were about to break. Lu Wenjing looked behind her as she panted heavily. After she confirmed that rascal Qin Feng was nowhere in sight, she patted her towering breasts and let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a half-breath, and a familiar snicker echoed beside her ear. Jing Jing, how can you simply stomp on another's feet? Needless to say, a woman running with her long and slim legs is a spectacular sight to the eye, so sexy. Qin Feng appeared from nowhere like a ghost. Eek! Ghost! Screamed Lu Wenjing, frightened. Her high heels were unstable, making her stagger and fall directly toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly took Lu Wenjing into his arms and looked around with a nervous expression. Jing Jing, where's the ghost? Don't be afraid. I'm the son of destiny. Those ghouls and bogies will not dare come near me. I'm here to protect you. You'll be fine. Suddenly, Lu Wenjing felt a big hand fall on her booty, and she screamed again. Ah! You sex demon! I'm gonna kill you. Qin Feng hastily grabbed Lu Wenjing's jade hands and nervously looked around again. Just now it's a devil, then even a sex demon has come. Seems like the yin qi here is too strong, and we shouldn't stay for long. Jing Jing, let's get out of here fast. Lu Wenjing cried. She cried because she felt hopeless at Qin Feng's shameless and knavish behavior. Jing Jing, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'm gonna kill him. Qin Feng was now pressing on Lu Wenjing's booty with one hand, covering her breasts with another, and looking seriously at Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing's cries were becoming louder and louder. Her tears made the makeup on her face run. She really wanted to bellow into Qin Feng's ears. That devil and sex demon, and the guy who bullied me are you. Kill yourself if you can. However, when she thought of Qin Feng's shameless demeanor, Lu Wenjing kept her mouth shut. She was afraid once she opened her mouth, Qin Feng might put his hand on some other part of her body. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, Lu Wenjing's Method of Revenge. Jing Jing, don't cry. If you cry, my heart will break. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a distressed expression. Lu Wenjing wiped the tears on her face and ruthlessly slapped away the large hand Qin Feng placed on her chest. She yelled coldly, If you keep squeezing, You'll squeeze my heart to pieces. Qin Feng, I'm telling you with all seriousness not to keep following me. Otherwise, I'll yell and accuse you of harassment. Lu Wenjing reinstated her calm demeanor and exuded iciness. However, this air of pushing him 1,000 miles away that had just been expressed instantly disappeared, leaving only Lu Wenjing struggling and faint panting. Wawa. Qin Feng. Hurry up, Wawa. Qin Feng covered Lu Wenjing's mouth with one hand and hugged her small waist with the other. He spoke to her earnestly. Jing, how could you think I'm harassing you? You can insult my dad's integrity and question the morality of the entire Qin family, but you can't plant false evidence against my righteousness. I was kind enough to help clean up that pervert obsessed with taking pictures without permission, get your wage, and even extort that damn fatso. At the time, so many people waited you get bullied, but not one person was willing to help. I didn't care whether I lived or died, and I didn't even ask you to repay me by devoting your life to me. But you can't burn the bridge after crossing it. Now you want to turn on me out of anger and say I harassed you. I, Qin Feng, am a calm and poised gentleman who doesn't claim the good things I've done. How could I harass a maiden in the prime of her youth? Qin Feng was high-spirited, hot-blooded, and worked up, like a warrior about to fight for the honor of his country. A passerby looked at Qin Feng with alarm and said to Lu Wenjing, Beauty, are you all right? Do you know this person? Do you need me to call the police? Why is he covering your mouth with one hand and pressing on your chest with the other? He's not trying to abduct you right now in the middle of the street, is he? Qin Feng's face revealed an awkward smile, and he immediately removed the hand on Lu Wenjing's chest. We're lovers, we're just playing. Beauty, are you really all right? Asked the passerby with seriousness. He didn't think Qin Feng looked like a good person, and he pulled out his cell phone as if he was about to call the police at any moment. Lu Wenjing removed Qin Feng's hand from her mouth and smiled lightly at the passerby. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm all right. Darn. I was trying to be the hero saving a beauty so I could leave the scene while hugging the beauty. Then we might have been able to roll around in the bedsheets. Who'd have thought that it was just a couple publicly displaying their affection? Public morals are degenerating every day. The passerby shook his head and sighed helplessly as he walked away. Qin Feng's and Lu Wenjing's mouths tweed, and they had the urge to run after that brat and give him a good beating. Qin Feng, what do you want? Lu Wenjing returned to the way she was before and struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She looked coldly at him. After tricking me with a scheme and tricking our one group into its demise, you've run back here to gloat in front of me and mock me for being an extremely dumb girl. Qin Feng, don't you think this is really pointless? Don't you think it's really tiring to live in a sinister and deceitful world? I've misjudged you, and I don't want to interact with you ever again. I'm begging you to spare me. Leave. Jing, you've misunderstood me. Why aren't you letting me give a proper explanation? Qin Feng also became serious. Haha, misunderstood? Explanation? Lu Wenjing laughed coldly. Then let me ask you, are you the boss behind the phone group? Qin Feng nodded. Then when the one group went to fight the phone group, did you scheme and trick the one group into fighting the Wild Wolf Gang, while your phone group's core individuals used the opportunity to take down the Wild Wolf Gang strongholds in the Northern District? Qin Feng nodded again. Now the one group is no more, and your phone group's power has increased significantly, becoming one of the 3 powers in Acropolis and the #1 power in the Northern District. Everything you've said is correct, said Qin Feng. He thought he would look too stupid just nodding the whole time. Then what else is there to explain, stinking brat? Bam! Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Lu Wenjing punched his chest. However, Qin Feng was completely fine, and Lu Wenjing yelped in pain and nursed her soft, elegant pink fist with a grimace. Jing, are you all right? If you want to touch my chest, be more gentle. My pecs are as hard as rocks, so how could it not hurt if you hit it? Qin Feng took Lu Wenjing's elegant fist and rubbed it lightly. Lu Wenjing allowed Qin Feng to take advantage of her hand. Qin Feng forced her to the brink of insanity, and she didn't even have the strength to resist. She hadn't known Qin Feng for long, but she already experienced Qin Feng's shamelessness and vulgarness many times. And now that Qin Feng looked for her, harassed her, and refused to leave, a flash of something different went through Lu Wenjing's icy and beautiful eyes. She knew she wouldn't get Qin Feng to leave today. This person is shameless and perverted. He probably wants to take my body. Someone as evil as him is as annoying as a housefly. Lu Wenjing wanted to teach him a proper lesson. However, Lu Wenjing wasn't worthy of being Qin Feng's opponent. She decided to call in reinforcements. Qin Feng, you really have something to explain to me? Lu Wenjing's attitude changed completely. She went from being bone-chilling to charming and moving. Of course, Jing. I have lots and lots of things to tell you. Qin Feng's touch drifted from Lu Wenjing's small hand to her shoulder. Lu Wenjing lightly shoved Qin Feng's hand away and said with a smile, "Then take me back to school, okay? The qi pao I'm wearing is too eye-kind. Wherever I go, people stare at me, and I'm a little embarrassed." "Of course. Want me to carry you back? You've stood for half the day, so your feet must hurt." No, I can walk." Lu Wenjing immediately dodged the hand Qin Feng extended and turned to stop a taxi. Lu Wenjing was a junior in Acropolis Normal University and was a golden campus beauty. Qin Feng had dropped out of Acropolis University for over a month now, so Qin Feng felt a bit nostalgic at stepping into another university, walking amongst its green willows and cool breezes and seeing lovers holding hands, coming and going while admiring the flowers and lakes. Jing, your normal university is pretty nice. It's even a bit better than the Acropolis University that I miss. A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Wenjing's eyes. She didn't believe Qin Feng ever went to university. He was clearly the big boss of an underground power, so he had to pretend to be scholarly and refined. Who knew how many pure young girls were tricked by this wolf in sheep's clothing? The two of them walked on the campus's grassy path, shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand. Of course, Qin Feng originally wanted to hug Lu Wenjing's shoulders, but Lu Wenjing refused, so he could only compromise, and she led him to stroll hand in hand through the campus. Damn, who is that girl wearing the white qipao? She's as beautiful as a fairy. Look at her long and slender legs. It gives one the urge to bite it. You don't even know the #1 golden campus beauty, Lu Wenjing? Then you've come to study at Normal University for nothing. That is the #1 goddess in the hearts of all men in Normal University. Fuck, then who is that man holding Lu Wenjing's hand? Why haven't I ever seen him on campus? Wasn't Lu Wenjing always single? Why does she suddenly have a boyfriend? And she even found such a vulgar man? She must be blind. That brat is in deep shit. I've already posted a picture of him with Lu Wenjing on the school's discussion forum. If Lu Wenjing doesn't have over 1,000 suitors, she at least has 800. How would those people feel seeing the scene? Haha, this brat won't be able to leave in you on his feet today. Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing walked extremely slowly because Lu Wenjing intentionally walked slower. How could Lu Wenjing not hear the spectators among the passers-by who stopped, looked at them with astonishment, and began to discuss them behind their backs? She came to Normal University, firstly, to bring Qin Feng to Lover's Bridge. Lover's Bridge was a very famous spot in Normal University. It was surrounded by mountains and water, and the woods were overgrown. The bridge was at the end of the crushed rock path. Legend had it that as long as a man and woman walked holding hands across Lover's Bridge, they could become a couple. And if a couple walked across the bridge, they'd be together forever and always. Everyone knew the legend was a myth, But Lover's Bridge was still Normal University's most popular spot because it was a very good flirting place in the daytime and a good battlefield at night. Lu Wenjing took Qin Feng here because there were a lot of people and news would spread quicker. She saw someone taking a picture of her and Qin Feng and heard someone say this picture was already on the school forum. Lu Wenjing secretly chuckled to herself. She was waiting for countless suitors to run up and clean up Qin Feng. Jing Jing, what are you thinking about that's making you smile so happily? Qin Feng suddenly looked toward Lu Wenjing with a smile. Lu Wenjing's heartbeat sped up. She immediately forced herself to be calm and said, "And nothing. Did you know that the bridge before us is Normal University's famous Lover's Bridge? Legend has it that people who walk across it while holding hands all become couples." Lu Wenjing quickly changed the topic. "It's that mysterious, huh?" Qin Feng asked with seriousness. "Then, if two girls or two boys walk holding hands, they can also become lovers." Lu Wenjing frowned. It was such a good atmosphere, and it was shattered with one line from Qin Feng. "Jing Jing, do you believe the legend?" Qin Feng appeared not to notice Lu Wenjing's disdainful expression. He suddenly grabbed her hand and walked toward Lover's Bridge. "I don't believe it," said Lu Wenjing flatly. "Then have you walked across this bridge with any other man?" Qin Feng already held Lu Wenjing's jade hand and stood by the bridge. "No." Lu Wenjing shook her head with a bit of disappointment and yearning. She was a young lady in the prime of her youth. When Lu Wenjing saw the university's couples enter and exit in complete pairs, she hoped that kind of relationship would quickly appear before her and that a prince on a white horse could ride in on a rainbow cloud and hug her. However, Lu Wenjing had too many burdens. Not only did she have to go to school, she also had to raise her family and earn money. She worked multiple jobs and made all the money to pay for her and her younger sister's daily expenses and tuition. She longed for a fresh and free relationship at school, but she didn't have the time or energy to date. "Jing Jing, actually I don't believe the story about how walking across Lover's Bridge will make you a couple. Why don't we hold hands and cross it to prove our hypothesis?" Qin Feng smiled at Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing's heartbeat instantly increased. She wasn't even as nervous as when Qin Feng hugged her and touched her ass and chest. Though she didn't believe the love story, she hoped the story was real. Women, no matter what age, have childish hearts that fantasize about fairy tale situations. Lu Wenjing was afraid because she wasn't Qin Feng's girlfriend, other than her hatred for Qin Feng. She also thought of him a little. However, with that, could she so easily hold Qin Feng's hand and walk across Lover's Bridge with him? What if Cupid suddenly appeared, and when she walked across the bridge with Qin Feng, he mischievously shot them with an arrow and set her up with Qin Feng? What then? "Stinking brat, let go of our goddess Lu Wenjing." Before Lu Wenjing could respond, an angry shout came from behind them.